Hipwood, Cameron, McCarthy, Bailey, Rayner. It's stacked with X Factors and match winners. Then there's the midfield. A two-time Brownlow medalist, Lachie Neale. A premiership player, Josh Dunkley. And the safety of Harris Andrews in defence.
Pulls the kick to Danaher. 30 out, directly in front. Joe to light the gabber up. Brisbane are in front. What a salvage mission it's been.
McCluggage got the handball to Zorko. Standing start round the body, goal.
Hand pass for Charlie Cameron. Wheels around and goal. Strike up the band.
Collingwood versus Brisbane. Craig McRae versus Chris Fagan. Live from the MCG. Welcome to AFL Nation.
Grand final day at the MCG. The smell of sulphur might last till Boxing Day. Kiss. I don't know whether we got away with it or not, but it felt big. It felt big as a build-up to this most anticipated of grand finals. Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions. You're on AFL Nation for Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Gerard Waitley with you. Dwayne Russell is by my side. Hello to you, Dwayne.
Gerard, that's a hard act to follow. I got a tear in my eye, but you're asking the wrong guy whether it was good. That was fantastic. I'm not sure what they spent on Kiss, but they spent almost as much on the staging and the pyrotechnics and the flames, and there wasn't a spare seat in the house here. It's not like everyone was still in the bars. There wasn't a seat empty watching that. They absolutely loved it. Robbie Williams was good last year, great last year, but this was epic.
Oh, I'm not having that, but that's okay. Everyone plus 30 was singing along in the stands, and that's all you can.
You youngins didn't quite get it, did you?
There's a lot of explaining going on to teenagers around the country right now.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of explaining. Jared Healy, hello to you.
Jared, the one thing I did like, they had showed their social conscience and they had the zinc on, which was absolutely fantastic. I mean, what an example to the kids everywhere.
It wasn't zinc, I don't think, but I like it. Yeah, no, it wasn't quite.
Oh, okay.
And speaking of which, you and I have still got our makeup on from the grand final breakfast. So a grown men in makeup is exactly what you're sitting next to here, Gerard. So there's plenty of men in here with makeup on now.
And Kane Corns rounds out our quartet for the call. Hello to you, Kane.
Looks magnificent. I thought it was a great spectacle. Would be better at night. I don't want to be that person right now. The reviews are in, and from what I've seen on social media, they were reasonably positive. But now it is over to business as a player. You're now focusing, as you're oblivious underneath, Dwayne and Gerard.
That's the first time your social media has been reasonably positive for quite a while.
That's it. There can be some positive things said on Twitter, and that was the case in relation to Kiss. But the players have got no idea what has just gone on. All they're focusing on is trying to prepare as normal as possible. Of course, that's really difficult to do in grand final week. You just want that first contest. You want that first touch of the Sharon. What a game we've got waiting for us today at the MCG.
It's the day that we most cherish, and it feels like it's growing in magnitude, like everything else this September. Just being outside and around people, and just how quickly the seats filled inside. And now in advance, virtually everybody here knowing that the parade of past champions and then the pre-game entertainment, everything feels elevated this September, and today's right there.
I agree with you, Gerard. I think the whole game is expanding rapidly. Exponentially over the last, say, 5 to 10 years. It's just an event that's equivalent to any other event that we've got in this country. And I think you're right about the lead-ups. I mean, when you start racking up expected 90-plus thousands for your prelims and your semi-finals, and the emergence of Carlton obviously helped that, and Collingwood being a power this last couple of years has also helped that. But there's a lot of Lions supporters here, and they've travelled, and there's the old Fitzroy mob, and everybody comes together. But even the AFL spending bigger on the entertainment just makes it a standout event. And as you said, it has grown exponentially.
How are you feeling about it, Kane?
Well, I feel like the players are embracing it more as well. I feel like they're really enjoying the moment and playing on that, and they're making it bigger as well. From the grand final parade yesterday, where the Collingwood players and Maynard standing up in the back of the Hilux, he's willing the crowd on. That would have never happened. We were told not to wear sunglasses, don't wear hats. Not that you had to keep a stone cold face, but that's what you thought you were expected to do. You didn't want to be seen to be getting ahead of yourself. From Mason Cox when he kicks a goal, he's up in the face of the opposition. So the players are buying into that as well. And I feel like Collingwood have brought into that all year. They smile as they enter the MCG, as they're coming on the ground. They are really in the moment. That's why I think this Collingwood group is special. I don't know what that equates to when the ball is bounced today, but there's a willingness for them to really embrace a moment, and certainly they've brought their crowd along for the ride this week, and to be fair, all year.
Kiss, Mike Brady, a beautiful rendition of Waltzing Matilda, the pre-game entertainment, unmissable moments. For Drinkwise, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Takes a while to disassemble the stage, and what are we, 23 minutes away from the opening siren of the grand final of 2023. Our call team is dressed thanks to Ringers Western. They've got you covered, ringerswestern.com.au. You've been stirring things up this morning, Dwayne?
Well, not intentionally, Gerard, but when you get three of the greatest coaches of all time in one room together, it was like the ultimate dinner party guest list to have Chris Scott, Damien Hardwick and Alistair Clarkson on lounges, Gerard Healy couch style. And it didn't take much to poke the bears, I've got to say. And when it comes to concessions, they're all competitive beasts. They want to win next year. Clarko's doing his best to win next year with North. He wants concessions. Chris Scott's doing his best to reinvent Geelong. He doesn't want too many other clubs getting concessions. And Damien Hardwick's in the middle of it. He's got 3 flags in the bank, plus his 2 as a player. He's heading up North, where he wants the Northern States to get a little bit of a kickstart. So it was fun. The interesting part was a lot of things that are serious are said half in jest. And they were said half in jest, but when they're read in print, and I know you've mentioned them and replayed a couple of them today, they're going to hold up in print for a while, I think, those words.
Yeah, should any of these teams meet on the way up in these rises, that they'll be quite a reference point to Grand Final Day 2023.
It is the unsolvable puzzle, though. How do you balance up father-sons, all of those extra things that are fantastic, but how do you measure them with assistants? I don't think the assistants should be compared to that, but I guess the academies around the country. It'll
never be forgotten that Geelong were so lucky with father-sons.
Well, Collingwood are doing all right now.
I agree with you 100%, Gerard. But those who want to hate on Geelong or have hated on Steve Hocking for changing the game, it's an easy one to go to, and I get it. I mean, if you don't like Geelong, you don't like Geelong. They did have luck with father-sons, but we do have to help the Northern States. You've been part of the growth of Sydney. I mean, so much help was needed for Sydney, and now we've got North Melbourne who, it's a good argument, because I don't know what is the reality. Do they need help or not? They probably do, don't they?
Well, the question is the latent period. They've been given significant help, and they're going to get some good kids in again this year. So do they need it, or is it a bit like what they do with the Reserve Bank? They just wait and see what the impact is and then maybe go again. But I've got some feeling that maybe with the addition of a couple of people with serious experience from the football club area may just address this. And we may get, rather than just have this ad hoc assistance, we may have some assistance built into the draft as it is.
Our travel partner is Bargain Car Rentals Australia, the best price guarantee, no hidden fees, and Australia owned. That's a bargain. Our team includes Sam Edmund down on the boundary today. I imagine still immersed in all the smoke from the fireworks. Sam, hello to you.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, call team. Blessed to be here, to be honest. A real air of anticipation and expectation down here. Just a hum of excitement. Peter Moore and Lethal Lee Matthews chatting in front of us here as well. So, Gerard, I've got it at 28.9 at the moment. Headed for, well, potentially top of 30 today. 31.3 remains our high watermark from 2015. The wind coming out of the north at around 30 kilometres an hour at the moment. So for those listening right across the ground, just a reminder, no late changes to either side as well. Lipinski, the sub for the Pies, given Ginnemans into the 22, and Jared Lyons for the Lions, who go in unchanged from last week's preliminary final win over Carlton.
Signet is powering the call team. Signet's Mag family, power every moment. Australian designed, Australian owned. Kane, we were just seeing shots from inside the rooms. Does your mind go back to when it was you waiting your turn to be called forth onto the MCG?
You do, and a couple of times I had a horror experience as well, which you just don't know that was waiting for you out here. You think you've prepared right, and you think you've done everything well, and then you get smacked between the eyes early. I don't suspect that is going to happen today with how mature and how good these two sides are and how they are able to withstand momentum with both teams defending as well as they do. But you just think forward, and you try not to send your mind too far ahead on how the next 2 hours can change your life. And that's what happens, because not only is it today, it's the bond that you have forever. And this week you run into players that have been lucky enough to experience it, and you run into absolute superstars of the game that through just circumstance and a bit of bad luck weren't able to experience it. So you can't take this for granted. You never, ever know if you're going to get back here on this day, and you never know if you're going to be able to experience that again. So you give everything you can. Don't worry about the weather. Don't worry about how you're feeling halfway through the third quarter. You focus on your first contest, getting yourself involved early. Critical contests is what's going to win the game today, and that's what these two teams have been so good at all year.
So the umpires first out: Matt Stevick, Hayden Gavin, Simon Meredith and Robert Findlay. Have you seen the stunt Amy have just released? Amy has created a star-studded stunt to rescue the match day ball, avoiding the biggest clanger of all. It's sure to go viral, starring some of the biggest and best AFL personalities journeying across Australia in a hilarious mission to rescue the ball. If you missed it, head to Amy YouTube. It's just been shown on the big screen here. The Lions leave their rooms. They punch a pair of boxing gloves that hang up over the doorway. That has been their tradition at the Gabba, and they are about to walk out onto the MCG. Dane Zorko, who has led so much of the time here in game 250, Harris Andrews and Lachie Neale are their leaders, dominant at home. Can they bring that to the MCG and claim the first premiership for the Brisbane Lions in 20 years? They have good support around the stadium, both old and new, both those from Queensland who have made the trip and those from the old days of Fitzroy who made the transfer in the merger those years ago. The Roy boys, the maroon, yellow and blue, are out on the MCG.
Yeah, and you can see they're trying to enjoy the moment, and there was a smile on the face of Cam Rayner. The others look a little bit more serious. Harris Andrews and Lachie Neale, first year as co-captains for them, but Dane Zorko's role in this is interesting as they sit down for that photo. If you lose, you want to burn the photo. If you win, that photo will have pride of place somewhere in these players' homes. But it's been a long journey, and Chris Fagan has spoken about that, Jared. 7 years he has taken to get them to this point, 5 years in a row in finals. They were a mess when he took over. He's moved up to the coach's box this year, and I think he's coached really, really well.
Yeah, it's been a great performance by the Lions coach. You know, talking to him in year two, when it was still looking like it was going to be another building year. 2 wins, 3 wins, 5 wins in the first year, and then similar in the second year. He was beginning to doubt whether or not it was ever going to turn around and happen for him, but it has, and it's taken a while to get to this final day, but he finally gets there. But the final day's great, but it's that lap of honour. It's that last 440 of your career that you want to remember, and that's celebrating running around this enormous stadium.
Yeah, definitely. And he's been in control this year. Definitely coaching. He's calm, even though 5 goals down last week. You looked at him and he was measured. He assessed what was needed to change. I think the way that he addressed his players at quarter time, and they just started to take some risks with their ball movement. Now, will they be able to do that against this Collingwood side who bring the most pressure out of anyone? Are they going to pick off the early kick through the middle of the ground? What's Kitty Coleman going to do when he gets his hands on the footy? They've got beautiful ball users everywhere, and if they can get the footy on the deck in their forward 50, they have more talent than any other team in the AFL. And Bailey and Cameron and Rayner and Zorko and McCarthy can all go to town, provided they get that footy on the deck.
Collingwood fans just stamping their authority on the MCG prior to their Pies running out. I thought the coach got himself involved in a little bit of subtle psychology during the week, saying that they thought that they were probably advantaged, underdogs, but advantaged by the weather. It was just a simple message, subtle message to the Pies. And I still think it's a much bigger factor. I was talking to Jared about this earlier in the day, Kane. It's a much bigger factor than anyone is acknowledging right now.
But Darcy Moore does the natural smile and the feel of excitement better than any I've ever seen. Think back to this occasion in 2002, and Nathan Buckley had the most steely glare that had ever been to grand final day. It's a beaming smile for Darcy Moore. His father led the Pies to an occasion such as this. The majority of the crowd will be there for them. Make it legendary. Make it 16 is the plea. The Pies back to a grand final. And their faithful are amped for it.
It is unbelievable. I mean, what it would be like to play for this club is phenomenal. You can tell. Look, they're waving to the crowd. They're waving to the cheer squad. They're embracing it. It's what we said pre-game. They embraced it yesterday. They've embraced it all year. They tap each other on the shoulder. They hug. They clap. And, yeah, it's definitely a different attitude than the old school days of that steely look down to business. They just play with enjoyment, and you can tell they live in the moment. They're living in the moment right now, and I suspect they may be the team that can handle the big occasion a little bit better today. That's my gut feel early. And just look at them smiling in the photos. They've got stars across every line. Can their forward line, Jared, kick a big enough score to win? I think they need 13 to 14 goals today.
Well, that's going to be the great challenge, and we were reflecting on where Billy Frampton plays. And Billy Frampton may play forward. Certainly it's the reason why Ginnivan has come into the side. But Billy Frampton may go back because he's more comfortable across the back line. He's played that role for them again. But dabbling and mucking around with your back line that's actually got you here is one of the great challenges. But maybe you've got to be brave to win it. Maybe they need Jeremy Howe forward and Billy Frampton can just go back and play that extra tall.
And you can always make that change mid-quarter as well. You can make it early. You can make it early in the second quarter. If it's not working for Frampton forward, you can swing that. You've got the sub there, although the sub's going to be interesting. How early do you go with that if it's not working because of the heat and the risk of getting an injury that could hurt you? So I don't think the sub, unless there's an injury, will be activated for either team until early on in the last quarter.
These are our top two. Look at the ladder. Live your own way in the Isuzu MUX. First meet second. Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions. It's the first time since 2014 that has happened. That's for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX.
Strange part is Pendlebury's wearing a warm-up top, almost as if he's wearing the sub's top. The sub normally warms up in a different top to everybody else. Pennells is wearing a different top to everybody else, and Lipinski is wearing a jumper. It's weird. Lipinski, the sub, would normally wear the sub. Lions is wearing a different top to every other Lions player.
It is Pendlebury's quirk, and sometimes Sidebottom has something else on as well.
And Ginnivan's in the short sleeve. Smart move. Wouldn't have thought he'd go the long sleeve today.
The beautiful headband he's got as well.
Before the game whether anybody would do the smart thing and wear a hat. Because seriously, it is hot and a hat helps. Jimmy Steins, bless his soul, I mean, he wasn't embedded and, I guess, restricted by our culture. He wore a hat.
Well, still Sidebottom does have zinc on his... He's got it all over the dome.
On his head,
and Oleg Markov's hair is shorter than his moustache. He's shaved it right back, but the moustache is twirlable.
Just looking, Jared, at the centre bounce brigade as they're going to go through their warm-up for Collingwood. How important is that battle going to be?
This will include some of the matchups for Corteva. Keep growing with Corteva Agri-Science.
Well, let's talk about that then, because it's fascinating. Really strong on-ball group. They're powerful. They're thick below the waist. I'm looking at it. Look at Crisp. Look at DeGoey. Look at Mitchell. Even I think Dacos, from observing him, has worked on that hard in the 6 weeks that he had off. I reckon he's hit the gym. He's hard to tackle. Pendlebury's been that bigger bottom midfield for years, and Sidebottom and the other Dacos, Josh, will patrol the wings where I think they have an advantage. But then Brisbane, they focused on that. Rayner is into year 6 now, the number 1 draft pick. He's had 6 pre-seasons in the gym. Dunkley, they get in, Jared, as that defensive midfielder who's been so impactful. The DeGoey-Dunkley matchup will be one that I'll keep a close eye on, as will you.
Yeah, I think the whole world knows how important clearances are. 90%, if Collingwood win, they win 90% of their games. If Brisbane win, they win 88%. So I suspect it'll be a hell of a lot closer to that and it'll be decided elsewhere. But there's no question that Mason Cox, he's always been a great tap ruckman. He's never worked hard enough, not never, but in recent years he hasn't worked hard enough to justify the position. But after a little shake-up, he's working really hard, and I think he gives them great service in and around stoppages. I'm just noticing they're practicing basically going to DeGoey almost every time, trying to go forward. It won't just be DeGoey, but they will really try to whack some pressure on those early in the piece. I don't think we'll see Mitchell trying to tag Lockie Neal again. That didn't work last time. Pendlebury may do that, though. Pendlebury may shadow him when he's in the middle. But they're great matchups all around the ground. Mason Cox and McInerney, but Mason Cox has an assistant. McInerney's assistant is Joe Danaher. Charlie Cameron and Isaac Quainer if it is to be, I think is one of the key, top 2 or 3 matchups. And we know about system v system, but that one I think will be pretty much a lock. Harris Andrews, who's he going to be on? Is it going to be Mychek, or are they going to put who was it that came into the side?
Frampton,
Thanks, Jared. Frampton forward. It's there's. You don't often see funny buggers in grand finals, but I remember when Robert Walls played Reece Jones on Dermot Brereton. It was a win, and it's something that can still come up and win you a game of footy.
And then tactically as well, I mean, the Lions will like to have Coleman free behind the ball, but do Collingwood try and test that? Do they say, okay, we'll put Nick Dacos in the forward line, but we'll bring him up as an extra midfielder. Yep. So we'll have Nick free at stoppage, essentially. Yep, you can have Coleman free behind the ball, but we're going to back in Nick to do damage around the footy and then burst away and give us first use there. And Brisbane go, okay, well, it's pretty scary if we're allowing Nick Dacos to come up free as an extra midfielder if the goalie's been taken care of Dunkley. So, I mean, those in-game coaching moves will be fascinating. And for the Lions, Lepich and Bolton calling those from behind the glass, where it'll be Fagan and his crew upstairs doing the same. Both teams tactically really strong this year. No doubt Brisbane are better defensively this year than they have been in the previous years.
Small forwards at both ends are really powerful. I get the feeling Billy Elliott is due, and I don't think he's got a natural matchup for them. Brandon Starcevich, I suspect, will go to him, but if that's the case, I'm not sure who goes to Bobby Hill. That will play itself out. But we know about the power at the other end with their smalls for the Brisbane Lions, but I think Collingwood smalls are relatively underrated as well.
McCreary's a gun as well, like just the power that he gives, and Bobby Hill, if they get out the back and between you and the goals, look out.
Paradigm Aralex active herbicide, reliable wide spectrum weed controller in the cereals. The warm-ups are about to come to a conclusion for the formalities. The warm-ups for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. The ground is in beautiful nick here at the MCG. For Toro, count on it. It's come to hand rather delightfully for the last Saturday in September. Count on Toro to get the job done. So they come over to the members' wing to observe the formalities. Peter Moore and Lee Matthews are camped with the Premiership Cup ambassador Josh Kennedy to walk the cup to them.
One of the extraordinary photos during the week was Peter Moore up against his son, and his son's taller. And Peter Moore's a dual Brownlow medalist as a ruckman.
Let's join Hamish McLaughlin.
Would you please welcome Premiership Cup ambassador and Sydney Swan Premiership player and former captain Josh Kennedy. Representing Collingwood is a two-time Brownlow medalist, member of the Australian Football Hall of Fame and father of the Pies skipper Peter Moore. Representing the Lions is Australian Football Hall of Fame legend, member of the Team of the Century, and the man who took the Lions to back-to-back-to-back premierships, Lee Matthews. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners on the land of which we gather today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, would you please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered this afternoon. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge them and pay my respects to them. Woomajeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yiman Kundi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Bunambor War, Kondi Nangnak Dulban and Big Bolik Bor Tilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Walrong language group. And while I'm Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Woomajeka welcome, enjoy the day. Thank you.
If you're able, would you please rise, remove your caps and join with Kate Miller-Heidke as she performs the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for tale. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
What a celebration of our way of life as we prepare for the Australian game. It's climactic moment of 2023. Beautiful scene setters with the formalities down on the ground.
And if the players broke, there was one last embrace. Darcy Moore and Peter Moore in the middle of the MCG, which was a lovely moment.
What might we have as an unmissable moment today for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. Who could conjure it? Jared and Kane?
Well, Brisbane's scoring power, that's what Collingwood will have to be wary of today. I mean, they are everywhere. An unmissable moment for me is the likes of Cam Rayner. He's terrific in the air. He can bomb a goal from 54 metres out on the run. He was amazing against Port Adelaide in that first final. He grabbed it away from them. I feel like he's coming to his own and he's built for the big stage. So he's one that could provide us a couple of unmissable moments.
Well, the season started with an injury to Jeremy Howe. And he got that injury taking a spectacular attempted mark. I got a feeling he may go one better and take a spectacular mark to just ram home the fact that he is one of the all-time great aerialists. And what better day to make your mark, stamp your authority, than grand final day in the realms of Chesalenko, you beauty.
I love it. Darcy Moore's just embraced with a dual Brownlow medalist. Now he's shaking hands with another. Lockie Neal joining those ranks during the week. The toss of the coin ahead of the grand final. It has been won by Lockie Neal, and the Lions will kick to the punt road end where their stronghold is in place. There's been a blustery northerly blowing throughout the day. It's very difficult down at ground level to know exactly how that affects things. It's the direction in which the breeze is blowing from the scoreboard above. And Simon Black stands here, our mighty roar. A little incursion from the visiting tribe. I love it. Our major partner is the TAC. Don't use your phone illegally while driving TAC. Give us your final word. Jared Healy, Kane Cords, our experts for Local Expert. Get a job well done with Local Experts.
Well, as much as this is a team v team, I think there's a third opponent for both of these clubs, and that is the heat. The side that handles the heat, the side that can run when the lungs are absolutely busting, when the legs are burning up. It's a side that can continue to power run that will get this job done.
Really interested in the interchange benches for both sides. So for Collingwood, Cameron's going to start on the bench, the big ruckman, which leaves a lot of responsibility into Mason Cox, and how they rotate those two is going to be interesting, because Oscar McInerney is an underrated player. He's a star of this game. The ruck battle is going to be interesting.
And Nick Dacos forward is a surprise.
Well, he might come up to the stoppage though.
No, starting inside the starting 50.
That was our pre-game show for Beaumont Tiles. 25% off most Aussie-made floor tiles at Beaumont's. The opening siren sounds. The two best teams of the year for the right to be crowned champion. It's Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions in the grand final on AFL Nation, and you're with Dwayne Russell.
And the McDelivery of the ball to the middle, thanks to Macca's new McCrispy. It's a star on debut, and that was a poor bounce to start it. It's become the greatest show on our earth, and it is underway with a throw-up. And the early clearance will go to Josh Dacos, who sends it inside 50 for Collingwood. Big fist comes, knocks it down. Wilmot crumbed it. He gave it up. Now, was that a brace for contact or a prior opportunity? High. It was a high. Yep. McCreary got him high. He saw the contact coming, Lester. He braced for contact. He did drop a little, and he was lucky in a way to get a free kick. He goes to Zorko short. Wasn't the required, so he goes back to McKenna. Now to Wilmot. They fan it wide, and here is the dual Brownlow medalist, Neil at half-back. Hess of the wing. Cox starting the ruck. He's stalking it. Got one hand on it. Couldn't complete it, though. Danaher's got it. Wobbles it to Hipwood. Throw it out 8 metres. Hipwood. He lands a big tackle on Howe. Drags him down. No one's in long sleeves, but one guy's in long sleeve, and that's Jeremy Howe.
No direct matchup on Charlie Cameron. It's just if he's high, it's Maynard. If he goes deep, Murphy is going to take him. Couple of shaky starts from Cox and also Lockie Neal with the fumble.
Chris brusts through the stoppage at half-back, off to Markov, then to Maynard, out the far side to Hill. He's eager to get moving, and he will do so with the man on the mark, wandering around. He lays it off short. Markov looped ahead.
Frampton, as named, has gone forward.
Short for Degoe. Has a look towards the 50 for the Pies. Now drops it onto the right boots. Frampton dropped it. He was up unopposed. He should have marked, and he slaps his hands together in the aftermath.
That was a great kick. They had quite an open forward line, but it was a really good kick to the boundary. And Billy has just fumbled his first shot at goal.
Yeah, Bobby Hill came across in front of him maybe and put him off a little. Cox and McInerney. Cox got a hand on it. No free. Big wraparound tackle by Gardner. Holds it in the area.
This is what Collingwood love. It allows their defenders to be really aggressive and set up. Look for the hack kick out that will go straight down to Darcy Moore's throat.
Russian roulette on Dacos. They're letting him roll.
And tossed up in the air, 30 out from Collingwood's goal. Berry gets it though for the line. Short pass is good. Rayner, I'm not sure he meant it for Rayner, but playing in front is position A. Rayner's at half-back. Heads long and not long enough. It's cut off by Murphy at half-back for Collingwood. It didn't travel all the way to Danaher, and Murphy's got it half-back. Shane Warne stands side in bright sunshine. Kick
comes into the middle of the ground. It's a good one for Crisp. It's a curiosity that the lights are on, given how perfect a day it is at the MCG. Across the middle to Myercheck.
McKenna's got Bobby Hill.
Myercheck's going to chance his arm to the top of the square. It reaches Frampton. He snatched at it, dropped the mark, lays the tackle on Andrews, drags him to ground, and there it'll be balled up.
He's just not a forward, Frampton. He's dropped 2 uncontested marks inside forward 50. Brisbane have got to do a better job of protecting the corridor. That kick for the intercept mark from Murphy to Chris has to be shut down.
Collingwood deep forward. Cox taps it down underfoot. They burrow in after it. It doesn't initially come out. Try again.
Got to be so careful around these stoppages here. Collingwood they're manning up, but then their Collingwood guys are going through the clearance.
McInerney took it out of the ruck, hand passed it. Wilmot had to gather, lost it. Hill tried to spin through, got taken and stopped. Ball it up.
The umpire Stevic was a few metres away, didn't call that high. You could throw a blanket over 20 of them right now. 25 out from Collingwood's goal. Cox knocks it down. Dacos, was he caught high? Nick claims he was. Umpire says yes.
Well, this is what happened about 3 stoppages ago. Dacos is just on the move, flying through, and he's so dangerous.
It's not a reversal, is it?
No, it was a player that went down.
Okay.
I think it was Berry tried to milk a reversal. It was good umpiring. The umpire said, get straight up. But this is the worry. He started across half forward. He's going to come up to the stoppage. He's going to play as an extra midfielder. And then around those forward stoppages, he's so clever. Brisbane are the forward stoppage team. This would be a huge boost for Collingwood to get this guy into the game so early.
He's become arguably the biggest story of the season, Nick Dacos, and he kicks the opening goal of the 2023 AFL Grand Final, and they come from everywhere. Starting Nick Dacos forward has been a great move early by Craig McRae.
Yeah, it's not one that we didn't expect, Wayne. In some respect, we were talking about it before the game. Scoring is going to be their issue. So how do you bolster the scoring? They're pretty good through the middle of the ground. Dacos adds to their smalls up in that forward line. So it's proven to be an inspired choice so far, and his odds for the Norm Smith medal just halved.
It's an absolute bonus to get a forward stoppage goal that early.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably hope to get one, maybe two per game, but Brisbane have started shakily. They're launching the ball from too far out. Mason Cox should have taken an intercept. Mark Murphy has already taken one. They need to get some penetration with their ball use so they get their inside 50s deeper.
Grand final presenting partner Cobram Estates, the good oil. Cox wins the tap in the middle. First access, Dunkley tackled off it by Mitchell. Off the ground, side bottom. Got it to half forward. Through hands, Elliott knocked it on. McCreary ran into space, doubled back. Bobby!
Well, the pace in this forward line already looks a worry. The ball come out of the middle, so it's puts everybody under enormous pressure, but that ball movement was absolutely superb, and it just started with a hack kick forward from Steele side bottom, and then a nice tap on from Billy Elliott. McCreary got involved, didn't panic, got it over the top, and this will be number two.
There's a lot going on off the ball. There's a fight. Players have been toppled left and right. It settles, and all eyes to Bobby Hill. It's a simple enough set shots. And he strikes it pure. Collingwood have the first two. They have flown the gates. Victoria Police scoreboard made for more. 2-0 after 6.
Well, Brisbane can fight as much as they want, but when they get their hands on the footy at centre bounce, you can't fumble it. Josh Dunkley had his hands on the footy from centre bounce. They won it. Lachie Neale, the first centre bounce of the game. He won it. He fumbled it. So Brisbane are rattled. They haven't been able to cope so far, and that's the midfield group with the pressure that Collingwood have brought. Now Zorko's going to go in there, so that's all you can do. You've got to change the magnets. If this midfield group doesn't get it done, you've got to change it up. And all Collingwood did was force the ball forward, as Jared said, with a hat kick off the ground. McCreary was really composed. He found Hill to get out the back, and once Hill and McCreary get goal side of you, you are in trouble. Brisbane have got to stand up around the footy, and that starts at the centre bounce.
So the score for Victoria Police made for more. Collingwood 2 straight. Brisbane yet to score from the ball up in the middle. Fletcher's just on. Couldn't quite grab it off the side of the square. They come in from all sides of the compass, and we'll get another ball up.
Jack Crisp is shadowing Lachie Neale at the stoppage, and I like that because if they get free, Jack will be on his bike.
Oscar McInerney tried the big knock, but Maynard knocked it all the way back to centre half forward, and the race is on. Toe off the deck by Elliott. Inside 50, getting back though. Big collision. Put his body on the line, did Leicester. And then all of a sudden, Myercheck came at him. He got him a little late, but he pulled up just in time not to make it violent. Short to Coleman.
Well, those
short
safety
to
still
Dunkley.
sheds, Dwayno. They haven't gone inside forward 50 yet. It's 5-0 Collingwood's way. It's been an onslaught. Brisbane just haven't been able to penetrate from this area. Once again, they're going to go long down the line.
Kick came to Berry. He steers it forward. Danaher stayed out the back and took it. He had Charlie Cameron short. He's gone longer. Hipwood, it clears he and Sidebottom. The race into the pocket. Hipwood worried out of it by Sidebottom initially. Hipwood gathers, goes to ground. Moore got him high.
Well, he got the free kick, and it's a good one because he's on his preferred foot. But it wasn't the right option. Joe Danaher had two guys short that he just should have chip kicked to, but he does love winding up on that long left foot.
And they're having a look at this again. He has milked that. I thought the arm was across the back shoulder and not high. He certainly made the umpire aware of it, and there's some sensitivities with the ones that weren't paid last week. This is a 4 out of 10 for Hipwood, but feels like this has to go through for the Lions for them to settle.
Eric Hipwood with a set shot from the boundary. Left foot drop putt is out across the face of goal all the way out on the full.
They've definitely started shakily. No doubt about it. Collingwood have settled quicker. Their ball handling has been much surer, and they've got their game going the way that they would like. Brisbane, no doubt, they're rattled.
AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. 2-0 Collingwood's way.
And the Makita XGT power that limits clock. 9 minutes gone, opening term, long to half back. Cox gets up and takes the second grab.
Well, life's too easy when you can just get a long kick out and you forward, your ruckman marks it and gets all the pressure away.
One of the stories of the modern day game, Mason Cox, the one-time American, is coming off for a rest now after taking that mark and going short to Mitchell, who started on the bench.
Yeah, Pendlebury on, Cameron on.
So Mitchell long towards half forward. Gardner's there from 3 deep, got a fist on it, but guess who? It's Nick Dacos. He wheels his way through traffic. He mesmerised 4 of them. He got a kick away inside 50. They need a jumper. Up flies Elliott, can't mark it. Harris Andrews missed his target with the handball. Kitty Coleman mops it up, gave to Berry. Back to Kitty, half back flank, little roller. McCarthy comes hard, took his eye off it. Howe went and got it. They hacked him. And umpire just toss it in as it goes to the boundary.
It was a smart kick, the one from Kitty Coleman, because I don't think he meant to kick it along the ground, but he didn't give it height. And what Collingwood's defenders want is height. Howe's there, Moore's there, Murphy. Look at the way that they're set up. Don't allow them to intercept the ball. You'd much rather a stoppage than Collingwood mark it.
Right half forward, the Pies in attack. Free kick in the ruck goes McInerney's way.
Just had a replay of Eric Hipwood. He nearly put down a 2-shot penalty. He nearly missed that.
McInerney feeds the hand pass to Zorko. Kicks the lines to half forward. Danaher was well set. Moore flew. Dropped the mark. Hipwood did the roving. Hand passed it off to Joe. He ran straight into the tackle of Howe. Able to release it, but not to advantage. Bailey had to get in there. So too Josh Dacos pulled it up.
Well, unfortunately for Joe, he's almost committed to the long bomb, and he missed the 2-metre handball, which would have released them.
Left half forward for the Lions. McInerney pushes it out the side. Lovely tap. Down to Bailey. He kicks on the right. He's given it a great look. Shaped that in magnificently with a wonderful feat of skill. Zach Bailey gives the Lions something to grip onto. 2 goals to 1 in Collingwood's favour. Victoria Police scoreboard. You made for more search police careers. 11 minutes gone.
Just absolute brilliance. And that's where the advantage lies with Oscar McInerney up against Cameron and Cox. On that occasion, it was Cameron, and he's able to clear the area. So you don't get the likes of Mitchell and DeGoey and Pendlebury working in the phone box. So for him to do that, now it wasn't a forward 50 stoppage goal, but it was a forward stoppage goal. Look at that, the strength, the double-handed palm out to Bailey, who just was running the wrong side to kick it on his right foot. He just settled and straightened his hips at the last moment. He got some help with the wind. He can do that. He is as dangerous as anyone inside forward 50. They're on the board, and boy, did they need that.
2 goals to 1 goal. Played 11 and a half minutes now on the Makita XGT Power Without Limits clock. Opening quarter, full house, MCG, bright sunshine, and the places are rocking. The Big O gave it to Dunkley. Lines to half forward, rolling ball. Hipwood might get there first. He shepherded for Zorko. Little toe poke to his own advantage. He's about to swoop on it. 45 out. Oh, that's high! Surely! Side bottom. Did he duck low?
Oh.
He didn't get the free.
Oh, you are kidding.
Oh, my goodness. You're allowed to bend down to pick the ball up.
Got to protect the guy going for the ball. Now, he didn't raise the arm. Yes, he moved the neck, but it just has to be paid a free kick.
That's a panic no pay, isn't it?
It's a rule, Brian. It's a rule. You can't blame the umpires in some respects.
But let's take
They're the best for God.
Take that out of it. Life's easier for Brisbane when they win the centre bounce and they get it on the deck. The kick from Dunkley was along the ground. Then you fight at a ground ball. That's where Brisbane have the advantage. They've definitely settled in the last 2 to 3 minutes.
Lions in the right forward pocket. McInerney down to McCarthy. Got knocked off his kick. Robertson did well. The Big O fumbled it in the pocket though. Pendlebury away to Mitchell as a result. Clears the area for Collingwood. And doing really well was Elliott to fly in.
Important touch for Elliott. He's got the Starcevic matchup.
He slips the hand pass away to side bottom, who plays the worn wing to Myercheck. Thought about the sweeping hand pass, balked it. Goes the kick long instead. He needs Frampton against Leicester. Couldn't take the marker forward. Coleman underneath mops up. Gives it away to Andrews and on now to Zorko. Controls the tempo out of half-back, pulls up, he's been confronted. He's gone a long way back on the switch to Berry. It bounced before it got to him, but he's got the outlet in Robertson.
Well done.
So Robertson has a paddock. He doesn't want to run. He shoots to Dunkley. They want the corridor here.
It's coming back.
There's a free kick downfield, but the kick didn't go downfield. So it's a strange move to now force them back because they had an unset defence in front of them.
Yep.
And now they have to bring it all the way back to Dane Zorko, who maybe got a make-up free kick. At least he's still got his head on his shoulders, but he's got a free kick at half-back when he should have got one in the forward pocket. Chip kick inside is to Dunkley. Dangerous, but fortune favours the brave. To Kitty Coleman, who's been hitting targets but doesn't hit one here. Markov cuts it off. One of the fairy tale stories of the game. Hester McCreary, he's got it 55 out, too far out to score. He's got a long target or a short target. He goes goal square. Myercheck's down there. Bobby's down there. Big fist of Andrews, kills it to the boundary.
So much in that, just that piece of play. So much in the mindset. Zorko, for all money, was going to go long down the line. His teammate said, no, we're not doing that. We're coming through the middle. And the kick was inch perfect to Dunkley, who gave it to Coleman. He's missed his first kick in 2 weeks, Coleman. And then Collingwood would usually score off the turnover. Harris Andrews saves the day.
Pies by a goal, deep forward at the throw-in. Tap down to the front. Mitchell dispossessed in the tackle. Side bottom gives plenty of ground and gave it straight up. Joe Danaher's got it. He turned. He dumped it down the line. He's not picking well, Joe, for the moment. He put it right out in front of Murphy, who's the opposition defender. He plays it well to Howe at half-back. Steers the pass through the middle. Ginnivan went to ground, still trapped the ball, did ever so well. Hand pass to Pendlebury, took it around the laces, kicks the pies for McCreary. He set himself and he dropped the mark. He charges through, opened it up and kicked a behind.
Oh, did everything right.
He slid it low and it just burnt at the near post. 2-1 to 1 straight. Victoria Police scoreboard made for more.
Well, it's had everything so far, the game. Had absolutely everything.
Collingwood would feel like they've left a few out there, and that would be one of those. 9 entries to 3, safety still sheds.
Long kick from the behind. Hipwood stays down. Cameron got one hand on it. Hipwood crumbed it, gave it to Dunkley. He's kicked those straight to Murphy of Collingwood. They've set up the wall behind. Murphy's at half-back. He wants the switch. He goes to Markov. He's a centre half-back. Switch is on. Moore's now got it, and he runs the corridor. Does he want a long bomb or wide? He pulled his kick late. Maybe took the wrong option. It's out in front of Bobby Hill, 80 from goal. Feeds it back to side bottom, 90 from goal. Chip kick is perfect. Finds Elliott, 52 from goal. And that might almost be within range as Hipwood looks to be hobbling to the bench.
Well, that'd be a real blow because they absolutely need him. And it's a pretty open game, this one. I mean, you can see that the fatigue is already impacting on chasing blokes down, and the ball is moving really freely.
Smart from Hill just to take some time. Sorry, Elliott, just to take his full 30 to give his teammates a rest.
He's a big moment man, and moments don't come much bigger than this. From outside 50, he pulls the kick, and it's only a behind. As we head downstairs to Sammy Eben.
Yeah, Dwayne, all eyes on Eric Hipwood at the moment. Looked like he got the stuffing knocked out of him there. Just taking a seat in the front row. It's nothing too drastic. And like a lot of players coming to the bench early, he's got the cold face washer on the back of the neck.
McCluggage has got one. Rayner's got one. Bailey's got one. Lester's got one. Lockie, the Brownlow medalist, has got one.
Updates downstairs for Spitwater high pressure cleaners.
Lester goes to 2 as he pumps the ball long down the line. Howe had a fly at it, couldn't take the mark. They fight underneath. Hard and fierce ball to be won. Austin Elliott committed himself to tie it up and it'll be balled up.
Oscar McInerney wants to come off. He's cooked. He's saying, get me off. And he wants Joe Danaher to come in the ruck. So what's happened is he couldn't get off, so he's going to go forward. They don't want him forward. They need him on the bench having a rest.
Danaher down to Bailey. Poked it wide. It lands just inside the field of play and skips across. Has been paid as insufficient intent.
We said that skill errors don't.
Just kick off the axis.
You just see though, Joe, he was struggling to go with the heat as well about 3 minutes ago. Now he's in the ruck.
Josh Dacos kicked it forward, but Joe was planted right there. Now he hasn't made a good choice yet with footy in hand, Joe Danaher. He's had no trouble getting it.
Yep, just kicking it at 30%, Jared.
So he has a look at the shorts and he ignores them. And he tees it up. He's kicked it straight to Darcy Moore. McCarthy made a good contest, but Collingwood had numbers at the drop. Mitchell out the side to Quaynor. Sidestepped his way out and got crunched as he got the kick away. It dumps down the wing. Coleman made the spoil from behind. Wilmot set upon. He was gang tackled. It's a ball up on the wing.
Terrible kick from Joe. Like, he just has to be better. If you're going to kick it there, it needs to go boundary so McCarthy can spoil it to the boundary, not to the middle of the ground. Link McCarthy was excellent not to get out marked, but if they're going to kick that ball all day, good night.
Born off straight down. No free kick to Mitchell, who's pushed in the back a little. Robertson's got it and quickly tackled by Markov. No free either. And the umpire's looking at the other umpire, and have we got a free or a ball up?
He was looking into the sun.
Okay.
Hipwood back onto the ground, so he's okay as Collingwood shuffle the matchups. Darcy Moore has gone across to him. Maynard's playing on Cam Rayner, who's gone deep inside forward 50.
Need a better effort in the ruck from Joe this time, much better.
Crowd thought there was a free kick there to Collingwood. It didn't go their way. There was a ball up, and now there'll be another ball up because we're still inside the centre square on the wing. The score, and the score brought to you by Victoria Police, made for more. Collingwood 2-2-14, Lions 1 straight 6, and the clock 19 minutes gone for Makita XGT Power Without Limits.
Collingwood got a spare in defence.
Danaher tapped it on. Robertson off the ground. Hipwood, lovely link up to McCarthy, who set sail for home, and home it goes. McCarthy was ever so dangerous last week. It's a most promising moment from those menacing small forwards. 2 straight Brisbane, 2-2 Collingwood. Victoria Police scoreboard made for more.
Well, it's an extraordinary game, this. Collingwood have played by far the better footy. They should be a couple of goals in front. And yet Brisbane on the back of just 2 clearances and magnificent finishing have kept themselves right in it. And they're playing pretty average footy right now. Their mids aren't really dominating at all. Lachie Neale hasn't really touched the ball. He's still on the bench from what I can see. So this is an issue for Collingwood. They've blown a couple of good starts in the finals before and put themselves under the pump. Next 5 minutes in this quarter will be interesting.
Got to get Tagoe involved. He's had 1 kick, nothing from stoppage. This time last week he'd had about 3 clearances already.
So Danaher against Cox. Pendlebury gets the clearance. It's a handball. He goes to Nick Dacos. He started in the middle for that ball up. His handball was to Wilmot. Quickly caught by Tagoe. And he was caught correctly. It'll be a ball up just inside attacking 50 for Collingwood.
Pressure.
Our experts for local expert, a job well done. Kane Corns and Jared Healy.
Handball from Dacos. Just launch it as far as you can. Get a deep entry.
Cox knocked it as far as he could, went to Archie. Nick Dacos has got it again. His kick half smothered. It ricochets back to him. He danced past a couple on the wing. Got Bobby Hill, who Dan stepped inside. Dan steps outside. Little trickle kick towards Dacos. Nick Dacos caught by the leg. Hard smother on him and he's hurt.
Oh,
he's not getting up in a hurry, Nick Dacos.
It was a great smother, though, and we'll have a look at Dacos. He's jumped up and it seems okay.
Collingwood deep forward. Cox taps it down to Goey. Wrenched it in. Took them all on. He got caught. It has to be holding the ball.
They're all over him. They are all over Jordan Tagoe, so he's not getting the space. The Giants gave him no respect last week. They allowed him to stand at defensive stoppage all over himself. There's 3 of them. McKenna's all over him. Coleman's all over him. That is a big win for the Lions. He has had no impact. He's going to have to fight his way through some heavy attention today, Jordan, if he's going to have an impact.
Coleman with the resulting free kick. Long on the way out. Hipwood saw it over the top, but Josh Dacos was there to cut it off. Hand pass to Maynard. Measures up his kick. Bobby Hill took it on the first bounce. Caressed it inboard. He carried the Goey and the moment passed. Zach Bailey takes the intercept mark. Our presenting partner of this grand final, Alternal Leaf Trusted Plant Medicine Doctors.
Coleman is not paying enough respect to Bobby Hill. He's giving him 3 or 4 metres. He's got to get up in his jumper.
McKenna, one of the recruits of the year, short to Robertson.
Great kick, that. Great kick. Everyone thought he was going long. He pulled the kick.
Another good one.
And Robertson to Kitty Coleman, the best kick. He's got it in the middle of the ground. He shorts it again. Neale, he looks around, middle of the ground and looks wide. Hands it off to Wilmot and he blasts it. He's got it long. He's got a Cameron direction. He's got 2 to beat and he can't beat them both. He's stumped away, but a ball in might be okay.
Good ball use though, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and they're just starting to motor now the Lions. The score, 2-2 to 2 straight, Collingwood lead, and that's for Victoria Police. So you made for more search police careers.
Danaher and Cox in the ruck contest. Cox won the footy, got tackled. Did he drop it? No, the umpire said they circle, it'll be balled up.
Running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong Kitty Coleman. Maybe not paying respect to Hill, but he's had 8 touches.
That was dead set holding the ball. Danaher got dragged down without it. Should have been a free kick. Mitchell off to Darcy Moore, out the back to Sidebottom, off to Murphy. Collingwood clear the area. It's a good-looking kick too. Ginnivan takes the mark.
So hard for that uncontested mark, Ginnivan. The kick was spot on.
He signals his intentions for Elliott. He puts it over his head. Now Lester and Elliott go back. Lester did well, won the one-on-one. Shared it with Gardner, worked it on to Robertson, back to Lester who created the play, and he will give some ground to Coleman. He bites off the 45 kick, superbly done. Mark taken by Neale, eyes surveying what's ahead.
He's at 9, Coleman now. They'd want to look out. You don't want him to get hot. He was the one that got them back into the game in the second quarter last week against Carlton.
Got their mojo working now, but Collingwood's defence sets up nicely. So the kick to McKenna, he had time enough to gather the mark he should have taken. And now he drives it long, looking for McCarthy. He got up there, can't mark it. Ball scoots to the back. We'll get a ball in 50 metres from Brisbane's goal. So we've played 23 and a half minutes. Opening term on the Makita XGT clock. Collingwood 2-2, Lions 2 straight. Here's the king of sports radio, Gerard Whateley on AFL Nation.
50 out from the Lions goal. They're going to the punt road end. They're trailing by 2 points. Danaher removed Cox, then got taken high with his head over the footy. Umpire said no, holding the ball.
I reckon it was good umpiring. I thought he ducked into that. And it's Cox a big win
right through
from Mason Cox, who lost the hit out but recovered well and laid a crunching tackle. Joe's got to stand up and cop the contact. Don't duck into it looking for a free kick.
Cox. Oh, Bailey saw that he played on, got across his boot. Danaher ran straight into Quaynor. Back to Bailey in the pocket, ran himself into a dead end, got out of it and kicked one of the great grand final goals.
How good was that goal?
Zach Bailey made the play all himself, a one-man show, and he's left them fighting in the back play as he just coolly walks away. Oh, down payments on Norm Smith's. His first 2 goals have been something to behold. He is running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. The Lions lead.
Goal of the year. That's the goal of the year, and it's happened in a grand final. Now, firstly, Mason Cox didn't see him. He snuck up on him with the smother. Joe Danaher got the footy. You're going, what is Joe doing? He ran into a tackle but was able to get the footy off to Bailey, who absorbed the Murphy tackle. He said, you're going to tackle me? Good luck. And it was a poor effort on the boundary line from Murphy, who missed a tackle, allowed him to waltz inside on his right foot. He is owning that pocket on the ground, and he's got them right back into this game. Zach Bailey, what a star.
Games are about moments, and that is the moment of the game so far, and it might end up being the moment of the game if they go on to win it from here. They win the clearance. They got a free. Dunkley gives it to Charlie Cameron, who's shirtless at the moment. Charlie is playing without a top, just about. A backless dress he's got on. Hipwood's got it. They've got him. And the umpire sorts it out with a Collingwood free. Cameron has to come out off with that jumper, surely.
He's going to have to come off. I think Murphy's going to be
in trouble,
removed from this game. So he's definitely going to need a HIA, which will take 20 minutes. I'd be staggered if he comes back on. We'll just have another look at this. He attacked the footy. It was a contest between McCarthy and himself, and he's come off second best, and he's been helped to the boundary. And we'll get an update shortly from Sammy Edmund, who will be all over this situation. A big story today with Nathan Murphy coming off for a head assessment.
So our experts for local expert, a job well done. Jared Healy and also Kane Corns. And Sammy Edmund is downstairs. How's he look to you, Sammy?
Dwayne, not great. Doctors looking at about a metre from me on the vision here. They didn't hesitate. Straight out to Murphy, who comes off as we speak for an examination.
Charlie Cameron's got a fresh jumper. The trainer just ran one out. He got ripped in that skirmish after the Bailey goal.
Maynards flares it out across half back to Moore, desperate to hand pass it on to Josh Dacos and up to McCreary. So Collingwood used the stop play ever so well. McCreary's had a bounce, delivers up inside the 50. Cox right in the middle of the pack flew, and he's taken the mark. He was veering in from the side of a well-set contest, and with a superb sense of timing, takes the mark of the day thanks to Flight Centre early.
It's a good response. It's a good physical response after being made to look a little bit foolish up the other end with the smother from Bailey, and then him and Murphy just getting danced around for that goal. And then there was the fight after it. If you're going to give it, you've got to cop it, and the Brisbane players went to him. So a really good response to drift forward and take a big contested mark. Now, we know he does this well, and the goal kicking today has been incredibly accurate, and he's one of the best in the league from this distance.
Craig McRae taught him how to kick, and his first time through at Collingwood to get the rich rewards of it. No, he blunders his mo, but he's usually so good there, as Kane referenced. It sprays out to the right for a minor score. 2, 3, 15 Collingwood, 3 straight 18 the Lions. Victoria Police made for more. We've gone 28 minutes of the opening term.
22 minutes since the Pies have kicked the goal.
And straight down the middle, they travel. The line short is good to Starcevic. Centre half back, he fans it out wide. I think Mason Cox had eyes on Dunkley to try and rough him up after kicking the goal as he was running in.
Didn't want to go on. He had McCarthy down the line. And there was a play-on ability there. He's not the best of kicks, but...
Oh, Gardner loops that to Kitty Coleman, but he's got it to their best kicker. And he wants the inside kick. He played on. He dropped the ball on the turf, picked it up again, and now fans it wide. And they should be out of it. Sits for Dunkley. Oh. It sat horribly for Dunkley. Ginneman got it. Dunkley wrapped him up, held it in the area. Got out of jail there, the Lions. Got out of jail with 3 minutes left to quarter time. 3 straight the Lions. Collingwood 2-3. 28 gone opening term.
Great forward press there by Collingwood. They put pressure on Kitty Coleman. He did the aerial, and it's come back to haunt them.
Collingwood at right half forward. McInerney got his hand to it first. Dunkley got clipped high as he was trying to get through. Mitchell pulls it clear, wobbles it inside 50. Coleman's got it well scouted. Now Dunkley's in a bit of strife. He's coming from the ground, ringing left hand.
It's 11 possessions for Kitty Coleman. 11, 9 of those kicks.
Across the face of goal to Andrews. Gave away some grounds. Up now to Zorko.
He's got a little finger out of joint, Dunkley, and the doctor's about to pull it back into spot.
Make it 12 for Coleman. They're going to allow him to do this. Look out, because he's the best kick potentially in the league, this time on the right, which is not his favourite.
Sat it up down the line. Cox destroyed the pack. Hoskin Elliott underneath. Got his kick away. It's a bit directionless. And Coleman again.
Well, he's had 13, but importantly for Collingwood, not one of them has turned into a score. So he's doing his job, but they're not linking and nailing the ball.
Zorko's got Archie, but he sat on his head. Chris with a big fist, dumped it wide. McCreary and Gardner can't get there in time. Boundary line beats them.
What they've done, Brisbane, is they've just smothered Collingwood. Like, they've only had 66 touches. And if you're looking at their key players, Pendlebury 4's hardly touched it. Dacos, Josh 4. Nick's only had 5 after his hot start. We've spoken about to go. He's had 1 kick, and that came in about the first 3 minutes. They have smothered their ball movement and their ability to win possession.
McInerney beats Cox, got a kick away, middle of the ground. Rayner got up, got it, tried to slip a tackle, did slip a tackle, got handed straight to Hoskin Elliott. He wobbles Collingwood back inside 50. McCreary there, got rid of his man. Myercheck picks it up in the pocket, looks inside, he bends it around the body and kicks a ripper. Big Checkers on the boundary. Kicks one of the moments and goals of the game to rise this Collingwood fan base out of their seats. 3-3 to 3 straight. Collingwood back in front. 30 and a half minutes gone opening term.
We're spoiled. We've seen 3 of the all-time great grand final goals in 1 quarter. We are absolutely being spoiled.
Well, the forward pressures has turned it around, hasn't it?
They just sat off him though, Jared.
But the tackle on Rayner was the one that actually nailed it. He stuffed up the handball. Would have been a goal the other way. Here's the tackle on replay. That is absolutely gone. He's got 2 hands free and then butchers the handball to Hoskin Elliott.
Watch them sit off Myercheck. They just gave him half a metre, which is all he needed. To curl it round from 35 metres out on a big angle. But this is on. They're the 2 best teams for a reason. Both sides have had momentum in the first quarter, and it's who maximises that and who can do it for longer.
Collingwood by 3 points. Bounce back in the middle. McInerney wins the tap out to the side, then hacked a boot at it. It wobbles up to half forward. Danaher's going to let it bounce, and he got an awkward one. Moore got through underneath. Bailey, though, there again, runs into side bottom this time. Tackled the ground, ball it up.
Just wonder with Murphy, and I don't suspect he'll come back. I've seen a replay of that. It looks nasty. Whether Frampton goes back and Collingwood just go a little bit smaller in their forward line.
Forward stoppage for the Lions. Cameron got it underfoot. Hand pass to Crisp out the side to Nick Dacos. Takes the territory out in front of Frampton. It bounced before it reached him. Harris Andrews in close attendance. Sees it out over the boundary. Player of the day today will be for La Cabra, home of the goat Mexican food. Old McRae down on the boundary, shouting his instructions as we reach the final minute. A terrific opening term. Cameron volleyed it out of mid-air in the ruck as it landed short. Pendlebury onto the bouncing ball, up to McCreary, on to Chris, gets to the 50, sets it on a path. He missed to the right.
Well, it just lost the plot here a little bit. The Lions in this last couple of minutes, they had a nice little lead going into 3-quarter time. They've defended. They've butchered it a couple of times by skill. And Collingwood should be another goal in front.
So to Rayner and then to the wing. And Cameron goes up with Big O. Berry got it, tackled, didn't find his foot. Moore flicks it up, got to Nick Dacos, opens it up to Pendlebury. Seconds remaining in the opening term. Pendles wobbles it inside 50. Rayner double grabs it. 30 out from his defensive goal.
There's a poor kick from Pendlebury. So that, as you said, they've had 18 entries and they've missed probably 3 that they should have kicked. Terrible kick from Rayner.
Yep. Zorko had to cannon in to make a contest, but the Pies had numbers. Quaynor up to the 50. Jagoe marks outside that arc, and the final moment of the opening term will be a shot after the siren.
It's unthinkable that Rayner could butcher that kick as badly as what he did. Such a simple skill to execute. Maynard comes across, he looks at the clock and says, Jordan, you're going to have to kick this one after the siren, as it's about to sound now.
Backing him in here.
Jordan
needs this one.
Long range. Jagoe leaps into it, struck it, sweet, it flies, and it flies home! A big game moment from a big occasion player. Jordan Jagoe, the ball burster. And Collingwood lead by 10 points at quarter time as a result. 4-4 to 3 straights. A term that took a couple of turns. Jagoe, Hill, Nick Dacos, Myercheck, the goal kickers for the Pies. Bailey's kicked 2 and McCarthy 1 for the Lions. Scoreboard 4-4 to 3 straight. AFL Nation is for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, and our grand final presenting partner is Alternaleaf, trusted plant medicine doctors.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Vic Police. Are you made for more? Search police careers.
Your Flight Centre, Night Centre, See the Starry Light Centre, Cruise Centre, Tours Centre. Are you insured Centre? Stay young, have some fun, follow the sun, take the plunge. Easy done Centre. Island Top, over the top. One-stop shop, never stop. Your centre, our centre. Flight Centre, at the centre for 40 years.
Flight Centre.
Hey guys, Ryan Pappenhausen here. Berwick Volkswagen has looked after me over the years, and with a brilliant range of new, demo and used vehicles, they have something for everyone. Berwick Volkswagen, the only destination for your next car. LMCT 12366.
Cobram Estate is the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil made from olives grown in northern Victoria. They're harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is what guarantees every bottle of Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil is fresh and full of flavour, elevating your entertaining and making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the healthy alternative. Buy in-store at all major retailers.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. We believe that every delivery, no matter how big or small, truly matters. Our team at State Transport work around the clock to ensure you get reliable, personalised service with a smile. Because as a business, our growth is in direct proportion to our clients' success. We're with you 24/7. Visit statetransport.com.au.
State Transport. Our people are your solution.
We're stoked to get you shredding, sliding and hooked on surfing this spring at Urban Surf. Warmer weather, longer days, new products, fun with mates and a brand new booking system. Whether you're learning, shredding, playing or just enjoying the blue oasis, there's something for everyone at Urban Surf. It's never been easier to book and we're amped to welcome you to the ultimate surfers playground. Spring bookings are filling up fast, so get out there at Urban Surf.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aiken Partners. I know how challenging separation and divorce can be because I've been there myself. And I've assisted people for over 10 years with property, parenting and intervention order matters. Each step can feel overwhelming, but I'm here to help. At Aiken Partners, we also help with employment law and workplace issues. Plus, we have a large wills and estates team assisting with probate, drafting wills and contesting estates. Search aitken.com.au/SEN to book your free initial consultation. That's AITKEN.
How much did your car cost to fill up this week? Don't forget the constant service or unexpected breakdowns. Why go through all that again just to use your petrol outdoor power equipment? With Ego Power Plus, you don't have to. Our 56-volt ARC lithium battery technology outperforms petrol without the noise, fuss or fumes. That's why we're the most awarded cordless platform and a proud partner of Planet Earth. The green revolution starts here. Search egopowerplus.com.au.
When Macca's decided to drop the McCrispy burger with 100% Aussie chicken, a soft glazed bun, crunchy lettuce and a new signature sauce, they thought, straight to the permanent menu you go. The McCrispy, Macca's next big thing. Available after 10:30am.
Medicines just got cheaper for a range of ongoing health conditions. Now, selected PBS medicines can be prescribed for 60 days, saving you money and time by giving you twice the medication for the cost of a single prescription. Here you go.
Thanks, Doc.
Ask your doctor if a 60-day prescription is right for you, or visit health.gov.au/cheaper medicines. Part of making Medicare stronger.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
You're listening to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final on AFL Nation. For Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back.
Cox knocks it down. Dacos, was he caught by? Nick claims he was. Umpire said yes.
He's become arguably the biggest story of the season, Nick Dacos, and he kicks the opening goal.
McInerney pushes it outside. Lovely tap down to Bailey. He kicks on the right. He's given it a great look. Bailey saw that he played on, got across his boot in the pocket, ran himself into a dead end, got out of it and kicked one of the great grand final goals.
He wobbles Collingwood back inside 50. McCreary there. Mycheck picks it up in the pocket, looks inside. He bends it around the body and kicks a ripper. Big checkers.
Collingwood by 10 points. Sam Edmund on the boundary for Spitwater. High pressure cleaners, tools not toys, tough and ready.
Jared, Nathan Murphy looks like he's passed that concussion test, rejoined the group in that quarter-time huddle. High five from Jack Crispo. All things looking okay there. Just in conversation with the doctors at the moment. Josh Dunkley's left pinky finger, that was looking at right angles at one particular point before it got yanked back into position. And they're the Chuck Super Wipes down here, Jared, the ones your mum used to use to clean the pots and pans that are keeping the players cool in their breaks.
So the DJ's playing Country Road, and all that does is point out that Charlie Cameron hasn't touched it.
He hasn't touched the footy, nor has Billy Frampton, so they're struggling. But Collingwood would feel comfortable. They've kept Brisbane to 7 entries only, and if it wasn't for Zach Bailey brilliance, they'd be well in control of this game.
The delivery of the ball from Maccas. Maccas new McCrispy. It's a star on debut. Second term underway. Cox wins the tap. Dunkley tackled without it by De Goey. Had to be a free kick. De Goey was ever so eager, but he had Dunkley standing between him and the ball. Hand pass to Lester on the flyby. Gets his kick up inside the 50. Big pack forms. McInerney across the front. Didn't mark. Here's Charlie Cameron. Ducked one way, doubled back and snapped the goal.
What a goal.
What a way to put yourself into the fray. And now they'll sing. The Lions needed the first of the second term and they have it. They trail by 4. 4-4 to 4 straight. Athena home loan scoreboard.
Well, it's why centre bounce is so important. They won the free kick. They were allowed Leicester to get the handball received from Dunkley, and he just launched it forward. Big Oscar McInerney went from the ruck, and he provided a target forward. And Charlie Cameron's crumbing there was outstanding. He shimmied to the right, then he went back onto the left, which no one was expecting. They've been so accurate with their snaps today, Brisbane, and that's kept them in the game. Dwayne, the big story downstairs is I think Murphy's gone back to the interchange bench.
Sammy Eben.
Unbelievable turn of events here, guys. Nathan Murphy in tears. The headband is off. The doctors have just told him he was doing run-throughs, getting ready to come back on. One final conversation with the doctor. They've made the call. Looks like he's going to be subbed out.
Okay, down on the boundary for Spitwater. High-pressure tools, not toys. From the bounce, Fletcher jumps in. They jump on him. Mad scramble. And we'll get a ball up still inside the centre square. Spitwater, high-pressure cleaners. Tools, not toys. Tough and ready. 4 straight. Brisbane, Collingwood 4-4 early stages, second term on the Makita XGT power without limits clock. The fists knocks it down towards Dunkley through the traffic. Got it to Starcevic. Wobbles one to half forward. Wrestle on. Hipwood got a hand on it. Knocked it down. Charlie Cameron with the one-handed pickup. Puts the Jets on. Gets away from Howe. Inside kick as a roller. It might still work. Archie traps it. Gave it up McCluggage. Another massive moment. And he's equal to it. Huge. From Huey. Lions back in front. 5 straight 30. Collingwood 4-4, 28. Here's Gerard Healy and Kane Corns.
Well, right now we are witnessing one of the great epics, and that was a great call by you too, Dwayne. But one of the epic grand finals. This has had everything. Collingwood in front early, had the momentum. Brisbane fought back. Then it was the Pies, and then in the space of 3 minutes in this second quarter, the Lions, through Charlie Curnow, taking the high road, the city road and the country road, has put them straight back in front.
Well, it's so smart because what you want if you're a Brisbane forward, you want the ball on the ground. And you watch Charlie Cameron as he's running inside forward 50. He had an open goal square. He could have had a shot. He took Jeremy Howe on, but he snapped it along the ground. He dribbled it. They won the ground ball, and then McCluggage spread from the stoppage. We know that he can do that. He's a goal-kicking midfielder. He's a star.
Lions are running hot for Ream. McInerney wins the tap down. Well gathered by McCluggage on the follow-up. He kicks inside or up to the 50. Knocked away. Zorko onto the loose ball. Hand pass. Side bottom got a touch on it, but Robertson has it. He rode the Maynard tackle. Sweeps it forward. Danaher fumbled. If it gathered, they're away. McCluggage taken down by side bottom. Ball it up.
There was a classic chance for Joe just to tap the ball. He had, I think it was the former skipper at his feet. Just got to settle in the head, old Joe.
Here full forward for the Lions. McInerney out the side. Side bottom had first access. McCluggage. He's lively at the start of the second. Lovely pick up from Neil. Balked his way around. Dropped it onto the right boot. Set it goal side, but missed to the left. The first blemish for the Lions after 5 straight. They lead it by 3 on the Athena Home Loan scoreboard.
Yeah, if you look at their scoring today, they've kicked 3 snaps, 3 straight, and 2 on the run. And that Lockie Neal pick up with the one hand, he works tirelessly on that. He would have loved his time again. It wasn't actually a hard shot once he's steady.
Howe with the kick in. My check comes up to half-back. Can't mark it. Lester, his man's got it, but Maynard stands under it and takes the mark.
McCluggage is the one they've got to look at. He's running with Jack Crisp, but he has dominated this first 5.
Maynard gets a poo or 2 for the fun of it, and now the cheers from the Magpie faithful. Short to Josh Dacos, nicely delivered. He's got it on a half-back flank. Lions 5-1, Collingwood 4-4. That score for Athena Home Loans. Be rewarded for your loyalty at Athena Home Loans.
It came up the line from Josh to Nick. Nick Dacos fires in on the 45. Perfect to De Goey. Links the hand pass to Mitchell. Probes inside 50. Hill. He drew him out. It was such a clever kick. Ginnivan desperately wants it in the pocket. It would have been a lower percentage shot.
It was the right decision to have a shot from him.
It's a work of art. That ball movement from back 50 to forward 50, it started with the Maynard kick. He could have easily gone long. He just dropped it in short for Josh, who then found Nick, and the kick from Nick to De Goey, who handballed it off to Mitchell, and the touch finish from Mitchell just into the space. He put it there before Bobby Hill had even led. It was elite ball movement from Collingwood, and this would be a settler.
Bobby Hill, a step inside 50, nurses it through and blows a kiss to the crowd. Bobby Hill's kick 2, and the lead changes hands again. 5-4-34 Collingwood. The Lions 5-1-31. Our grand final presenting partner OMF 100% comfy mattresses.
I just can't tell you how skillful that is. Like on the biggest day, millions watching, 100,000 in the crowd, and to pull off probably 4 of the most pinpoint passes you've seen. And the kick from Nick Dacos, who now for Ream is starting to run a little bit hot. Australia's favourite, that steady, hot and strong. He's up to 9. He's kicked a goal. He's had 3 score involvements, which is all important. So if they're going to allow him, he's now on ball. He's the one that is looking likely for Collingwood to do maximum damage per touch. I mean, it's not big numbers, but they're important numbers.
Kenny Coleman just exposed there. Starcevic is on Elliott at the moment, but Coleman had to take him then, and it didn't work.
From the restart, McInerney got a palm on it against Cameron, but Pendlebury's got it. Slung 360, no free kick. Josh Dacos flicked the handball up to Robertson. He kicks the Lions toward half forward and get in there. How? He's met hard and he held it long enough.
Had to be a free kick. And Josh got away with one there. That's Josh Dacos. Panic handball in the middle of the ground. Had to absorb the contact.
Straight down the spine he travels to Nick Dacos. He's got it. And he caught a plastic bag and the Sharon at the same time. A plastic bag floating in the breeze as he caught the Sharon. That's how good he is. Marcos got it. Gave it out to side bottom. Half forward flank. Looks around. 80 from goal. Wobbles one central. Lipinski's on. Can't mark it. Ginnivan jumps in. 30 from Collingwood's goal. They're all stalking it. Umpire runs in and says, I'll have it. He marked a plastic bag and the Sharon at the same time.
And I've just noticed Champion Data to give him an extra point for it.
Collingwood forward at the stoppage. McInerney took it clean. Hand passed out the side to Coleman. Kicks down the worn wing. Propelling himself forward. Hipwood dropped the mark. Quaynor didn't quite get it to Howe, but Howe still ended up with it. Hill shot it out the side. Side bottom has to hunt the footy. Rayner hunted him. Hand pass goes backward from side bottom to Markov. He can work the kick forward. No, across his boot came Rayner. Great smother. Archie, as a result, got hold of it. Hacked it forward and it worked. Cameron shows them the footy. Gives it off to McCarthy. Back in front of Charlie. Got a bounce. Clean set of heels in the goal. Charlie Cameron kicks his second as he fans out to the crowd. He was off out the back. Lions back in front. 6-1-37 to Collingwood 5-4-34. And a bit of John Denver ripples around the MCG for the second time this term.
Well, little things count in grand finals. Little things get big outcomes. And whilst Charlie gets all the fanfare, Rayner across half-back did the smother. That was the thing that turned the ball over. There was a couple of double efforts. Here's the smother on from Rayner on as that ball's going inside forward 50, and then Charlie was just off the races. Very clever from Lincoln McCarthy, who clearly has no right hand on that handball. Not sure what he was doing there, but doesn't matter. It got the result.
Hadn't touched it in the first quarter. Charlie Cameron's had 4, 2 goals and 3 score involvements in 5 minutes.
Game's living up to expectations at the moment. De Goey gets the clearance to Josh Dacos. Spear forward. Lipinski's got it. He was playing in front.
Lipinski, he's come onto the ground for Murphy, who, if you're just joining us, has been ruled out with concussion. Lipinski's on. He's gone forward.
Heads toward Frampton. Hasn't touched it yet. My check. Frampton neither get it. Side bottom crumbs at 20 from goal. Outside of the boot. High. Goal square. McCreery gets up. Can't mark it. Berry got a fist on it. Down towards Darcy Cameron. Quickly caught by the big O, who wrapped him up. And we'll get a ball up top of the square.
Wonder if Frampton goes back, or is that second ruck option? You put Mason Cox as a target. Frampton looks out of his depth forward.
Cameron tapped it down underfoot, but there was no room to move as Myercheck took it. Another ball up. AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Collingwood at full forward. Cameron got it out of the rack, got it to his boot, smothered. Terrific work this time by Berry. Out the back, Elliott got it away to McCreery. Hooked it up to the sun. And it comes near side on the fly through for a behind.
The only thing I'd say about that, Kane, is Harris Andrews hasn't had an impact. He's had just 3 touches. So if that's what he's down there to do, he's getting a tick. Now, given that they've had an injury of a mid-tall, maybe that changes.
Coleman heads wide to a 2-on-2. Robertson front spot, can't mark it. Ball flicks to the back. Collingwood have the 2. Markov, side bottom, ran into a roadblock. Leicester holding the ball.
Great tackle.
Good battle out on that centre wing. Sorry, Dwayne, great battle. Archie was involved in the first goal. Side bottoms had plenty of the footy.
Leicester back to Coleman. He can't hit a target with this kick. Quaynor, it clean bowled him. McCarthy falls. Howe's got it back pocket. He keeps it alive, maybe to his detriment. He goes wide. Coleman fist. Dumps it towards the boundary. And is there a free kick to Collingwood? Or did it stay in? It stayed in. Few stop. Sobrum's got it. He was given an eternity to get rid of it. Now Nick Dacos drops into a high, and guess what? He got it. Half-back flank, Nick Dacos' ball.
They've only taken 3 intercept marks, Collingwood. They averaged 17. They took 23 last week and 7 in the last quarter. There is no doubt there's a strategy for Brisbane to get the ball on the ground inside forward 50.
Nick Dacos up to half forward. Starcevic came out. Coleman slips the hand pass away to Bailey. Lions getting it up toward the 50. Almost on the reach. Robertson kept it out in front of himself once and twice. McCarthy ended up with it under ferocious pressure. Howe tidies up. He's been terrific, the veteran. Out to Crisp and off to Josh Dacos. Collingwood out of halfback. Josh changed his mind a couple of times. Touched it down. Had plenty of time. Kicks for Myercheck, one-on-one with Gardner. Gardner made the spoil. Myercheck absorbed the tackle, kept it in the field of play, and the umpire will see it as a throw-in eventually after they wrapped around. It's the Lions by 2 points.
And the score for Athena Home Loans, 5-5 to 6-1. Lions lead. And the Makita XGT Power Without Limits clock, 12 gone second term.
I've loved Robertson's work rate in that forward line for the Brisbane Lions.
Ball back into play. Cameron and McInerney down to Mitchell. Couldn't get away with it. It's just the Collingwood side of the wing. And we'll get a ball up. MCC members grandstand side.
There's no spares for either side. So even numbers at the stoppage, even numbers behind the ball. It's a one-on-one battle.
Cameron, McInerney, Pendlebury's got it. Umpire's found a free, and it's going to Cameron for Collingwood on the wing. He's about to send them into attack.
Shocking free kicks to give away. You've got everything set. Now this goes long into a dangerous area, and they're all looking for a ground ball.
Cameron pulls it out into the pocket. Frampton was the target. Andrews over the top made the spoil out of play.
I reckon if you're Collingwood with such an advantage, it's not going to be Billy Frampton, you would say, from an historical perspective. Kick it to a more dangerous spot than on that boundary line. Get it out in front of the goal, unless they're trying to just win one off a throw-in.
Inside 50s, 22 to 15 in Collingwood's favour for Safety Steel Sheds. Tossed in. Cameron had front position. Taps it down. Dunkley was waiting for it though. Off to Archie, who clears the area as he was offloaded. Crisp gathered an awkward ball and created the play ever so well. Mitchell delayed the hand pass to Nick Dacos. Kick was smothered. It was charged down by Dunkley. Tremendous work, and he goes and knocks Nick Dacos over in the aftermath to let him know all about it.
And great umpiring. Great umpiring. And Nick went to ground. Get up. I mean, it's a physical statement. I like it. And there's a couple of big smothers for the Lions. You mentioned the Rayner one, Jared.
Yeah.
That was another big one because that ball was going centrally to a dangerous spot.
3 this quarter. Collingwood up at the 50 at the throw-in. McCluggage got it not very far. Josh Dacos whacked it toward the teeth of goal. No mark. Frampton ends up seeing it through for a rush behind in the tangle of bodies. It's a 1-point ball game. The Lions lead at 14 minutes into this second term on the Makita XGT clock. Power without limits.
Just an ordinary kick from Josh Dacos that had to be either 5 metres out further or, like Brisbane have done, put it on the ground and let your Smalls, McCreery and Hill win a ground ball.
Coleman hits wide. He wants Danaher or Mackinnon. He gets neither. Fletcher hasn't had a lot of it. Gets it here. Half-back flank. Flings a handball nicely to Raynor. He gave a wobbler to Danaher. It'll work. And Danaher wheels on that left. He got a 1-on-2 long, so he goes short. He pulled the kick late. Hipwood, 80 from goal.
Give it to
Who
him.
does he want? Who does he want? He wants Joe floating into the pocket, going back. He goes to McCarthy. Almost pulled in a miracle one-hander. He almost claims it. He caught a little turf on the way down.
Did everything right, didn't he? He protected the ball against Quine. Quine is an excellent defender and he played that so well. But Leek McCarthy is looking threatening, as are a host of Brisbane Smalls.
Lions forward stoppage this time. Lipinski got first access. Hand pass to Hoskin. Elliott clears the area. Elliott couldn't take the mark. Ball back into dispute. Myercheck knocked it on to Elliott. Linked it up to McCreery. A running race. Wilmot's in pursuit. McCreery, great pace from 60 to the unguarded goal. It bounces on and turns right through from behind.
What a game of footy, though. We are seeing slingshot footy at its finest right now. Collingwood missed that one at the other end of the ground. It should have been a goal of the Lions.
McCreery's kicked 3 behind.
Wow.
Scores a level.
Yeah, and it's 6-1 to 5-7. Collingwood, obviously, the 5-7, which explains that story Gerard Whateley just told you. Robertson at half-back now.
Working really hard, this kid.
He's become a star of this team, even though he's been underrated for many a game this season, all the way back to Harris Andrews. He goes wide to Gardner, who's done well again today. He's held his spot in this team, and last week was superb to the survivor, Leicester.
Good movement.
He got him out. Hipwood's out.
To Wilmot, middle of the ground, on the wing.
50, should have been 50. Moved off the mark, Maynard.
He got Maynard in the end. Now the kick's a wobbler to Hipwood. Put him under the heat. Nick Dacos. So he braced for contact. Now what's the umpire going to do here? Had to be ball or high. Oh my God.
They are hopeless
there
at
was
the moment.
There
He
was an
looked
umpire
around.
4 metres away. He looked at the guy.
Yeah.
He looked at the guy in Yarra Park.
So
no one else can get a high free hit except Nick
controlling
Dacos.
umpire was going to pay holding the ball. The non-controlling umpire paid high.
It's a poor kick. Footy gods.
Is he allowed to do that? Crisp tried to knock it in. Was he actually off the ground? Was Crisp off the ground when he tried to knock that in?
Hadn't been replaced, perhaps?
I think you're right, Dwayne. We'll have to get a look at that.
De Goey onto the ground. Fresh legs for De Goey. He's had 4 touches. Yes, he's kicked a big goal, but he has to insert himself into this game, Jordan De Goey.
Cox reached around, won a tap. Rayner, though, propelled himself with the footy. Kicks the Lions up to half forwards. Hipwood flies. Maynard made good contact and won the footy underneath. All risky hand pass backwards. Fletcher was terrific. Out to Robertson. Kept it going, and Danaher will go.
Well done, kid.
The Lions are getting the Pies defence out the back. And it's a hot environment for teenagers, but Fletcher met his challenge there. The Lions lead by that score on the Athena Home Loans scoreboard. Be rewarded for your loyalty at Athena Home Loans. 7-1 to 5-7.
That was a great goal. And as you said, Jared, getting him out the back. But Fletcher did really well. His old man and mum would be absolutely proud of that. But this kid, Stevens, he just keeps on... He keeps on working. He's... Robertson, I should say, Dwayne, thank you. He just had really worked hard, so hard this quarter. And he was one of their few workers in the second quarter. It was a game handball from Maynard. And there he is once again. There's that handball over the top, and Smoking Joe was in the right position.
Well, I just keep saying it. They're not allowing Collingwood to intercept the ball. Maynard would have marked that last week. They've taken 3 for the game. They took 23 last week. Brisbane's forwards are fighting to get the ball on the ground. And when they've got the ball on the ground, their small forwards have been absolutely devastating. They've kicked 4 goals already in this second term.
Cox and Danaher went at it. De Goey beelined it, got it to half forward. Wrapped up Sarcevic, could have been ball. Rayner's got up middle of the ground, fights through a tackle. Handball found Hoskin Elliott though. Wobbles it back to half forward. Front on contact. Bobby Hill didn't give it free away. McKenna thought he had it. Chance for Josh Dacos. He's caught. Is it holding the ball? Umpire says play on. Flicked over the top to Neal. He's got it on the wing. Hands it up to Fletcher. Takes his time. Caught by the Dax. Got it towards half forward. McCarthy. Big trap. Then bumped off it. Huge contact. Puts him on his backside.
Bobby
and
Hill
Archie wrapped up.
Was just enormous. Firstly, he brought the ball to ground in his forward line. McCluggage laid a big tackle, and then Hill didn't give up, and he fought and he chased out to make this a stoppage and not another Brisbane goal.
At the 50, Neil comes through. Out to McCluggage, couldn't quite find the handle on the footy. McCreary got run down. Bailey got him stone cold.
Well, they're owed one from the first quarter, but gee, there's just a couple of possessions missed by an inch. McCluggage is having a big impact in this term. Neil's getting involved. I didn't see who laid the tackle. It must have been Bailey. Obviously, he's got the ball and he gets an opportunity to nail another one.
Physically, I mean, it's what it's about. It's about winning those one-on-one battles, and they've probably won 6 or 7 big statement one-on-one battles. Jared mentioned the 3 smothers. We saw the McCluggage tackle before, and that rundown tackle from Bailey, who is just having some sort of afternoon.
Zach Bailey has been electrifying on the snaps. Now the set shot from directly in front. 52 out. Made poor contact. Dragged it out to the left.
He would have been feeling the wind in his face there, and he tried to overkick it.
They're in trouble, though. There's no doubt about it. They've conceded 53 and 57 in their first 2 finals, Collingwood. Already 44 today.
Andrews, good mark. So Harris Andrews goes inside to Kitty Coleman, middle of the ground.
19 he's had.
He spears it towards Hipwood. Can he get up? Maynard killed it with the fist, knocked it down to McCluggage though. Hands it off to McCarthy from the pocket for the miracle shot. Oh my goodness! The great McCarthy from the pocket. Phenomenal goal. As we edge into time on second term, 5-7 plays 8-2. The Lions skip away.
It is unbelievable. They've kicked 8 goals for the afternoon. 5 of them have been on the run. 3 of them have been from snaps. Now, I'm not sure whether they class that as a snap or on the run. It could have been either, probably, but there's just been some sort of goal-kicking display. They haven't had they've had the Bailey opportunity from a set shot. They have not kicked a set shot goal today. It's all been the damage that they've done at ground level, and that was the threat. They've got the most talented small forward group that we've seen for a long time in the game, and they've all come to play. They're all having their moments. Bailey, Cameron in this quarter. Link McCarthy's a star, and he's looked threatening all afternoon. There's spot fires everywhere for the Pies right now. Mason Cox into the ruck.
13-point margin. Team player of the day for Anthem Workwear. Get inspired. Cox wins a tap. Pendlebury couldn't gather. Spiked on by De Goey. Up to Elliott. Shuttle hand pass around to Mitchell. Up to McCreary. Out the back again. Mitchell caresses the kick for Chris. Will mark a step inside 50. They'll pay the front-on contact against Berry.
Well, they wouldn't have paid the mark. But not nice ball use. Nice movement. I thought De Goey probably should have possessed the ball out of the centre bounce rather than tap it on. But Elliott was in front. They worked through handball their way out to the outer side. Chris was some hard running, and Tom Mitchell with some good ball use. Not his preferred side for a left footer, but it's been that afternoon where these have just been going through.
Jack Crisp passed hands between these 2 clubs very lightly. Here he is in Collingwood colours. He's got it on a lovely looking path to goal. We are seeing some of the most exquisite goal kicking you could imagine in the showpiece game of the year. Collingwood needed it. Their midfield provides it. They're down by 7 points. AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. 6-7 plays 8-2. 22 gone to the second.
And I think when they look at the scoreboard at half-time, if it's around this, they'll probably say, well, that's not a bad result for us because we have been poor in a lot of areas, Collingwood, and yet they're trailing just by 7 points. They've had more set shots, but in defence they've looked pretty shabby. But this was just good ball movement. We've seen it all season. Just keep the ball going forward. They don't like backwards handballs. I think it's about 200%. It's 100% advantage to Collingwood as far as forward handballs to Brisbane. They just keep on knocking it forward, and it resulted in a goal for them.
Well, this happened in the opening quarter. Brisbane took a lead, and then Collingwood hit back late. Little toe poke, Neil out of the middle, can't get it away. De Goey goes and flings a handball over his head. Knocked on by Ginneman, got it inside 50 to Myercheck. Flicks it wide, 50 from goal to Bobby Hill. Tap to his advantage. Now he's caught, shrugs a tackle. Little chip kick didn't work. Got it to Bailey, of all people, from the Lions. He goes wide to Isaac Quainer. He had the IQ to take the mark and go inside. Quickly, Hoskin Elliott's got it. He's got to run a Markov outside. He runs and bounces. Could he go for home from 60? He loads up long. Didn't quite get enough on it.
Great running. Great defensive running by Kitty.
It was good shift, though, from Quainer. Once he won the intercept mark, which they haven't taken many today, just their 4th the shift to come back away from the numbers and give them that opportunity. But you're right, great defence, saved the goal, Kitty Coleman.
Lions by 6. Danaher presents. Terrific grab for Flight Centre.
Just alleviates all the pressure when a big forward can do that. You've seen Cox do it. Everyone can just relax for a brief moment.
Equal numbers down the line, so the kick heads in that direction. Rayner took an early fly. Cox in from the side. Rayner's been knocked off for that early fly. And it'll be Maynard's ball.
And he's willing to just have a risk with his ball movement. We've seen it a couple of times. And he goes central again. Love it.
Howe came running out of half-back to be the recipient. And without hesitation, he kicks for Hill. Oh, he went over the top. He went up the mountain and came down a hill. Sat it up into the sun. Starcevic wore it in the back of the neck. And Bobby Hill takes the mark of the day thanks to Flight Centre.
Oh, you feel like they needed a big one-on-one with that. And he didn't get it on the first bite, but he certainly brought it down. But Maynard, I mean, the ball used and the dare of how to go. They've done it all year, so we shouldn't be surprised. But it was like a quarterback throwing to a wide receiver. That ball was on the money. He did not break stride. The one-on-one opportunity is what you want as a forward.
Bobby to level it up. It's a stirring response from Collingwood, who moments ago were down by 13. And now it's 50 apiece with 5 to go in this second term. What's a stirring grand final?
Oh, this is an absolute cracker of a game. But that's why Jeremy Howe, I suspect, was never going to be moved, because he's their great distributor. He's the one who creates goals. He creates as many as anybody else across the half-back line. And that kick just unleashed one of the great moments of the grand final. There's been many. There've been, I mean, you could have a dozen already for this grand final.
It's just been enormous, Bobby Hill. Well, he's producing some sort of display. Safety still sheds 10 touches, 3 goals, 4 score involvements, and I hope the Norm Smith medal voters are taking notice.
So Collingwood trailed in the opening term and then hit back late in the quarter to take the lead at quarter time. They're threatening to do the same here. Mitchell out the front. Nick Dacos, slick hands, quicker than the eye to Lipinski. Got it to Dicko. He feeds it wide. McCreary pokes the kick inside 50. Ginnivan, they're about to take the lead. And Guinea, their fire starter, has the ball in his hands. 45 metres out. 45-degree angle.
So this has been the change. The centre bounce performances. They've won the last 3 centre bounces, and Mason Cox has gone in there. On that occasion, it was Cameron, but he's been huge with his ability to give first use, and then out of that, the spread from the centre bounce. This will absolutely bring the 100,000 fans. It'll bring the roof off, even though there's not one.
He bends it. Did he get enough on it? Goal square, thump through. It's only a behind, but they lead by that. 51 plays 50 on the Athena Home Loans. Be rewarded for your loyalty at Athena Home Loans scoreboard with 4 minutes left, second term.
And once again, in this last few minutes of a quarter, they're going to have to rely on their ball movement, Brisbane, to take the pressure off.
McKenna brings it in. Danaher has to make a contest. Rayner flew up over the top. Archie ended up with it, but he ran flat bang into side bottom.
Good tackle from side bottom. Like, he could have slung him into the ground, but he just sort of lowered him down, but he made sure the ball didn't come out. We've got an all-important stoppage on centre wing right in front of the interchange bench.
Tossed up. McInerney spikes it forwards. Nick Dacos got off Rayner, but he couldn't control the footy. Throw it in. Our major partner is the TAC. Don't use your phone illegally while driving. TAC. Collingwood by a point. 4 minutes to play in the half. On the members' wing, Cameron got first access. Lipinski tried to hand pass it back to him. Cameron did well, worked it forward to Elliott, who did poorly. Ran straight into Coleman holding the ball.
Didn't quite know the ball was coming his way, and when it came to him, he didn't know what to do with it.
They've tackled well today. He's just having some instructions from the bench, getting the time, but that disposal number 21 leads all comers.
Coleman got under his 21st disposal, up at half forward. Bailey at the back, broke a tackle, sidestepped into space, hand pass to Dunkley, caressed it up looking for Cameron. It cleared him and it ran on through for a behind.
Well done, Quainer.
Halfway between there, Dunkley.
It was. Like, if it was a player with more skill, had that been Neil or McCluggage on the outside, or even Bailey, who won the inside ball, you'd rather him have it on the outside and Dunkley win the inside ball and farm it out. So, yeah, he was just in two minds. He saw Charlie Cameron, but excellent defence from Quainer not to give the free kick away.
Nick Dacos with the kick in. He thought about the spine, goes wide. He's got Cox and Cameron there, the big guys. Harris Andrews tried to kill it with a fist. Knocked it down to Archie, and he was going nowhere. Half forward flank for the Lions. We'll get a ball up. 51 apiece, 28 gone. Second term. Grand final presenting partner Cobram Estate, The Good Oil, and OMF 100% comfy mattresses.
Cox has gone forward.
At the stoppage, Neil wins the footy. Hand pass to McCluggage and back to Neil, who'll be able to curl a kick up toward the 50. It's a high ball to get after. Danaher attacks, let's drop the mark on the way down. Got swamped in the aftermath. Maynard's paddling the ball to the boundary and over.
And they've just shuffled that matchup. So whether they've released Frampton off Harris Andrews has gone to Cox. I don't know what Billy Frampton would be doing there unless he's on Harris Andrews. Get him out of there. Get him back and go a little bit smaller because he's giving you nothing offensively.
Lions in attack. McInerney kicked it forward straight into McCluggage. Nick Dacos took them on, got caught, released it up to Cameron, flings it forward to the play, only as far as Neil though. Just stumbled as he went to change direction. Hand pass to Coleman. Back to full forward for them to get after. All flew. Cameron's the crummer. Hurry kick on the way up works. Oh no, Elliott dropped the mark. Coleman dispossessed him. Brisbane have the ball. McCluggage kick is smothered. Onto it comes to Goey. Hand pass to Lipinski under fierce pressure. Up to Mitchell. Trying to get out the side and succeeded.
Billy.
Elliott has it on the wing. Has a bounce. Steadies. Plays it to Frampton. Lets it land in front of him. Then got out-muscled by Gardner. It's knocked away and out of play.
I think it was Goey across half back. Well, that's what we saw last week. Picked the ground ball up, broke the tackle, and that released everyone. There was a bit of confusion. Were they going to hack kick it or were they going to work their way through handball? And they did very well to have a forward stoppage. It's a big 2 minutes coming up in the context of this game.
2 minutes to half-time. Ball back into play. Cameron and McInerney. Darcy Cameron, McInerney. Mitchell gets it. Gav to Lipinski. The sub on early. Heads long. Goal square. Bobby Hill down there. Oh, he picked their pockets. He's got it. He shimmies. He shakes. He lost Leicester. And he taught them all a lesson. Oh, Bobby. That was a dazzler.
Well, once again, from the stoppage, they've got another goal. Tom Mitchell's game underrated. He's got a number of clearances that have resulted in scores. And that one was absolutely superb by Bobby. Coming into the game, Kane, there didn't look a natural match-up for this kid. I'm not sure who in the league is capable of matching him up 1-8 when there's plenty of space. The ball hits the deck. He's too good.
Well, he's producing a career-best game. I mean, he's the best player on the ground right now. There's no doubt about that. 11 touches, 4 goals, 5 score involvements. You're right on Mitchell. His inside work for his 5th clearance. Nothing scientific from Lipinski, but just got it into a 1-on-1 against a favourable matchup. It was Hill going to work on Leicester. Was he going to kick it right? No, he's going to go back on his left foot and kick it on his left. What an important goal that is for Collingwood on the stroke of half-time.
They've gone from being 13 points down, Collingwood, to 6 points up from the flick down. Coming hard, one-way Rayner, wrapped up quickly by a great Mitchell tackle. Ball still in the centre circle, flying out towards Robertson, gets a kick for the Lions to half forward. McCluggage front spot. Too far out to score. Did he hand it off to Zorko? No.
97 seconds.
So he looks up. McCluggage has got a few running from the goal square. Heads out wide. Danaher.
Great mark. He's looking like everything, Joe. He's just got to use his disposals a little bit better.
He's better in the shade. Jared, that shaded him.
That's got to help.
What's he go? He probably goes the drop punt.
Got to be the drop punt.
I think he's got the check side or the banana, as I like to call
like the
it.
banana.
You like the banana?
Yeah.
He's going to go the drop punt. I mean, it's a great kick from McCluggage because he just sat it into space. He saw the point from Danaher up against Moore. Moore's had no influence whatsoever. He's given nothing today. Yeah, he's been beaten badly. Can Joe slot an unlikely goal from a difficult angle?
4 metres in from the boundary, 35 out, and Joe has smoked it. Joe walks away casually, act like you've done it before. Not even a smile. He just chews the chewy, low fives a couple, and says, "I've got you covered, boys." Scores are level again, 57 apiece, with 57 seconds left to half-time.
I think he kicked one in a bit similar position against Port Adelaide, Kane.
In the last quarter.
At an important time.
What a second quarter it's been. Like, Brisbane, we know their scoring power. We know about it. They've piled on 6 goals in the second term. They've had 9 scoring shots from 16 entries. Every time it goes in there, they look like they are going to score. Now, largely it's been on the ground. That's their first goal they've kicked from a set shot because all the damage has been done by the smalls on the ground. Joe's kicked a couple in this quarter. One was a walk-in goal, but that's the danger with Brisbane, and Collingwood defensively have lapsed in this game so far.
You might have to kick 18 or 19 goals to win this game as the umpire bounces poorly again, and we better get used to the poor bounce because we might be scrapping it, given we've had a couple of bad ones on the showcase today.
Might be at 18. It's going to open up. They can't keep going at this pace defensively. It is going to continue to be an open game.
Thrown in the air, the two rucks go up, and the clearance to Neil. Clean-handed again, wheels around. The Lions could take the lead. Hipwood got up there, didn't bring the mark down, hits the deck. Howe, boundary line, half back. He's got side bottom, riding shotgun, shot to Ginnivan, who takes the mark, still at half back.
Half chance there to Eric, and it hit the deck. Other than if he takes it, they're having a shot at goal.
Ginnivan knows there's 30 seconds left, and he pops it wide down the line to the wing to Frampton and Cox. Up flies Andrews, and he'll have no skin on the knuckles at the end of the game, the way he's stumping them to boundaries. And
they drop another one back here, Kane, because Bobby Hill is one out again.
I would have thought so, yeah, with 24 seconds to go.
So it looks like
Rayner's gone back.
Yep.
24 seconds left on the Makita XGT power without limits clock on the wing. Clearance here is huge. And side bottom to Dacos. That'll do. Dacos ducks around Neil. Flings a handball to Goey. The 1-2. This is the kick, though. Dacos winds his way inside. He finds the target. The seconds are ticking. Hoskin Elliott needs to get it on. He gets it on. And he finds Chris with some crisp delivery inside 50.
Well, that's brilliant ball movement by Collingwood, but really poor out in the ground by Brisbane. They just had to get blokes back. No point running there when the damage is done. Getting desperate when the situation gets desperate. That had to be all put in place before that stoppage. They were one short at stoppage, and yet they had 4 or 5 forwards in their 50.
Nothing more dangerous than a Nick Dacos 1-2. And he got the 1-2 and they gave him the corridor. Opened everything up.
But Collingwood kicked a goal after the quarter-time siren. Crisp now after the half-time siren from the 50. Launches straight. And the Collingwood faithful go up. Players come from everywhere. Collingwood take the lead back. And this one is evolving into a classic. 9-9 to 9-3 at half-time. Collingwood lead. A quick word from Kane Corns and Gerard Healy on AFL Nation.
18 goals in the first half of a grand final where a team has only conceded 53 and 57, Collingwood. So both teams defensively, they want to tighten that up. They won't want to allow the opposition to have the corridor like they've been allowed to have it in the first half. But there's been some electric football. We are the winners as fans. One of the great grand finals of all time, what we are witnessing today. Lucky to be here.
Goal scorers to half-time. Bobby Hill has 4 straight. Lincoln McCarthy and Joe Danaher, Jack Crisp and Charlie Cameron and Zach Bailey, all 2 each. McCarthy, Danaher, Crisp, Charlie Cameron, Zach Bailey, 2 each. 1 each to Myercheck, McCluggage, DeGoey and Nick Dacos. Half-time on AFL Nation. Our grand final presenting partner, Cobram Estate, The Good Oil and OMF 100% comfy mattresses. Half-time on the Athena Home Loans scoreboard. Be rewarded for your loyalty at Athena Home Loans. Collingwood lead 9-9-63 to the Lions, 9-3-57.
Another contender for goal of the game for Host Plus. Host Plus has been named Super Rating Super Fund of the Year for 2023. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Cox. Oh, Bailey saw that he played on, got across his boot. Danaher ran straight into Quaynor. Back to Bailey in the pocket. Ran himself into a dead end. Got out of it and kicked one of the great grand final goals.
How good was that goal?
Zach Bailey made the play all himself, a one-man show, and he's left them fighting in the back play as he just coolly walks away.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Athena Home Loans. Tackle your home loan at athena.com.au.
Hey guys, Ryan Pappenhausen here. When competing at the elite level, you need people you can depend on. That's why I choose Berwick Volkswagen. With a brilliant range of new, demo and used vehicles, they have something for everyone. Berwick Volkswagen, the only destination for your next car. LMCT 12366.
Whenever you need to build, repair or create, there is a Loctite product for all your project needs. Whether you're doing small or big projects, Loctite provides DIYers, tradies and engineers with reliable adhesive and sealant solutions. So what are you waiting for? Lock it down tight. All it takes is a few drops of Loctite. Get the job done right. Search Loctite.
This finals season, it's okay to switch home loan teams and refinance to NAB, the experts in fast home loan approvals. Search NAB Home Loans. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply.
With Keno Go, you have the chance to win up to $20 million every 3 minutes in the palm of your hand. It's simple. You pick up to 10 numbers, Keno Go picks 20, and the more numbers you match, the more you win. $20 million is up for grabs every 3 minutes, right from your phone. Keno Go. Download the app today.
You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Don't miss the $1 Million Cricket Warehouse sale Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 10 till 5 p.m. at 75 Cochrane's Road, Moorabbin. Buy direct and save on Kookaburra, Grey Nichols, DSC, SG, New Balance, Asics and more. Save over $500 on top grade senior bats with junior bats from $19, plus up to 70% on helmets, gloves, pads, bags and everything you need for cricket. The $1 Million Cricket Warehouse sale Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. 75 Cochrane's Road, Moorabbin and online at thecricketsale.com.
Pioneer Seeds is excited to bring Australian farmers the next big thing in our trusted Y-Series canola hybrids. Optimum Gly is a new third-generation glyphosate tolerance canola trait technology with improved crop safety, superior weed control and greater herbicide application versatility. Contact your local Pioneer rep to choose the right Y-Series Optimum Gly hybrid canola seed for your program. Call 1-800-PIONEER.
Thirsty Camel here, and I've got some unseriously good footy finals deals for you, like Carlton Draft 24 packs $52.99, Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10 packs $45.99, or Grey Goose Vodka 700ml $69.99. Insert goose sound here. They are some real winners. Camel on down and grab a bargain. Thirsty Camel. Why so serious? Pricing may vary in country areas. Offers end 1st October. Drink responsibly. Even camels get thirsty.
Secure your canola seed with Elders, and you could be driving away in a brand new Toyota Land Cruiser. Or win one of 2 Polaris Rangers. Every 200 kilograms of canola seed purchased will gain you a ticket in the draw. For details, visit your local Elders branch or online at elders.com.au. Buy your canola seed through Elders to win. Terms and conditions apply.
New Toyota stock has arrived at Kilmore Toyota, located north of the city. With new vehicle stock being a challenge for some time, Kilmore Toyota has new model variants of Hilux and Land Cruiser now available, with ex-demo model Hilux available soon too. Drop in and ask the friendly new vehicle sales staff about the wide Toyota range available and experience the straight up and to the point team. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LMCT 808. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
You're listening to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final on AFL Nation. For Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back.
McInerney across the front, didn't mark. Here's Charlie Cameron, ducked one way, doubled back and snapped the goal.
What a goal.
What a way to put yourself into the fray.
It might still work out. G traps it, gave it up McCluggage. Another massive moment, and he's equal to it.
To be the recipient, and without hesitation, he kicks for Hill. Oh, he went over the top. He went up the mountain and came down a hill. Bobby to level it up. It's a stirring response from Collingwood.
It's long, goal square. Bobby Hill down there. Oh, he's picked their pockets. He's got it. He shimmies, he shakes. He lost Leicester, and he taught them all a lesson.
The I'm loving it moments for Macca's. Macca's new McCrispy. It's a star on debut. This is the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Thanks to Choices Flooring.
The Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show. Design, visualise and create your perfect floor with Room View.
Halftime score, Brisbane v Collingwood, and it's evolving into an epic, this one. It's Collingwood by a goal at half-time. Great to have your company wherever you're listening to AFL Nation. A couple of stats. I'll give you the numbers first. The stats wrap for safety. Steel sheds designed to save, built to last, before Jared Healy and Kane Corns join us. But the half-time stats: Kitty and Coleman with 22, Nick Dacos 19, Tom Mitchell 13, Still Sidebottom 12, Lachie Neale 11, Hugh McCluggage 11, Bobby Hill 11 as well, but he's got 4 goals to go with it. Scott Pendlebury 10, Jeremy Howe, Josh Dunkley, Joe Danaher 10 each, and then Devon Robertson, Cam Rayner, Oscar McInerney and Beau McCreary all 9 each. They are the possession winners to half-time, but the goals, I suppose, is the big factor as well for Bobby Hill. He's got 4, Lincoln McCarthy, Joe Danaher, Jack Crisp, Charlie Cameron and Zach Bailey all 2 each. Brody Mycheck, Hugh McCluggage, Jordan De Goey, Nick Dacos all with 1 each. Our stats for safety steel sheds designed to save, built to last. The mark of the day for Flight Centre, your real deal centre. You heard Gerard Whateley call it. It's Bobby Hill. That was a nice climb. The MEGT Rookie of the Day. Let MEGT help you find the best workforce talent. Only 2 players eligible, Jasper Fletcher and Darcy Wilmot. So they've both had small influences on the game so far. MEGT need apprentices. Talk to MEGT. Mark Seymour's in the middle, entertaining us as we go to Jared Healy and Kane Corns for the player of the day so far for La Cabra, modern Mexican.
Well, it's a toss-up between the guy that's kicked 4 goals and done enormous damage in Bobby Hill. Nick Dacos has been good without being exceptional, and you say that knowing he's had 19 possessions. Tom Mitchell's been a star around stoppage with 6 and 4 score involvements with those. And on the other end, you've got Kitty Coleman, who's dominated across the half-back line with 22. 2 score involvements now, so he's starting to get some value for money. Hugh McCluggage was one of the best on the ground in that term. Absolutely starred, and Lachie Neale lifted his work rate, and he needed to. Joe Danaher's been fairly consistent, made some blues in the first quarter, but that term certainly much better. But for me, the player of the day right now, Kane, is Bobby Hill, and I'm not sure who's going to stop him in the second half.
Yeah, no, they'll have to look at that and how they're allowing him to get as many one-on-one contests, so whether they can have a spare that comes across to try and just play a little bit more defensively, a bit more closer to goal so he doesn't get those one-on-one opportunities. But it's been all about the small forwards today. Both sides have had one of the great performances really from some small forwards across the board, Bailey and Cameron for Brisbane, and up the other end Bobby Hill, who's putting together a career best performance on the biggest day of all.
Our biggest tacklers so far, Toro tacklers of the day for Toro, count on it. Still side bottom 6, Tom Mitchell has had 6, Oscar McInerney and Zach Bailey 4 each. Your unmissable moment so far for Drink-Wise, guys? Choose to Drink-Wise.
Take your pick.
Yeah, there's been a number.
Absolutely take your pick. Oh, that's the best goal I've seen this year, Zach Bailey.
Yep.
From the smother to the handoff to the breaking of the tackle on the boundary line to the finish. And the first goal he kicked was just a ripper as well from the stoppage. So that's unmissable. That's what you're hoping you will see if you come here today. We've seen 4 or 5 highlights like that. I mean, Charlie Cameron's put on a show, Bobby Hill with the specky inside forward 50. But that Bailey goal, that's going to live in grand final folklore for a long time.
It was absolutely magnificent. It's been one of the great grand finals so far. Let's hope it continues on. And if it's a last kick, we might even have extra time, Kane. That would make it absolutely magnificent. I love Jeremy Howe's kicking off the half-back line. There's been some fumbles, but there've been some super clean players. Lachie Neale's rating really did lift in that term. And I think Jack Crisp, he always gets overlooked, Jack Crisp, but he nailed 2 goals when they absolutely needed them.
Clutch goals.
Great moments here. Started off with Kiss, so a fantastic pre-game, and now Mark Seymour with Throw Your Arms Around Me here. The crowd absolutely loving it. The score, by the way, I mentioned that Collingwood lead by a goal. It's a goal, but it's not actually a goal. They have kicked 9-9, 63 to 9-3, 57. So 9-9 to 9-3. They actually lead by 6 behinds. The team player of the day for Anthem Workwear. Build your greatest achievements. Visit anthemworkwear.com.au.
Was that the team player of the day, you say, Dwayne?
Yes, team player of the day. Yeah.
Well, I think the work that they've done on De Goey's been important. Now, it hasn't been the one-on-one matchup that we perhaps thought with Dunkley. They've sort of gone their own ways, but Brisbane's work to be able to restrict De Goey inside. He's had 8 touches, but compare his performance last week, just the 2 clearances. He had 13 last week, so I think they've done a pretty good team role on him.
Coaching move of the day for Henley Homes. New 7-star house designs with dropped prices.
Well, for me, the coaching move is just isolating Bobby Hill as much as you can. And I know we'll disagree with this on this game, but I think the move of Billy Frampton 2 full forward has occupied their best interceptor that they've got, and that's enabled Billy to slide forward. I know it's maybe stretching the bounds of friendship a little bit, but I wouldn't touch anything right now if I was them. I would just leave him there. The bloke who needs to lift for them is their skipper in Darcy Moore, because his man has been really instrumental in that term, and he could have actually been more damaging in the first.
Our major partner is the TAC. Don't use your phone illegally while driving. TAC. And it's half-time here at the MCG. It's been an epic grand final so far, a high-scoring grand final. 9-9-63 Collingwood to the Lions, 9-3-57. This was the half-time floor show. Thanks to Choices Flooring. Discover the allure of wool and timber flooring, and our major partner. Great to have the TAC on board for AFL Nation. Don't use your phone illegally while driving. TAC. We're going to take a quick break. We'll go to the break with a little bit of Mark Seymour and the unofficial national anthem of Holy Grail, and then we'll be back in the second half chase for the Holy Grail of AFL footy. Great to have your company.
You're listening to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final on AFL Nation. For Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer.
Need great apprentices? Tired of posting job ads with poor candidates, poor results and no support? MEGT has real people to help you write a great job ad and post it online for free. Get the workforce you deserve. Visit MEGT.com.au.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
This final season, outrun the opposition and score a fast home loan approval with NAB, the experts in fast home loan approvals. Search NAB Home Loans, T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Hey Dad, I thought we couldn't afford a home this big.
It's part of Henley's new collection. They've dropped their prices with completely new home designs, all the luxuries, and now 7-star energy efficiency. Our bank is going to love it.
Henley Homes, backed by our $7 billion parent.
Are you finals fit? If you need to get back to 100%, plant medicine could be right for you. Alternaleaf is Australia's leading plant medicine clinic, trusted by more than 100,000 Aussies. Book an online appointment with their expert doctors, and if eligible, your medicine will be delivered right to your door. That's why I use Alternaleaf. It only takes 30 seconds to get started. Head to alternaleaf.com.au. That's alternaleaf.com.au.
Hey guys, Ryan Pappenhausen here. Winning a premiership doesn't come easy, but buying your next car can be. That's why I choose Berwick Volkswagen. With a team who pride themselves on customer service and industry knowledge, the only destination for your next car is Berwick Volkswagen. LMCT 12366.
OMF is celebrating with a big spring sale. Get up to 60% off selected modern family and signature mattresses, like our comfy Supportex mattress, 5-zone pocket springs with latex for under $800. Or our cool urban mattress, 7-zone pocket springs with charcoal Coolux for under $1,500. Or the Bathurst Queen bed, now under $700 for a limited time only at the award-winning
Discover a new world of whiskey with Starward. Made in Melbourne using locally sourced ingredients, Starward's award-winning whiskies are delicious, juicy and approachable with every sip. Available now in all leading liquor stores. Starward, to new horizons. Drink responsibly.
I had to hit a salvo on the back of my truck. I bet someone's pinched it, no other luck. Up until now I've been pretty laid back, but all I want is my Makita back. You bet it can sand, you bet it can cut. I love my Makita, it's the bloody touch guts. I've been pretty patient, but I'm getting pretty jacked. All I want is my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back. I want my Makita back.
Need great apprentices? Tired of posting job ads with poor candidates, poor results and no support? MEGT has real people to help you write a great job ad and post it online for free. Get the workforce you deserve. Visit meg.com.au.
You're listening to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final on AFL Nation. For Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer.
We've had an 18-goal first half in the grand final. Collingwood by 6 points, 9-9-63 to the Brisbane Lions, 9-3-57. And just on the walk away around the ground, the sense of privilege of everybody who's here. We just feel blessed to be here to see our game played in such a manner on the biggest stage.
Well, this is what I think we've all dreamed about. The ball moving around is so high skilled. And yet it's so brutal. The tackling is so tough. The running is incredible. The athletic requirements to play this game now at an extreme level. But to see guys lift themselves to moments of absolute inspiration like Zach Bailey to kick that goal, Bobby Hill to take that high flyer, Jeremy Howe to kick that one into the middle of the ground with so much that could go wrong. And they're just three tiny moments. There's been incredible skill inside that if you blink, you miss. A couple of Tom Mitchell's clearances have been superb. Blessed is the right word, Jared, and let's just hope the footy gods continue to shine on this game.
But if you're the coaches, you're saying, we don't want this. We don't want this. Like you fans, you've had a great first half. We want to shut down the corridor, and Brisbane allowed Collingwood, and some of it was just too good, some of their ball movement. But we were just chatting about that last goal to Crisp on half-time, the ball movement to come back inside late in the game, and that's happened a few times. Jeremy Howe with the run through the middle of the ground. So Brisbane, that's been their strength. I mean, they've been able to shut those plays down all year, but today they haven't been able to do that on occasion. So, and then for Collingwood, they've coughed up a number of easy goals as well. They haven't defended like they have in the final series. So I think that will be the focus for both coaches. We've got to be better defensively. We can't be conceding another 9 goals. And for Brisbane, 18 scoring shots in a first half of footy.
When we analyse this, if it's a close Collingwood win, the last 3 minutes of the first quarter and the last 3 minutes of the second quarter will haunt them all for a long, long time, because it was structural and discipline. I mean, the coaches spent 12 months, 2 years organising that. It's up to the players to implement that and to, allow one player to drop back, which was fine in Rainaman, but to not come up the ground and block everybody else and just let people run off onto the outside of the fat side of the ground was really poor concentration. That may cost them a flag.
No doubt. And then in the first quarter, you mentioned that Rayner kick. It was just a hack kick to the middle of the ground, which got to Goey, who had touched the footy one time in the first half to kick a goal on quarter time. But equally, I think Collingwood would say, well, we had Zach Bailey hemmed in to the boundary line and Murphy missed a tackle and Mason Cox allowed him to smother the ball. So both sides have had defensive lapses that they will reflect on. Geez, Brisbane looked dangerous though in that term. I can't get that out of my head. Like
if they can get it in there enough,
and plus 10 entries for Collingwood, 33 to 23. Now, if Brisbane get say 30 entries in the second half, they're going to score a lot with the way this game is being played. So, look, they looked threatening, and every time the ball went on the deck in that second term, it looked like Brisbane were going to score.
So Mychek's had a really quiet game after the first minute or so where he kicked a goal. Quainer has only had 4 possessions. Darcy Moore's had just 5, and his man is threatening to be a real match winner. Lipinski's not getting anywhere near it. Jamie Elliott, he's done okay. He's kicked just the one behind at this stage. But he's had 7 possessions, but looks dangerous. Crisp has been dangerous. Degoe's the one who could blow it apart, though. They've kept him really as an ineffective player in many respects. Except for that one he kicked on the boundary, on the siren, was absolutely superb. Pendlebury's had 10. Howe's had 10 across the half-back line. Bobby Hill and Sidebottom are starting to, have had pretty good first halves, as we've already discussed. When I look at the other side, I don't see too many ball winners that really need to, lift. Fletcher's had a really quiet game, and Berry's had a really quiet game. So they're the two.
Well, and they've got Lyons. The other element is they've got Lyons fresh.
Yeah.
So we know that Murphy was subbed out pretty much at the start of that second term. Look at Peter Dacos. He's there high-fiving the Collingwood players as they return onto the field. Look at him, Dakes. He's like a motivator on the side. I've never seen a father of a player on the sidelines trying to motivate their players, but of course he's in a different category to the average father of footballers. And they enter the ground again. Collingwood is the first side, and the crowd factor of this. But I was just going to say about the sub, like how important will Lyons be? So if Berry continues to not touch the footy halfway through the third quarter, he might, all right, let's get fresh legs on. Let's get another midfielder. And in these conditions, that could be vital as well, considering that Collingwood had to activate theirs pretty early in this game.
Yeah, speed's the issue, though, for me. And Collingwood speed is the big advantage. Line doesn't help. That is part of the transition, but he is a little bit that one pace, so it will be interesting. They just need to get a lift out of both Berry and Fletcher because they can't concede both wings.
It feels like forward craft goal kicking in particular has deteriorated this year, and we've lamented it in the final series. We've finally got this is what we expect from our elite players, to hit shots from everywhere, no matter the degree of difficulty, and to convert the simple under maximum pressure.
It's been extraordinary, hasn't it, Jared? When you look at it, so Collingwood have kicked 7-2 from set shots, Brisbane 1-1. From snaps, Collingwood have kicked 2-2. Brisbane have just been on a tear. 3 straight from snaps and 5-2 on the run. They've only kicked 1 goal from a set shot, and that was
that's amazing in its own right,
isn't it? That was that Danaher one from the angle. So the clutch ability of Chris, which we spoke about, just to nail his 2. I would say the first one was probably a 4 out of 10, just bang. The second one was probably a 5 or 6 out of 10, bang, straight. Didn't even look like missing. And yeah, to see that on the biggest day with all of the pressure. Mason Cox was the only one, and McCreary's radar's been off. But other than that, it's been an exhibition.
Both sides have got to lift around the stoppage. They're getting a lot of goals from stoppage. There's been 5 goals, 5, so that's 10 scoring shots for Collingwood, and 5 goals, 3, 8 scoring shots for Brisbane in and around stoppage. And I mean, that's rare where you're getting more goals from stoppage than you are from turnover, which is 4 goals apiece.
And Collingwood lifted from centre bounce when they were challenged at the start of that second term. That's where I thought the lift came from. They went to work and got really got their knees dirty, as Mark Williams would say, at centre bounce, and they were able to chain the ball out from centre bounce and gave their forwards a good look. And that's what one of those crisp goals came from. So the centre bounce battle is fascinating. Both ruckmen, or let's say the 3 ruckmen, 2 for Collingwood and Oscar McInerney, haven't yet had a big say, I don't think, in the context of this game.
Having a wrestle off.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm not sure why there's not a free kick paid, but there's a wrestle off.
Imagine if this finishes 18 goals to 17.
Every chance.
It's just not.
I can't see it closing up because fatigue is going to come through.
Yeah.
I mean, they may go slow, but slow, I think, invites the pressure. And Brisbane conceded 2 goals in the last few minutes of the first quarter because they went slow.
It'll long be forgotten, but the first bounce being a false start, that might seal the fate of the bounce.
That's it.
I think we're okay with that, though.
That's done.
Even though I'd like the tradition to stay as a first bounce, but if you can't first bounce a bounce, then you might as well bounce the bounce. But the beauty and the paradox of the bounces I've mentioned, Jared, is that the aim of the bounce is to try and bounce it as straight as possible, but you can actually do that by throwing it up if you like. Yeah. So it is a weird thing we've got.
A Mick delivery of the ball into the middle for the second half of Macca's. Macca's new McCrispy. It's a star on debut. We've all reset. We've taken in the musical entertainment. Now to lock back in.
Pointer back onto Charlie.
And all the big guns starting on ball. So the A-grade group from both teams, 3 and 3, they're their best you've got at centre bounce, both starting there to start this second half.
First half is as good as footy's been played this year, and in a grand final for quite a while. We're underway in the second half. Collingwood by goal. Cox, McInerney, McCluggage dropped it as he was tackled. Could have been ball. Collingwood fans thought it should have been. Rayner reaches, couldn't get it. Josh Dacos gets it. Neil gets him. Threads a handball through the eye of the needle. Didn't quite work it. Pendlebury knocks it on, gets it to De Goey, gets it and scrambles it to half forward, bouncing ball. Bobby Hill's got 4, hands it to Lipinski, a little too hot for Lipinski, goes back in. Bobby goes back in, gets it, gave it to Pendlebury. Hot start to this third quarter. And the umpire calls for a ball up at centre half
Missed
forward
opportunity
for the Magpies.
Yeah, they're just not. They haven't got a match up for Bobby Hill. Starcevic is way too slow for him.
Cox flew early, spiked it on Elliott, was waiting for it, up to full forward. Frampton playing behind. Andrews brought it to ground. They're grappling as they go after it. Oh, Billy accidentally kicked it. It nearly squirted through. It misses on the near side. First score of the half is a behind. Collingwood by 7 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
Just forcing it forward, Collingwood from stoppage. Doesn't have to be pretty, but we've seen to go. He's just get it on the boot and win a contest, get in front of your man. They know the forwards, the ball's just going to come out quickly and squirt out from stoppage.
Wilmot with the kick in. He ran the full measure. Charlie Cameron weighted down, nearly crumbed it. Dunkley nearly crumbed it as well. De Goey half had him. Gerard thought he fully had him. Fletcher's got it. Looks up. Didn't have a lot of options. Lipinski picked their pocket. Gave it to Josh Dacos. Looked outside. Wheeled inside. Short pass offline. Put it straight into the waiting arms of Starcevic. His short pass to Coleman, their best user. Great smother. Isaac Quainer gets it. And now they jam tackle him. And it's a ball up.
I thought he got one high there. He was enormous, Quainer. Just Josh Dacos' ball use hasn't been an absolute best
What
today.
was Kenny Coleman doing? He's got a very high ball drop.
Good smother.
He just thought he had half an hour.
McInerney with a tap over on the members' wing. Cox hacked it out of the air, but only as far as Zorko, who takes the sliding mark.
Just disposal number 8 for Dane. Zorko hasn't had a big say on proceedings so far.
Uses it short to McCluggage. Has a look, a quick glance into centre field. Collingwood have stacked the corridor. McCluggage wandered off in that direction anyway, and now he's going to have to switch all the way across half-back. Starcevic is set for it. Berry leads up. He takes the mark at halfway. They wave him on, but he didn't go.
Just sagging off, I reckon, Collingwood. He's just allowing that. Yep. So that McCluggage was pinned in, and Hill just sagged off. Starcevic gave him the outlet, but now they've done a good job of shutting this ball movement down.
It's a retreat to Starcevic. He kicks up to half forward. Hipwood has front position. They're all hanging off him. Moore makes the spoil over the top.
Well, that's exactly what they want. They've been beaten on the deck out the back most of the time. So they're going to give that away, get all their blokes back and bring, hopefully, Darcy Moore into the game.
Score in the third quarter for Robot Building Supplies, and it stays 9-10 to 9-3. Collingwood lead, 3 minutes gone. Third term, Cox, McInerney. Cox a big swat at it, got it towards the wing. Wilmot got it, but they got him in a hurry. Berry missed it, picked up by Lipinski. He's had an impact since coming on. Gave it to Crisp. He loops it over the top. It's Bobby Hill's turn. He goes hard. Coleman the other way, just as hard. Not the Starcevic. His handball into traffic, though. Hoskinley at the flick on. Crisp a secondary flick on. McCreary against the grain. Shrugs a tackle. Crowd roar. Floats it wide. He gets it to Josh Dacos. He took a half look, half step. Now he plays on. Who does he want? He's got Elliott or Frampton. He pulls the kick to Elliott.
Their pace is just a massive problem for them at the moment. Collingwood are just exposing Brisbane.
Has he got this kick in him?
I wouldn't have thought he can get the distance.
On a day like today, I'd never back against it.
It doesn't look that confident.
So Elliott's on a 45-degree angle, maybe a little worse. And he's going to kick from 53 or 54. He's kicking to the city end. It will take his absolute best. But he's kicked some miracle set shots before. He sets it up, top of the square. Mason Cox! He's got it! Oh, he dropped the second grab. It was there for him, and now straight back to Elliott with a scramble kick away, and he'll line up from 40 this time, same angle.
Now he's got the distance in him, no worry, but Mason Cox, Mychek spoiled it out of his hands on the second grab. The kick from Elliott was good to Mason Cox. He had a leading lane there, and that's a set play for them. They usually do it so well. Mason, I thought, just ran under the ball and didn't get his timing right. That quick hack kick out is always going to end in the hands of the opposition.
So Elliott, he'll kick from 48 this time. The crowd will tell you. He kicks it across the face a little, and it works back like a piece of art. And it was touched on the line. Wow, he didn't make the distance.
Wow.
The kick through the air looked pretty good, but he just didn't get enough burn on it. Two behinds to start this third term for the Magpies. 9-11 to 9-3 they lead.
This goes to show there is a bit of wind out there.
Yep. Wilmot into the back pocket for Berry, and back to Wilmot. One of two teenagers out there for the Lions.
He makes me nervous a little bit with his ball use, Wilmot. Good kick.
Careful, and he finds Neil.
He's a big second half, Neil. He was okay in the first half, but if they're to win, he's going to have to produce an absolute classic.
He takes off and he's kicking long for Danaher. Quaynor times his leg. No stopping Joe there.
Look at Charlie over the back, one-on-one with Howe. He's got to go quickly. Collingwood have done a good job to hold this up.
Powerful big man's mark for Flight Centre. Danaher onto the left boot, searing ball inside. Maynard goes the spoil underneath. Fletcher hauled it in, got it to his boot, not enough on it. Tricky bounce, ran on and on and on, past side bottom and through for a behind. 7-point margin in Collingwood's favour. AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
Just that kick in from Joe. There's no doubt they want flat balls in. They don't want any height on that. Now, he didn't hit it right, but that's okay because it's easier to spoil. The ball gets on the deck and Brisbane get another shot, so they don't want that high entry.
Howe runs his measure, heads toward Cox. McInerney's there, double-fisted it down. Fletcher through the traffic nicely. Hands it inside to Rayner, to Dunkley. He goes inside to Neal. Quickly, Nick Dacos wraps him up. No prior. Ball up at the point of the centre square at half forward for the Lions. We still trail 9-4 to 9-11. And that score brought to us by Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it in this third term.
McInerney got it down to his feet. Dunkley burrowed through, but he was taken in the tackle.
Hard work getting clearance right now.
Yeah, they just want to surge it forward here, Collingwood. So Brisbane, Fletcher off the back of this stoppage, got to be aware of that.
Cox is able to get it on the palm, belts it past Leicester. Myercheck up to meet it, shovels it off to Ginnivan, kicks to Frampton, he makes space, it pitched back over his head. Bobby Hill's underneath, he got caught by Starcevic as he tried the evasive manoeuvre, and that's holding the ball.
He did well.
Yeah, well, that's the surge. Mason Cox just go, well, don't worry about it, we'll just get it forward. And that's where they've looked their most dangerous from stoppage today. They got away with one there for the first time. Hill has actually been done in a one-on-one duel.
They're defending well, Collingwood. They're really struggling to move the ball, Brisbane.
So to Gardner to Fletcher. He's on defensive 50s, he marks it. And now to Neal. And he wobbles one to the wing. Not his best, but it might work. Although Quaynor trapped it on the run and blasts it long. Who's got a fly here? No one does. Neal stayed down. He half trapped it. Got it to Gardner. Gave it to Neal. Shrugged the tackle. Flicks it back. Got it to Wilmot. Hands to Gardner. All the way back they go to Leicester. He evades a couple of players coming at him. Goes down the line to Darcy Cameron. Dunkley crumbs it. Gave it to McCluggage. Inside kick delightful to Big E. Eric's got it. Who's he want? Danaher missed him. Put it straight into the waiting arms of Crisp, that half-back for Collingwood.
He did so well side bottom. He gets the ball now, Jared, but he got back and it was the only one inside defensive 50 for Collingwood. Saved the day.
Side bottom out the far side. He measures it off to Nick Dacos, who wears some heavy contact from Berry. It's late. It's 50. Side bottom and Myercheck want a piece of Berry, but Nick Dacos is getting marched down the field.
Now they had an opportunity up the middle there, and they didn't take it. Now Collingwood rebound.
Nick quickly to Pendlebury. Forward of centre. And every player on the ground ahead of him. Up to Crisp. Sharp ball movements. Crisp is going to give them a look up at full forward. Trapped and dropped the mark cold again. Gardner, beset upon. Ginnivan suffers the same fate. Ball it up.
Just
15 out from goal.
shot, really. It's a third uncontested mark. He's dropped inside forward 50 and he just didn't judge the ball. That's one of those ones that we'll reflect on depending on which way the result goes at the end of this game.
I do feel like he's going to grab one though. Darcy Cameron knocks it down to go. He had it, lost it. McCluggage flicks the kick away. Is it going to be marked by side bottom? Not the required. Has to play on. Gave to DeGoey. He hasn't had a moment yet. Gave to Maynard. He hasn't had a moment yet. Flicked away after the short pass to Nick Dacos. Gang tackle. Crowd on ball. And they get it.
First look, I thought it was a good decision. I thought Starcevic, I think it is, ducked into that tackle. So he breaks the first one, or maybe it's should have been a free kick. No, I think on reflection and on replay, you need... I did think he lowered the shoulder into the tackle. Jared, you disagree?
No, I hate that free kick.
That's the rule is a stinker.
Didn't he lower
because of public pressure?
I reckon he lowered into that tackle.
Maynard has not kicked the goal all year.
He's got to lower to try and break the first tackle.
But you put yourself at risk by doing that. If you just
swinging arm,
stand up.
Some love to hate him. Some hate to love him. From the pocket for his first of the year.
Oh.
Hits the post.
Well, the irony. The irony, he could have actually turned around and said to Dom Sheed, there you go, I'll square that one up.
Hit it well. His kicking today has been on point, Braden Maynard.
Collingwood by 8. Grand final presented or powered by Ladbrokes $1 Million Chase. Collingwood have dominated the first 10.5 minutes of the third term. Coleman brings it in and he's found a good target in Andrews.
Can't break the defence. Collingwood have got them absolutely tactically exposed at the moment. They've got to find a way through to get out the back.
Andrews pops it over the top to Hipwood. And he plays it out to half-back for Dunkley.
There's no run at all. There's no link up.
Dunkley on the stationary play, sets his kick up for McCluggage, who takes a fine mark with Markov closing on him. Oh, and he'll get 50. McCluggage is getting a 50 against Markov. Couldn't instantly see how this set up, so they flew the car sales replay. Everything you auto knows, Markov is backing away.
And if
umpire called stand and Markov ran out of the area backwards. That was always his intention, but he didn't beat the call.
He was looking at the umpire and saying, is it okay if I do this? And the umpire said, no, it's not. Now, if there's one area of his game that hasn't been great over his career, it is his set shot goal kicking. But if today is any indication, this goes straight through the middle.
11-13 this season. Hugh McCluggage from 45 outs. He's met it. He's got it. He's defied the billing. And he's cured his set shot kicking when it was needed most. He kicks his second, McCluggage. And just as the environment was starting to take a turn Collingwood's way, that is against the flow. It's a 2-point deficit. This grand final for Cobram Estate, the good oil, 9-12-66 Collingwood, 10-4-64 Brisbane.
I think it's a good call, Jared, because just as the Collingwood chant started and the crowd was starting to insert themselves on it, that is a goal to suck all the momentum out of the crowd and just quiet them down. I can't stand the rule, and it's a discussion for another day, but how that cost a team a 50.
I don't think that was 50
and
under
a goal.
I don't think that was on. He was backing back, asking the umpire, where's the mark?
But that's the problem with the rule. It's too confusing for everyone, including the umpires. It is too hard to adjudicate a grand final, and that costs you a goal. It is a disgraceful rule that needs addressing at the end of the year.
That's two we've got.
Okay. Oscar McInerney in the ruck, knocks it down, free kick, it'll be Collingwood's way, Pendlebury. No, it's Brisbane's way.
This is the only way they're getting an inside forward 50, by free kicks.
Bailey was held, gets the free kick, runs and launches long. This is Hipwood's moment here. He gets up there, can't mark it though. Knocked toward the boundary and will get a ball in. Forward pocket for the Lions with a 2-point margin. Collingwood's way, 66-64. And the clock for Makita XGT power without limits, 13.5 minutes gone, third term.
Most of the goals are coming from stoppage, so they'll be nice and toey here, the Pies.
Right forward pocket for Brisbane. Danaher lost position against Cameron, who knocked it straight down to Charlie Cameron. He taken to ground. The ball didn't spill far enough away from the congestion. Ball it up.
Looking behind the ball.
Darcy Cameron takes out of the ruck. Oh, he kicked it sideways, out on the full. You would barely believe that.
Who wants it?
We want Eric to have it or Charlie.
Kick.
Yeah, there was confusion, Jared. The other umpire, Matt Stevick, was calling for something. I'm not sure what he was.
Maybe he was telling players to get up again.
Suggesting.
Haven't gone for the players who've been pushed over. So Dane Zorko has ball in hand.
Couldn't, could he? Or could he?
Well, I reckon he's better off having a ping than trying to execute something at the top of the square.
He may as well. The day we've had, this one probably goes through too.
So this is Dom Sheed territory for the visual. Dane Zorko trots in. He's going to centre it up. What's he gone for? Nobody in particular.
That is a nonsense.
It is.
If you're going to do it, your teammates have to be on the same page that you're going to do it.
Take the moment.
So Mitchell to Howe to De Goey, half-back flank towards the wing. Mychek comes up, makes a good attempt at the mark. I thought he was paid a chop, so play-on's allowed, so it wasn't a mark. Josh Dacos really wide and probably too wide. And
just hit the chalk.
A part of the ball caught part of the line. The majority of the ball was outside the boundary, but
that's the Wayne Harms pocket too.
It is, so we've had the Wayne Harms pocket a couple of times, the Bobby Hill pocket, and we've also had the Dom Sheed pocket, but It's been an epic grand final so far. You know there's going to be a massive moment at Culmore too.
McCluggage squirts it away from the stoppage and it works as Zorko takes the mark and he cribs away. He did well to open the play up. McCarthy's his target. Maynard folded back on top of him and it runs over and out.
Did well, Maynard, not to give a free kick away there. Didn't have any eyes for the ball, but just used his body.
Wasn't a great kick
to bring the ball to ground. Nick Dacos, just the one touch in this third term after having 19 in the first half. He's just gone the half back from last observations to try and get himself just off the back of this stoppage.
Harris Andrews off the ground, sorry.
Collingwood by 2, Brisbane at half forward. Neil runs onto it, hand passes out in front of Fletcher. Just worried out of it by Moore. Ball's in the pocket. McCarthy almost created something, but not quite. Nick Dacos in the tackle, ball it up.
So Cox has come off the ground, off the bench. He's on the ground. Charlie Gardner is now having to pick him up.
Lions forward pocket. They're 2 behinds down. And big palm down by Gardner to side bottom. It didn't quite work. McCluggage ran into a roadblock. Did he have prime? No. We'll get a secondary ball up forward pocket for the Lions. 10-4 to 9-12. Collingwood lead. Here's Gerard Healy, our expert for local expert. A job well done.
There's good tactics here because they've got the big O sitting back as a defender on the big Cox.
Darcy Cameron to do the ruck work against him, Danaher. Darcy Cameron knocks it down and straight away Mitchell's caught. Not high, and the umpire's going to have to do it all again in that same forward pocket for the Lions.
You knew they'd clamp down defensively after the 18 that we saw in the first half. Just one goal in this third term.
Tossed up, Danaher reaching for it. Got it to his boot against the boundary, and Howe is back to goaltends.
And just physically, Harris Andrews and Dunkley getting massage on the bench. So now's about the time you start to feel the pinch as side bottom marks the ball in Collingwood's back pocket. You start to feel it now, about this time. Who wants it more? This is why you do your pre-season.
Side bottom in grand final number 5. Long on the way out. Crisper's got a couple against him. Wilmot got 4. He looked like he got first hands to it, but the Maynard mark has been paid.
Been good, Jack Crisp. Not huge numbers, but has had big moments in this game. That was one of them.
It's rare that a defender reads the ball better than a forward. And Jeremy Howe just slaughtered Eric Hipwood there. That had to be a mark.
Why would Eric Hipwood have been playing behind them?
I've got no idea.
Crisp long down the line. Cox marauding in. Can't take the mark. Darcy Cameron underneath. Book the hand pass and goes the kick instead. He's put it a bit aimlessly into the pocket, but it took a Myercheck bounce. Slapped it over his head to Ginnivan from the boundary. Here's the runner. Hit the post.
Bad luck. Great transition though. They were 30 seconds ago locked in Brisbane's forward pocket. And they've just edged the ball around the ground to have a ping at goal.
3-point lead, the Pies.
Short pass, Berry in the pocket. Back pocket for the Lions. City end. Chip kick towards Archie. Didn't get it to him. Josh Dacos just got a little half knuckle on it.
Yeah, well, that's what you do. Like, just the teasing distance there from Dacos. He wasn't on his man. He's like, if you want to kick it, I'm going to pretend I'm not interested. And then as soon as he dropped his eyes to kick the ball, he went back to intercept the ball, and Collingwood have a stoppage in a great position.
The Greg Williams distance, just enticing it to kick it in that direction because you know you got him covered. DeGoey covers this, gets it to Myercheck. Was he manhandled or did he mark it? He got neither. Myercheck, ball up forward pocket, Collingwood.
They dropped some marks. I mean, that for a forward, you've done everything right. You just got to grasp the ball with a chest mark. I know you've got pressure from Gardner, but how many of those they dropped today? Collingwood, there's been 4 or 5 that have been in great position. That's a big let-off.
McInerney wins the tap. Onto the footy, though, is Lipinski, and he's got to hope he made poor contact to kick it straight out on the foot. So just one goal in 19 minutes of this third term. It's gone Brisbane's way. Collingwood lead it by 3. Berry at the restarts. He will play the members' side of the ground as he kicks beyond half back. Danaher, beautiful mark with the flight, judged it well, trickles it on in front of Archie, who can run into a paddock. He's got Bailey deep. He's got Howe with the flight. It beats him over the top. Robertson marks and goals. Brilliant manoeuvre from the Lions. And the long boot of Joe Danaher set them on their way. Devon Robertson's done so much to catch Gerard Healy's eye. Now he's on the board. That is the 7th lead change of the afternoon. Brisbane by 3.
It was brilliant transition. It took a Joe Danaher mark. He is catching everything that's coming his way. He could still drag this game across the line for them. He really does look dangerous right now. It was a clever dribble kick and then the big bomb to Devon Robertson was absolutely superb. I'm not sure he should have played on. There was a little moment there that could have been a really horrible smother, but Archie's dangerous. He's a really good runner. He makes good decisions, and that was superb kicking.
Enormous down there. He's taken 3 contested marks for safety steel sheds, and they move the ball that quickly that Collingwood's wingers, who do it so well to get back and defend like Sidebottom has done this quarter, it was too quick. They couldn't get back in time. Excellent running power from the Lions.
Deja vu again. Lions did this in the first quarter, took the lead halfway through and then conceded it. Took the lead in the second halfway through, conceded it. Collingwood get on the end of the clearance. Mitchell flicks it wide, gets it out to Elliott, half forward flank, but a long way from home. 70 plays 67. Lions lead now. We're ticked into time on third term. Sidebottom short to Myercheck, probably just beyond his range. 54, 55 out.
They need him. Their tall forwards have been poor. Myercheck, Cox, Frampton, no influence on this game. Compare that to Danaher.
He winds up, top of the square. Darcy Cameron's down there. Harris Andrews down there. Cox down there. None of them can mark it. They all scramble for it. Umpire circles. And we'll get a ball up about 20 metres out from Collingwood's goal.
Well, they've got a lot wrong in the last few minutes of quarters, Brisbane. They've got to start nailing it now.
Cox plants himself in front. He tapped it underfoot to Bailey, though, who was dragged down in a couple of tackles. Try it all again.
Need a lift from to go in the last.
Yep, it hasn't been sided. And Bobby Hill just the one handball after being on fire in the first half in this quarter, Bobby Hill.
Cox, a danger good here. Access down to Mitchell. Hand pass back in front of Cox. He got it to his boot and kicked it behind across the face.
Got to pay respect to Mitchell. He's one of the great clearance players of recent times, and yet in the goal square he's still allowed to get first possession and turned into a shot at goal.
Lions by 2. Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
5 behinds in this term for Collingwood.
McKenna entrusted with the kicking, goes wide to Hipwood. Hipwood more Hipwood, and more. Little nudge out. Hipwood's ball. Half-back flank. Zorko's wide for him. It's a horrible kick, but it might still work. It bounces in Zorko's direction. Great attack from Mitchell. He swiped it away. Got it to Chris. Collingwood are away if Pendlebury can find the handball target, and he does. To Markov. To Maynard. Caught, but he got a kick towards Elliott. 60 from goal. He gets up. He's got Bobby out wide, and Bobby's gone. He took 3 steps. Thought about running on, and now he goes back. And we'll have a shot from 40 out.
Let's unpack it. Let's unpack that for a minute. Tom Mitchell with the hand in. Jack Crisp absorbing the tackle. He could have gone boundary. He said, nah, I'm going to go centrally. Pendlebury got involved. Markov got involved. Once again, Maynard off the half-back line and his ball use. That's what we know about Collingwood. That's what we've seen all year. Just when you think Brisbane have the momentum, they produce that.
First kick of the quarter. He's got 4 goals to his name so far for number 5, and the lead. No.
Goodness.
That's a really good point. I mean, they're allowing Maynard to come off the back. He's playing a really good game, Braden Maynard.
Kicking's just been elite. 6 behinds in this quarter.
McKenna pumps it in beyond the 50. Dunkley read the flight well.
They've won some big one-on-ones on this wing closest to our commentary position this quarter, Brisbane.
Dunkley pokes it forward. Zorko
got the outnumber. Go.
Up in the hole. McCarthy's right on here. Zorko waited a little while and then missed him. He kicked it out on the full.
It's ridiculous from Zorko. Get off your man on your mark. Get off and give yourself some space. He just allowed Jeremy Howe to come in and put the pressure on. That it's smart aleck play from Dane Zorko, that.
Crisp gives a little ground to Maynard.
2 butchered opportunities going inside forward 50 when they've got a 1-point lead.
A pantomime villain about him. Out to Howe. Collingwood's long down the line. Howe's gone for Cox. Crashing in was Archie with the flight. Ball loose at the back. Archie went to ground as he gathered. Knocked it out the side. Gardner did. Put his head down. Ran straight into Cox. Ever so dangerous from all involved, really. His Gardner shouldn't be doing that.
No, he got a stinger.
He got it right on the shoulder. That can end so much worse. Gardner goes backwards. He'll have to come off the ground. And Andrews with the switch of play.
Yeah, the free was against Cox, but the error was Gardner's, really.
Yeah, he dropped his head. He's lucky to get the free kick in some respects.
Starzovic, half-back flank.
His timing's been awful, Mason Cox. He just ran under the aerial ball once again today. So it's back to the issues that he had before he sorted out his eyesight, but just no ability to judge the ball in the air today.
This is what they've done every quarter, Brisbane. They've tried to go slow and try and control, and yet the forward pressure has been too great, and they've conceded goals the other way.
They do get it out of play on the wing for a ball in. So 69 plays 70, 1 point game, 25 gone. Third term on the Makita XGT clock, power without limits. Grand final presenting partner on AFL Nation, Cobham Estate, the good oil, and powered by the Ladbrokes $1 million chase as well.
Cox in front, but McInerney was able to conjure the footy, gets under his kick going forward. Maynard with one way, and Hoskin Elliott judged things well.
Yeah, they had the 2-on-1 there, and they did it well, Collingwood. Thorco had no chance.
Hoskin Elliott with ball in hand, 3 minutes and change remaining in this third term. Brisbane have kicked the only 2 goals of it.
Creary is dangerous out the back, got no man.
Hoskin Elliott long down the line. Andrews and McInerney both flew. Ball has to be one underneath. Lipinski does. Feeds it out to Mitchell, loops it up for Nick Dacos, knocked it on, and then kicked it forward once and twice. Took great territory, and Marchek, full-chested, launches to mark. He's gone for Bobby Hill.
Every time.
So good from Hill. Hill just kept going with momentum. Like, he was involved in that Mycheck moment, and he ran back with the flight of the ball with extraordinary courage, and he thought, like, I'm just going to keep going, and he was able to get in behind. I'll check in a minute how many marks he's taken inside forward 50, but I'm sure it would be a career high for him. One-on-one inside 50 has been enormous, and Dacos involved. Nothing scientific about it, but they just want to surge the ball forward, Collingwood. It's been their strategy all day.
There's Norm Smith on the line here.
Yeah. Bobby Hill, left forward pockets. He will open the angle. No, he worried. He lays it off to Pendlebury, who got loose in ball.
Brilliantly done, Collingwood, and geez, they have just lost the plot this last 3 minutes of every quarter. That is just horrible defence.
A big kick from Pendlebury. That's 6 behinds. He would sense that. Bobby Hill's taken 5 marks inside forward 50. Brisbane have taken 2. That is if you had said to me before the game, nearing three-quarter time, Hill would have 5 marks inside forward 50 and Brisbane as a team would have 2. You would have absolutely laughed at me. But let's focus on this kick. What a legacy this man has built.
One of the greatest of all Magpies. Left of centre, 30 metres out. He's every bit that. Scott Pendlebury puts Collingwood back in front. An unrewarded third term until the 28th minute of it. 5-point leaders once more. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robot's got it. 10-15-75 Collingwood to 11-4-70 the Lions.
Well, they just keep on doing it. They find a way, Collingwood, in this last couple of minutes to score goals of every quarter. And they won't go away. Every time Brisbane, who have been accurate, have forged their way to a lead, Collingwood, who have been inaccurate with 10-15 and should be a long way in front of this game, find a way to nudge in front.
So another goal assist to Bobby Hill. He's had 7 score involvements. He's taken those 5 marks inside forward 50. He's had 14 touches already in this game, just having an enormous impact.
From the restart, bounced out of the circle, umpire wave play on and coming hard. Devon Robertson got the handball to Berry. He tried to bounce past it. He did bounce past it successfully. Little loop over the top. McCarthy, the thump on. Markov the other way. Had it. Half tackled. Dropped it. Got back up. Gave a handball to Crisp. He's wing tackled. Floats one to the wing. Bouncing ball. Huge ball to win. And McCreary gets there with some help from Nick Dacos, who says, go on, go on. And he goes on over the head of Elliott. And now on the rebound, Starcevic. Seconds remaining in the third term. Ball in the hands of Zorko. He blasts a tumbler to half forward over the head of a couple. Crash. 4 hit the deck. Charlie Cameron's there. 3 Magpies around him. He can't get it out. Did he drag it in? Umpire says,
great defending.
Ball it up. 10-15, plays 11-4. Collingwood by 5 points. 1 minute left in the third. Punched out the side of the stoppage. Crisp the first to get it, but he's given it up. Neal spins his way forward, gives it off to Rayner, caresses it low down to McCarthy.
Well, that was genius from Lachie Neal. Absolute first-class genius. To get away from that, to get the handball out, and a really nice kick from Rayner sets up a shot at goal for an unlikely lead change.
Yeah, Rayner hasn't had a big afternoon, but that was great ball use. That's exactly what you want as a forward. Nothing Quainer could do about that. But you mentioned they left one out there, Jared. McCreary had options everywhere, and he went inside and turned it over to Elliott. This is a 2-goal swing. if Flick McCarthy can nail this with 20 seconds to go in the third term.
He is kicking for goal number 3. McCarthy from 45 metres out. It's on its way. It's right.
It's his dumb shoe to be just sitting over Western Australia. I think, what's wrong with these players?
So it is a 4-point Collingwood lead with seconds remaining in the third term. Now shields his eyes from the sun. Just has to get it safely into play or far enough away. Meanders in. Hand passes it away to Moore, who can kick well beyond the defensive area. McCreary one way, Dunkley the other. The final turn for home. Collingwood by 4 points. They have led at each change by 10, by 6 and by 4. Scoreboard for Robot Building Supplies. Collingwood 10-15-75. Lead the Brisbane Lions 11-5-71. Multiple goal kickers. Bobby Hills kicked 4. Crisp has kicked 2 for the Lions. 2 each to Danaher, McCluggage, McCarthy, Charlie Cameron and Bailey. This grand final, powered by the Ladbrokes $1 million chase, is taking us to the wire on AFL Nation.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
What's tougher than tough? NHP's ISO range of plugs, sockets and switches. With over 400 options covering 10 to 50 amps in 3, 4 and 5 pin configurations, NHP's industrial strength options range of plugs, sockets and switches is diverse and excellent value. IP66 and UV stabilised as standard with chemical resistant versions available, you won't find a tougher range for your industrial, commercial and domestic applications. Hot or cold, indoor or outdoor, NHP's ISO range is tough. ISO Tough. Available at your local electrical wholesaler.
This is the sound of a motorcyclist's hoodie being shredded to pieces in a low-speed crash. In reality, it only lasts for 0.03 seconds before the material disintegrates. Then his flesh is shredded by the coarse bitumen as he grates across the road like a human crayon. Remind your loved ones to wear all the protective gear on every ride. A message from the TAC.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. It doesn't matter what car you drive, where you drive, how you drive, or even what you might be towing behind you. You can trust Tyre Power to have the tyre to suit you. And as Australia's biggest independent, we have the buying power to make sure the price suits your budget as well. Get the power at Tyre Power for whatever you drive. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Heading away over the school holidays?
At Melbourne Airport, upgrade your value car park with Value Express. The team will park your car and have it ready when you're back.
For just a one-time $24 upgrade fee, simply drive up, hand in the keys, and the Melbourne Airport team will take care of the rest.
When you return, your car will be waiting for you.
Conditions apply. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au. Park with ease at Melbourne Airport.
See why bigger is better at Peninsula Skoda, boasting a brand new modern showroom and over 150 new and pre-owned vehicles on display. Melbourne's largest Skoda dealership has something to suit every lifestyle. For the ultimate test drive location, head to Peninsula Skoda.
LMCT 12366.
Discover a new world of whiskey with Starward. Made in Melbourne using locally sourced ingredients, Starward's award-winning whiskies are delicious, juicy and approachable with every sip. Available now in all leading liquor stores. Starward. To new horizons.
Drink responsibly.
Hey Dad, I thought we couldn't afford a home this big.
It's part of Henley's new collection. They've dropped their prices with completely new home designs, all the luxuries, and now 7-star energy efficiency. Our bank is going to love it.
Henley Homes, backed by our $7 billion parent.
Penrite, a 100% Aussie company, pride themselves on their commitment to all forms of motorsport in Australia. From the very grassroots to competing and succeeding at the highest level. It's always been a big part of their DNA. And this real-world testbed for their products ensures the lubricants and fluids you buy for your vehicle have benefited from the development of being punished in a way that only competition can. Penrite. It competes, you win.
Hi, I'm with Dan Isaac from Caveat Loans Australia. Dan, what is a private caveat loan?
A private caveat loan is basically an alternative type of finance, which is much more flexible in comparison to a traditional bank, who have much more rigid credit criteria.
How hard is it to get an approval and who can apply?
Well, the good news is that almost any property or real estate owner can apply. We do not require any bank statements, no tax returns, no financials or proof of income. Best of all, your credit rating is irrelevant. Visit caveatloans.finance.
Terms, fees, conditions apply.
You're listening to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final on AFL Nation. For Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back.
Sets his kick up for McCluggage, who takes a fine mark. Oh, and he'll get 50. McCluggage is getting a 50 against Markle. Hugh McCluggage from 45 outs. He's met it. He's got it. Trickles it on in front of Archie, who can run into a paddock. He's got Bailey deep. He's got the kick. Howe with the flight. It beats him over the top. Robertson marks and goal. Bobby Hill will open the angle. Harry Murray lays it off to Pendlebury, who got loose in ball. One of the greatest of all Magpies. 30 metres out. He's every bit back. Scott Pendlebury puts Collingwood back in front. It's the Pies by 4 points. Entering the last quarter, Sam Edmund on the boundary for Spitwater, tough and ready.
Jared Craig McRae spent a lot of time over the whiteboard in that three-quarter time break. 2 key messages on the whiteboard as it was carried past me. Knock-ons in big, bold, capital letters, and play the angles. We know how much their speed's troubled Brisbane today. They want to keep it going for another half an hour.
You can definitely sense that. They've definitely, with the strategy to knock the ball on, and we'll see if they continue to do that. Well, clearly they will, because that's a message from the coach. What you want in a grand final is your biggest performance. Bobby Hill is producing that. Career high 4 goals. His previous best was 3. His career high for disposals is 18. He's had 14 already at three-quarter time and 7 score involvements.
If Brisbane are going to win this, they have to dominate clearance, beginning with centre bounces.
This most thrilling of seasons goes the distance. Collingwood by 4 points, entering the final term of the grand final. The delivery of the ball for Macca's. Macca's new McCrispy. It's a star on debut. Free kick from the initial ruck contest.
He's putting his knee up.
It's going McInerney's
He's had
way.
a poor day, Mason. A really poor day.
Hasn't learned his lesson, he's been told. He's been nearly reported.
The big O is going to hoof it forward for Brisbane. Cox has filled the hole and he's going to win it right back. He makes amends. Hand passes to Howe. He flows out to the wing where the mark is taken by Hill.
Too predictable, that kick. Really poor. Straight to Mason Cox. I mean, he's your ruck opposition.
Hill takes his time. Kicks for half forwards. Frampton was behind Andrews and he took hold of him and gave away the free kick.
I just reckon Andrews can just ignore Frampton. Like, he's giving him too much respect. He can now just drop off him. Even the Collingwood players are reluctant to go to Billy. They've lost all confidence in him, and he'd have to look at what you can do. But with the sub being activated, there's no way Collingwood can hide him.
Yeah, what about the line sub?
Yeah, well, I'm surprised they haven't gone with it already. Lions are sitting there ready to go.
Neil back to Lester. He goes long to Danaher. He got up there and Moore got just as high. And he got more on it. He got a big fist to put it out of play.
The Pies need some to-go-y magic. And the Lions need Zach Bailey to come back to his first half form. He only had 1 touch in the third.
Forward pocket for the Lions. Early stages last quarter. The 2023 grand final. The big O with the fist down. Cox against him. Ball hits the deck. The scramble. Josh Dacos picks it up. Feeds a handball out. It bounced unkindly for Dunkley. Nicely for Crisp, who got it on the end of the handball from Lipinski. And now free kick against Frampton again. Go to Harris Andrews on the wing. Lions about to go forward again, trailing by 4 points.
It's Andrews' turn to impose himself. He kicks forward. Danaher, big rise. Moore made the spoil. Zach Bailey's underneath. He'll curl it near the teeth of goal. Quaynor overcommitted. Side bottom saves him. Hand passes to Howe in the back pocket. Kicks long on the way out. Maynard's overwhelmed by the numbers. It's a downfield free kick though. Howe got cleaned up by Charlie Cameron.
He's hurt. He got winded as Collingwood go here.
So kick comes quickly forward to Myercheck. He's going to loop the hand pass over the top to Nick Dacos, running it half forward. Dabs the kick to Pendlebury, let it bounce. The former skipper pulls up, wheels around, has a look, doubles back. nurses it into the pocket. Nick Dacos, got 15 from the boundary. Got it right to the line where Harris Andrews tipped it through for a behind. Collingwood by 5.
Well, his running power, Dacos, so he's one of the hardest runners in the league. We saw that. Multiple possessions in that chain and just kept going and got himself a position. There was a centimetre in that.
They wanted it down the middle. They set up it down the middle, and he's kicked it to Big Joe.
Big Joe gets there late, though. Spores away from Moore. Dunkley gave it back to Big Joe. Pulled the kick late. Quaynor picked his pocket. Gave it to DeGoey. Floats it over the top, and he gets Bobby Hill.
Guess who? 6th mark inside 50. Bobby Hill. Lining up for goal number 5. Disposal number 17. It is a career day. And if he slots this, Jared, almost regardless of the result.
Had a panic attack, Joe, trying to swing it onto his boot. It had to be a handball in congestion. I mean, that's just not good enough.
Good kick from DeGoey, getting himself involved. Darcy Moore dropped the easy intercept mark as well. A few Collingwood players have had poor days today.
So Bobby Hill lines up directly out. He's going to kick from right on the paint of 50. To extend Collingwood's lead, you'll hear a massive roar, but he can't squeeze it home. He's kicked 4-2. Bobby. And it's 10-17 to 11-5. It's one of those strange games where the team who kicks less goals might end up winning it.
McKenna leaves the defensive goal square, kicks it long. Now Danaher's the target again, but Cox up over the top. That's a telling tall man's grab. The flight centre is hobbling as he rises. Crisp goes around to receive. It's Crisp's job to kick it up into the pocket. Myercheck tried to clear the way. He banged in to the defence and gave away the free kick to Gardner. Let's just check in with Sam Edmund on Jeremy Howe.
That's a brutal hit, didn't he, from Charlie Cameron there, Jared. Reluctant to come off. The physio went out. The doctor went out. Immediately grabbed for that kidney sort of back of the rib area, but he's staying out there.
Joe's getting beaten by a couple of tall timber for Collingwood. Darcy Cameron beats him this time, and he's about to send Collingwood back inside 50. 77 plays 71. Collingwood lead. He launches it. Who launches at it? Harris Andrews. Big climb. I thought he held it long enough, and the umpire agrees. So Harris Andrews, he's been captain fantastic again today, and it's still 10-17 Collingwood, 11-5 Lions.
Across the face of goal to McKenna out the far side. Starcevic, he blinked. He got caught by Hill holding the ball. Oh, what a moment for Bobby.
How good.
And that will haunt Starcevic for his career. Sideways, the kick comes to Lipinski.
Yeah, you won't want this to go through for a goal.
Lipinski is going to sag the kick for DeGoey, who marks a step outside the 50.
You know he can kick a distance from the Dom Sheed.
Let's quickly check in on the sub for Brisbane, Sam.
Jared Lyons taking off the warm-up tyres, getting ready to go. Swallow down a gel. It looks as though it's Jasper Fletcher who's going to make way. We wait confirmation, but Jared Lyons just waiting to come on.
The set shot is with Jordan DeGoey. It would take one hell of a kick from 54. He sends it on its way. It's going to land in the square. Andrews brought it to ground. Robertson got the hand pass away, enough to concede a score. One of those awkward margins of 7 points now on the Signet scoreboard. Signet Mag family. Power every moment.
Yeah, they get the next goal, Collingwood. Psychologically, they could just steamroll Lions.
One of those handy points, but it's still early in the last quarter.
Got to keep going. Got to keep taking the game on with your ball movement. Got to keep taking risks because Collingwood are so good defensively. If you go into your shell, they'll bottle it up.
So to Zorko, now to Charlie Cameron, who gets there late. Flies late with Maynard, gets the crumb, they get him, he shakes them off, he's up against the boundary, loops the handle back to Zorko, made him work for it. Zorko up against the boundary, keeps it alive outside of the boot. No, he doesn't keep it alive.
Yeah, their pressure's lifted. Like, honestly, to hem them in there, they had numbers inside forward 50. If they'd won that ball, they had options everywhere going inside, but Collingwood have raised their intensity and their defensive pressure, and Brisbane right now, we've seen on a couple of occasions, Zorko there, Starcevic struggling to cope with it.
Al will be playing with sore ribs. He kicks long down the line. Darcy Cameron brought it to ground. Frampton to Josh Dacos. Slipped it around the boundary to Mitchell. Threw it onto his boot. A roller up to half forward. Out comes Starcevic. Hill runs at him. Starcevic got the hand pass away this time. Lester, McCluggage, Andrews, Bailey. On to Zorko. Up toward the 50. McCarthy set himself up over the top. So some dare for the Lions. Sets them up now at half forward. McCarthy's gone for Joe. Danaher in the leading lane takes the mark.
Huge. Mitchell on the outer side had Nick Dacos running with no one near him. Mitchell opted the squirt kick forward instead of the handball to Nick Dacos, the turnover. And Link McCarthy, some of his one-on-one work this year and through the final series, enormous. Then they had the mismatch with Danaher versus Hoskin Elliott, and that's just exactly where you want it. And he's been reliable in this final series, Joe. This is a big kick, completely against the run of play.
Career long, these have been look-away moments, but Joe Danaher has missed to the left, so he retreats to his previous ways.
Could be a handy point though, Jared.
Yeah, 6-point margin. He's kicked 2 goals, 1. Signet scoreboard, Signet Mag family, power every move.
So the kick into Quaynor, it's Archie who's been subbed out, I think, for the Lions. We're checking with Sammy Edmund.
Caroline's definitely on the field, Dwayne, just waiting confirmation, but Archie definitely came off for him.
Okay, to the back row, to the wing. Kenny and Coleman can't quite get away with it. They get him.
Bobby Hill on his own. It's amazing.
Rotation's running now, so DeGoey comes for his rest. They've got to time this so that DeGoey and your best players are on the ground in the final 8 to 9 minutes of this game.
Darcy Cameron, the big O, climb. Neither can get it to advantage, and the umpire comes in and says, I'll ball it up again.
So he probably has 4 minutes here to go, 13 minutes to go in the game, and then he plays the rest of it.
6-point lead to Collingwood. The Collingwood chant rings around the MCG. Lipinski to Mitchell, to Lipinski, to Pendlebury. Ugly bounce. Gideon Coleman got there. Pendlebury tackled him. Was that high on Mitchell from McCluggage? Umpire said no.
Gone out of it, Coleman. The 21 at half-time, 23 for the game. Has hardly been sighted since half-time.
Tossed up on the members' wing. McInerney once and twice. Darcy Cameron ended up with it. Trickled it forward. Coleman has first access. Took a while, My check went straight at him, wrapped him up, tucks the ball in underneath.
So that's it. That's the physicality of the game, the brutal conditions. Some players cope with it. We're seeing Nick Dacos, the way he's covering the ground despite 6 weeks off. And that from Kitty Coleman, there was no zip in his legs. Couldn't bend over to pick up a footy.
He didn't want it.
No.
Tap came the way of Dunkley on his hands and knees. Lions' first touch is a sweeping hand pass forward to the play. Bounce back past McCarthy, and it sat there for Fletcher, who took him on. Creative hand pass to Bailey, who slipped over, got caught, got it to his boot still. Up toward the 50. Danaher brought it to ground. Fletcher gathers. He's in the tackle of Markov. He'll hold it in and earn a bounce.
Well done to Fletcher. He's just busting his gut. Kenny Coleman, he's the one I would have taken off the ground because he's got no run in his leg.
No, they didn't even need to change him then for Berry, who was considering coming back on from the ball up. Lions need a hero. They need a goal. And they'll get a ball up inside their attacking 50. 78 plays 72 the score. Collingwood lead. That score for Signet. Signet, Mag family power every moment. Collingwood fans roaring again. Ball knocked down to Raynor. He can't part the seas. He ran into a roadblock ball.
He tried to part them, Dwayne. That was his problem.
It's hard, though, isn't he? He's the one making the play. I know he's tried to break the tackle and was never going to through 4 of them, but it's a tough penalty for the one who really wanted the football the most. But good tackling. Collingwood's pressure, as we've referenced a number of times since half-time, has gone up a big year.
Here on the replay for car sales. Sell your car the hassle freeway with car sales instant offer.
Cameron needs a moment, the ruckman. He needs a big mark down the line. Has hardly been sighted today.
Bobby Hill versus Starcevic in the 50.
Quaynor long down the line. Darcy Cameron once, twice, right on cue.
He needed that moment. He hardly had that moment. So can he be the one? He was great late last week. That was a big moment for him.
And pass to Mitchell on boundary side. Got right under the kick. McCreary's got to come. Coleman front position. Couldn't hang on. McCreary did enough. Throw it in.
Now it's all about these contests. Like it's stoppages like this. This is what it comes down to in big games. Who can win these brutal contests late in the game when you know you're in trouble physically?
Collingwood by a goal. Left half forward. Stoppage. Lions knocks it forward. Hoskin Elliott dragged off his kick. Tireless stuff there from Zorko. And as a result, Lions is able to fire a kick down the line. Howe and Hipwood engage. Crisp is the third man in. Hipwood made a great tackle. Tied him up. Dragged him out over the
one-on-ones there. Well done by Hipwood. They've got to find some run from somewhere at the moment. The only way they're transitioning the ball is by short kicks. Brisbane, and the legs are looking pretty weary.
Still Collingwood by goal. Ball on the wing. Lyons lays a tackle. Hits the deck. Little tap out. Dunkley's direction. Flicked it to Fletcher. Couldn't get it. Hoskin Elliott does. Great smother. Zorko. He bends it around the body to half forward. Howe. Right spot, right time again.
Been good, Howe. Really good.
He wants the inside kick. He gets the inside kick. He missed the inside kick. Markov. Fortune does not favour the Brave. Kenny and Coleman off the canvas.
and he kicks it behind. He was cooked 5 minutes ago. His eyes lit up. Maybe he hasn't got the beans left. But they're a kick from the lead now, the Lions. 13 minutes gone. Final term. Makita XGT Power Without Limits clock. Here's Gerard Whateley on AFL Nation.
I don't think Gerard Whateley, he'll go down through the middle now. I think Jeremy Howe off the back of that one will play it safe.
More into Howe, who has footy in hand, and he does long down the line. He set it up for Cox. Andrews arrives, makes the spoil. Hoskin Elliott and Fletcher. Hoskin Elliott did well. Paddled it on to McCreary. Out the back he goes to Crisp. Kick was smothered. McKenna did well. Andrews was onto it. Hand pass to Fletcher. No room in which to move, and he gets skittled.
Just the one for Brisbane I think could break things over. I'd love to see Zach Bailey go on ball.
Yeah, me too.
He's the one that could give them some... Dwayne?
Gerard Proud posted at 100,024. The magical number of 100,000 for the grand
Push
final.
out.
McInerney pushed Cox, got away with it. Kicks to half forward. Hipwood presented. Lunging forward. Now the mark is set at the 50.
To put them in front, Dwayne.
Have you seen that before? Full house in big lettering on the MCG screen.
They're having their moment, Brisbane. There's no doubt they've wrestled back the control from the contested and clearance standpoint.
We are beyond the halfway mark of this final term. Eric Hipwood is angled to the right. He is beyond the 50-metre arc. Hipwood gives it everything he's got. It's near side, and it is through from behind. They're down by 4 points. AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
After what we saw in the first half, in this last term, both teams have kicked 0 goals 3 and gettable opportunities that we've seen. So they've just lost their ability to go back. Danaher, we've seen Hipwood there. Jeremy Howe turning the footy over. These are big, big moments.
Howe thought about the corridor. He comes wide, and Harris Andrews got up. Had hands on it, couldn't mark it. Little toe poke to go was clever. Got it to McCreary. He bounced it, but he lost it. Gardner's got it. They get him. Gave it to Harris Andrews. He gives it to Pendlebury. Bad guy to give it to. The Rolls Royce at half-back. Mesmerised them. He bought time. He slowed time. He passed it to Ginnivan, who loads up long. Bobby Hill. Bobby's moment again. He's beaten. Huge win for Starcevic. He's beaten Collingwood's #1 man and keeps them alive.
He had to get one back, Starcevic, and didn't he do that? A Bendix breaks, big moment. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks.
What about Pendlebury, though? The kick to Ginnivan. Ginnivan didn't give Hill a chance. He'd rather that ball on the ground than the high ball. I know he's been good one-on-one, but against Starcevic, that ball had to be on the ground.
The Lions brought it out to Dunkley, who kicks down the line. The big men fly. It's knocked away and out of play. Right on halfway where Sam Edmund is.
Not sure I've seen Craig McRae as animated as his chance. He is riding absolutely everything. Gave Mason Cox a big rocket before he returned. And the big guns have just come back on as well. Nick Dacos still side bottom.
Yeah, and also Neil and McCarthy for the Lions.
This is the final assault. Collingwood by 4 points. Cox reaches around, but McInerney won the ball. Prize to kick forward. McCarthy, he stopped it in its tracks, but he didn't gather. Crisp to Markov under pressure. Back to Crisp. Over for Quaynor. It's got to be gathered, and it is. He kicks out the far side. Captain waiting for it.
Did really well on transition defensively, Gerard Brisbane there.
Yeah, just a bit cleaner at ground level at the moment, the Pies.
Hoskin Elliott plays it short to Quaynor. They're over on the worn wing and up at halfway.
So they've got Frampton off the ground, I think, and Cameron's the one that's gone forward on Harris Andrews.
The full house on the edge of their seats. The Rolls Royce has got it again. Pendlebury to Jagoe.
They know this is their style, and yet they're allowing it to happen. Just chip, chip, chip.
Chip wider, and Hoskin Elliott can't mark it. Now it's a chance for the Lions. Gideon Coleman fights on. He gets it at a half back. Launches to half forward. Maynard, Cameron, Charlie. Too clever, Charlie. He flicked it to Maynard, who gives to Pendlebury. Short pass is delightful. Nick Dacos, wing.
2 minutes.
It's in good hands, in good hands.
It is, but all their big players getting their hands on the footy, but Pendlebury's last 2 minutes, he gets it again here.
So Nick short to Pendles, 78 plays 74. Collingwood lead, 17 minutes gone. Final term in what's been an epic grand final.
They're spent.
Cox has gone forward. He's dangerous forward.
Sideways to Quaynor. Expansive switch all the way across to Howe. He's got side bottom running into space. If he looks up near the interchange gates, he's going to go a little bit longer. Elliott's the target. From the side, Dunkley Elliott did well.
Great move. Cox is the man. Got my money on Cox.
Darcy Cameron's gone down there as well. They're going to just sag it around, though, the Pies for the time being for Markov.
Got Berry down there as a spare.
Markov signals his intention. He's going to give the marking targets a look up in the pocket. Both ruckmen there for the Pies. Andrews knocks it to ground. Neil gathers, got it away. Neatly look in the back pocket, finds Dunkley from Leicester. He shares it up with Berry. Kicks hard up against the boundary. Howe cuts the angles and gets pushed over by Danaher.
They're the kicks that got to hit a target. And Joe needed to push a bit harder to get there and give him a bit more of an option.
Collingwood 6 minutes and 7 seconds away from premiers. Lions need a goal to take the lead. Edge of the seat stuff, full house, MCG. Place has been rocking since Kiss got out there. Pendlebury try to flick handball on the wing. No one can get away with it. Umpire comes in and says, I'll have it, boys. Take a breath.
Pendlebury. He's the one that looks fresh. He's had 6 clearances. He's had a big last quarter. He looks the danger for Collingwood. Watch the surge, though. They want to surge the ball forward at every opportunity.
One goal might be all Collingwood need from here. Mitchell with the clearance to Elliott. Handballs it over the top. He wanted Pendlebury, who was caught high. Umpire said no. Starcevic to Lyons, to Berry. They work it to half forward. Blind turn, mesmerised and Berry on the lazy Susan to Charlie. Can he get it and go? He had it. He lost it. Charlie's got it. A goal! And they're in front.
Oh, Charlie.
Cheeky Charlie has put the Lions in front with 5.5 minutes left in what's been an epic grand final in front of a full house.
Well, there's not much you can say about this game, but that moment, Berry was amazing, Charlie was doubly amazing, and this game is just incredible.
Well, Nick Dacos missed the tackle. He did everything right. And then Braden Maynard has looked out on his feet. He went to ground far too easily, and the most frightening player in all of football one-on-one, deep inside forward 50. Maynard's as good a defender one-on-one as there is in the game. And Cameron's made him look foolish. And then he made Quainer look foolish. And Berry made Dacos look foolish. These are the moments in grand finals that you will remember forever. We've got 5 minutes to go, and Collingwood always respond. What do they do from here? It's DeGoey, it's Dacos, it's Pendlebury inside.
It's got to be a DeGoey moment. He's got to contribute.
There have been 9 lead changes. This grand final for Cobram Estate, the good oil.
You got a warning. 6-6-6 warning.
6-6-6 against Collingwood, so it'll be thrown up in the middle. Cox and McInerney ready themselves. 5:31 to go. Brisbane by 2 points. Up she goes. Cox got his hand to it. Nick Dacos gathers. Hand passes it away to Pendlebury. Gets a kick up inside the 50. Myercheck in the front. Gardner knocked it away. Nick Dacos, lightning hands. Here's the DeGoey moment. He unloads. Bang! You need your stars. And Collingwood stars just went and wrenched the cup back. DeGoey lands it from 50, and they lead again by 4 points. 10th lead change of the grand final.
And let's just rewind the tape to the Brownlow medalist sitting alongside of me. He says it's DeGoey, it's got to be DeGoey. But before that, watch the Nick Dacos left-handed handball in midair. So he missed the tackle on Berry. He spread from centre bounce Jared in the air with the one hand. He gave it to your man, and your man delivered when you called him to deliver.
Absolutely, he did. But before that, they gave away a penalty that gave them the 6-6-6 warning, and that absolutely gave Cox an advantage. Whether it was structural or tactical, I'm not sure, but I'd love to find out.
5 minutes left on the Makita XGT Power Without Limits clock in this classic grand final. We might have extra time yet. It's been that kind of contest. Cox reaches in the ruck, knocks it down. Wilmot off the deck, kicked it off the carpet to half forward. Quaynor gets there ahead of Rayner. He chips it wide, a mark to side bottom, and he shows some poise. He got 50.
Wow.
He got 50, Sidey, and this will bring him to 55.
Now, look, I like that from the umpire, because you pay that in the home and away. You paid in a grand final. And Berry took him to ground after the mark was clearly taken. It is a delay of game. It is 50. But the moment for there,
it brings him to 50. It brings him to 50.
And he can go out on his right foot. He's an excellent shot. Now, he's just been stretching the right hammy, so he's got cramp. Everyone's out on their feet. But what this has allowed, it's allowed Collingwood's defenders to set up. Watch more. He's setting everyone up. Maynard's going, well, Cameron's not getting behind me again. A big moment in this game, and Sidebottom can take his full 30 and give his teammates a break.
A goal might just about seal it. With 4 minutes left, Sidebottom in game 309 from outside the arc. Oh my goodness! He has got it! And the place erupts! One of their all-time greats. Steel side bottom. Shows nerves of steel. And gives Collingwood their 12th goal and a 10-point lead. 12-18-90 to 12-8-80.
Unbelievable. Game number 309, goal number 190, and the most important goal he's seen off the back of an undisciplined 50-metre penalty against Jared Berry. Who would have thought his legs at his age in this moment had that in him? And the first person over to him was his great mate Scott Pendlebury. How many big games on this ground have those two played together? And here come the Collingwood fans. Can Brisbane produce something with 4 minutes to go?
So 1 minute and 8 seconds ago, Brisbane had hit the fronts, and now Collingwood has a cushion. 10-point lead. Bounce is not a great one. Cox taps it out the back. Umpire decided it was unfair.
Cox has been significant these last two centre bounces. He has won both clearances, both taps I should say, and they've won both clearances.
The ball up suits him. He plants himself and wins another tap. To go, he's hunting the footy. He couldn't do anything with it this time. It's a stalemate. It's sickening tension. It's just enough for Collingwood fans. With 10 points up, Cox bangs it forward. Elliott knocked it on. McCreery took the tackle. He dribbles the kick the wrong way. McInerney met front on by Cox, who jarred it clear. McCreery, Nick and Josh combined. Kick inside 50. Andrews backed himself. Came over the top of Frampton. But he didn't roll and go. And Brisbane are going to have to roll the dice. They've got to kick 2 goals in 4 minutes. He lays it off to McCarthy. Out of half-back. Kicks into the middle. High risk, high reward. Up went McCluggage, but he couldn't mark, and Collingwood had numbers at the drop. Josh Dacos kicks it forward. Berry was in front. Tackled to ground by Hill.
So for both teams, what you want, and they practice these scenarios, Collingwood's as good as anyone. You want an uncontested mark. That's what you're looking for Collingwood. Brisbane, you want the ball in motion. You want momentum onto the end of that.
Cox dumps it. Kicked off the deck by McKenna. Sidebottom's got it. Frampton over his head, past him. And Andrews content to take it out. So back pocket for the Lions. Forward pocket for Collingwood. Collingwood lead by 10 points with 3 minutes and 23 seconds left in the 2023 AFL Grand Final. It comes down to this. Great to have your company on AFL Nation. The Cobram Estate, the good oil.
Cox to the front, knocks it down. Lipinski's trying to get hold of it. He did. Gardner got a telling hand in there. McKenna threw it onto the boot. Risky ball, and Chris cuts it off.
And they're saying, slow it down, all of them. How, Maynard? They got Pendlebury behind the ball. So watch Pendlebury here. There's no one on. He can just duck out and milk this clock. But Jeremy Howe will just duck out to the side, and they'll try and milk a minute off the clock, and then it'll be game over.
They've got 2-on-1 here. Side bottom window with another shot.
Out the side to Howe, who plays it wider still to side bottom. Collingwood have practiced these moments for 2 years. They can protect the lead and protect the ball. Side bottom gives them a look inside 50. Myercheck had a fly at the pack. Underneath, Coleman got taken high. Umpire did pay it. Just for a moment, I didn't think he was going to pay it.
No, the umpire closest didn't pay it. Well, they weren't paying them early, so why are you paying them late? Gideon Coleman down the spine. Time is of the essence now. Up flies Joe. Can't mark it. Hits the deck. Mad scramble. Collingwood, the masters of keeping it in tight. Keep the clock rolling. Keep it in tight. Will the Big O thump it here? Will the Big O thump it? He gets to the contest late. The Big O. Oh, Mason Cox thumped it clear, and now it's a chance for Neil. Hands it up to McCluggage. Caught. Got a handball away. Through Mason Cox. Falls to Zorko. They're still alive, the Lions, if they can get it away from the middle. And they've got a free kick. They need 2 goals in 2 minutes, the Lions.
They are the sort of team who can do it, but they have to go. Neil senses the moment. He launches it in long. They fly. Huge pack. McCarthy brought it to ground. Hipwood out the side. Who can get there first? McKenna ran onto it and over it. McCluggage tapped it to the boundary. Lyons gave it back to him. Huey kept it in. Danced the line. Kicks to full forward. Joe! Around the corner. Through for a goal! We are going to the final minutes. Joe Danaher's kicked his third. There were all sorts of moments of intuition to make that so. It's a 4-point ball game with 93 seconds left.
Jared Lyon was absolutely magnificent. The hook kick was superb. Joe was superb. Now can they win a hit out, because Mason Cox has dominated this last 5 clearances.
And it gets your opportunity. So McCluggage kept that ball in, and Joe just didn't waste any time. Straight on the boot. You get the opportunity to get your preferred mix on now, because there's a goal. So Zach Bailey was on the interchange bench. He comes onto the ground. He goes forward now.
Should go into the middle. They need something out the front.
And you can't go defensive. So what Collingwood are after here is a repeat stoppage, so then they can orchestrate a spare behind the ball. But right now, it's up to those in the middle. We get another warning. So they're going to throw it up again, which you would think favours Mason Cox, Jared.
Absolutely.
It's been the most magnificent of grand finals in our most magnificent game, and it comes down to this. A clearance for the Lions. Berry spins out of trouble. He's caught. He gets a half kick. Neil stands under it. Can't mark it. Big crumb. Chris got it. Neil seals it back. A goal, and the Lions lead. Bailey inside 50, a mark, and they could get the goal. Dump clear. Nick Dacos chips it wide, finds Hoskin Elliott. How good is Nick Dacos?
Stop it.
He is the stuff of legend.
Oh my goodness, there was just some unbelievable play. Berry, Neil and Dacos.
Crisp from half back, heads down the wing. It's been marked by Harris Andrews. The Lions will get a roll of the dice.
He plays on and kicks to half forward, up over the pack. They spilled each other the pies. Mychek got dispossessed. They're all over the top of it. Rayner lays a tackle. It's a ball up.
45 seconds.
They do this so well. They did it last week against the Giants. They just want to keep the ball in the area. They don't want this ball out.
Collingwood by 4. McInerney's trying to get it out.
Free
Mitchell
kick.
wore the high contact.
Has to be.
Paid. Collingwood free kick at half back. The clock is ticking.
Shouldn't lose from here. Shouldn't lose from here.
30 seconds remain when time on is called.
You want numbers. You want... Oh, they go backwards.
Yep, so backwards to Pendlebury. He stepped off his line. He's been called to play on. He's still got Mitchell.
Just long down the line from here with 20 seconds to go.
Back out the side to Mychek. Each kick is worth so much. Mychek is able to take as long as he is allowed. Thumps it long down the line.
5.
Cox and McInerney. Cox brought it to ground. Hoskin Elliott's kick is smothered. Coleman head over the ball. And so ends one of history's great grand finals. Collingwood take the final step on the stairway to premiership heaven. Flies, pies, win the close one. Collingwood are premiers in 2023.
See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
For the tragic history that the Magpies fans have endured in grand finals, they're owed a close one. Breathless to the end. 10 points at quarter time, 6 at half time, 4 at the final change and 4 at the close. Craig McRae's quiet revolution at Collingwood sees them crowned premiers at the end of his second year.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
What a roar as an exclamation point to it. There are tears in the eyes of fans all around the grounds of both persuasions. Peter Moore and Darcy Moore in the full embrace of father and son. Soon enough they'll be on the rostrum together. The final score, 12 goals, 18-90. Collingwood defeat the Brisbane Lions 13-8-86. Kane Corns and Jared Healy are our experts for Local Expert. Get a job well done with Local Expert.
Well, it's an absolute privilege to be here to witness what we have just seen which will go down as one of the great grand finals of all time. And it was exactly what we hoped we would see, the two best teams all year. I don't know why, Jared, but I'm instantly drawn to the disappointment of the Brisbane players. There's the ecstasy of the Collingwood and the celebrations, which is unfolding. But if certain things just go the other way, these Brisbane players have to cop that for the rest of their lives. And there were so many moments, from the Dacos ability to find a mark late inside defensive 50 to his handball to De Goey, to bury off the line at that last centre bounce, to Neil, to the opportunities that they nearly had. I mean, just honestly, it could have gone either way, but in the end, it's been a pleasure to be here with you three for one of the more enjoyable games that I've ever seen, let alone a grand final.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. So many stories. The fly evolution at Collingwood has been quite incredible. I mean, from the very first minute he walked into the place, to get to within a point of a grand final last year, to go out pre-season and pick up 5 players, 4 of whom are playing today, and one, the biggest one, you have to feel for him, McStay, he's not there. But to have such an epic performance on the greatest of days by both clubs is a privilege to be here, as you rightly pointed out, Kane. It's just, I mean, you could go through there and come out with, we did on Thursday night the 25 greatest moments. Well, you could pick 20 out of this game and challenge a lot.
You could. And just like Scott Pender was going over to all the Brisbane players and consoling them, but Peter Moore is out there. He hugged his son. I'm looking at Bobby Hill, where he was this time last year was a different club. I'm looking at Tom Mitchell and the story of him. I'm looking at Maynard celebrating right now. I mean, if he doesn't play today, Collingwood don't win. And that could have gone either way at the tribunal. There's the Billy Frampton story. There's Nathan Murphy. We'll go through all of that when we witness the players up there getting their premiership medals and we have some time to reflect. But right now, it's a bit overwhelming and trying to digest exactly what we've seen. Dwayne and Jared, you've been there for the big moments in the last 20 years, both of you, in radio or TV, Dwayne. I mean, I'm just interested in your thoughts and how you reflect on, because you both absolutely nailed the big moments, and it's been a pleasure to work alongside two of the best today, and it's befitting of your ability to call the game. But can I have your thoughts on what we've just seen?
I got tears in my eyes. To see our game played so beautifully, like it was today, I feel proud that our game has evolved to what we've got now as this showcase. It's a beautiful game, and to see Collingwood play it like this as well. Jared called it the fly evolution, but they're a sight to behold, Collingwood. Their unity, their chemistry. We always talk about a team of champions and a champion team. There's just a magic to Collingwood, and I'm enjoying soaking it in. There's a magic to their fan base. There's a magic to what they bring to Melbourne as a town to live in, and there's a magic to the way they play football now, and it's brought the greatest joy and grabbed the biggest prize in football, and they deserve it.
And watching their fans celebrate, so I must admit I felt sick with the tension of it in the last quarter, and I've got no stake whatsoever, but just the small moments that each player has to face, and either you live or die in those moments, and one goes against you, and then you have to go and win it back. So Starcevic has that, and Hugh McCluggage keeps the ball in the Wayne Harm's pocket. Just to give them a sliver of a chance.
But I'm glad it was moments that won it as opposed to moments that lost it. I'm glad we're talking about the side-bottom goal. Yeah. I'm glad we're talking about the great things that won the game as opposed to the drop mark or the missed goal that could have won it, because I think that's the way you want our game won.
All the spoils will go to the victors, and rightly so. But I want to pay tribute to Brisbane's capacity to hang in there, because I don't think they were anywhere near the best side on the ground. I think the scoreboard tells you that, the inaccuracy of Collingwood with 18 behinds. I mean, 20-18 to 13-8 tells you that Brisbane hung in there on a bit of guts and a fair bit of accuracy, but they did guts it out, and they came within 4 points of winning. So they should be proud of their effort. They'll be absolutely gutted and disappointed, but it is an agony ecstasy moment.
The Dacos family together. That's an agony, an ecstasy moment. The agony from the Brisbane Lions players to about 8 metres of the Dacos 3. And Peter might end up being the third best Dacos by the end of their careers, the way Josh and Nick are going.
There's people everywhere. I mean, all of the Collingwood squad are out there, as we see now, which is such a nice moment that teams do so well. I feel like that's probably only come into the game in the last 10 or so years. you reflect on that and, the moments that they've had. It has been a full squad for Collingwood to win this premiership. They were tested through injury, as most sides are throughout any campaign, but they've had the best depth, I think, of any team, and anyone like a Markov that comes in can play. Feel for Noble, who would have been really handy today, I thought, with his run, and he misses out despite being so influential in the last couple of years. But it's just so many of those. I think I need to watch it again.
Jack Crisp down on one knee, kissing his pregnant wife and his kids in a hug and embrace. It's a beautiful thing. How good's footy?
It is, and Maynard and Mitchell have gone down to the social club to celebrate with those Magpie fans who fill the city end every week. Yes, it's the moments that are being shared between fan and player and family members out on the ground is just beautiful to behold.
Jack Crisp with his two daughters in Collingwood tutus, in their fairy outfit, if you like, with big 25s on the back. It's just a joy.
Yeah. See Taylor Adams giving Dakes a hug, and Dakes giving him a hug. That's Dakes Senior, Peter. He's been a fantastic player, great warrior for this club, and unfortunately he just did a ping to hamstring at the wrong time.
And then you look at Sidebottom and Pendlebury. I mean, how good were they both? Pendlebury's second half and his last quarter, he ended up with 24 and 6 clearances and a goal, 7 scores. It doesn't tell the story of how influential Pendlebury was when everything was chaos, as always, as we've seen for 17 years. He was calm.
At his age, in a hot day, he looked like he had more beans left than any player at the end.
It's remarkable. And then Sidebottom to go back and nail it, as you said, from 53 on an angle at his age.
What a kick.
He'd got the 50 and he was stretching with cramp. Go back and watch that. I'm like, hang on, that's his right foot. He's got cramp and he's still got... So some things are just meant to be. He couldn't have kicked that any sweeter. I mean, they were challenged and they lost their lead. They went back to the centre bounce and Jared said, I feel like it's De Goey's moment. And not only was it De Goey's moment, it was Dacos's moment of brilliance. And the work that he's done in his handball to jump in the air, still in midair, with his left hand, hit De Goey in stride, and he goes bang. Hardly been seen De Goey, but he kicked 2 big goals, and that's sometimes all you need.
Well, their DNA came out, shone through in the finish, didn't it? And that's going forward. Knock on, knock on, knock on. The stat that I read that resonated with me most when I was looking at them all last night from Hoyne was Brisbane average forward handball is 150 metres. Collingwood's was 320. I mean, over double. And yet it was going forward, handball forward, knock on forward, that got the ball inside their forward 50 enough, and it was in particular in those last 3 centre bounces. Now, my question is, do you reckon that Mason Cox was on the end of a tactic to give them that throw up? Because the ball going up in the air absolutely favours them.
Interesting. It happened twice, didn't it? Late in the game.
Yeah, once was Collingwood committing the 6-6-6 potentially deliberately. The other was Brisbane because if Collingwood had done it again, they give away a free kick. So, but
if it was,
I'm inclined to believe your instinct in the moment that it happened is that Collingwood wanted that ball tossed up, not bounced.
Because Mason Cox, he delivered 3 hit-outs in the last 4 that gave them clearances, gave them territory, didn't necessarily win them the game, but it certainly gave them the De Goey goal. And that was the momentum shifter.
Who's your Norm Smith medalist before it's all presented?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy discussion. I just think Bobby Hill was the best player on the ground. And it was set up in the first half. Now he had some moments and some easier ones that he missed, kicked 4 goals too, ended up with a career best 18 touches, most score involvements on the ground. But what doesn't show up in the stat sheet is his defensive pressure. I just thought some of his work, some of his ability to slow down Brisbane when they looked like they were out, for me, that's where I'd go. Jared, have you got a different thought?
It'd be hard-pressed to go past Dacos, but 4 goals in the first half was an extraordinary effort. And you're right, he did kick it. He was involved in another couple.
Let's join Hamish McLaughlin.
Marketing and franchise operations, Sean Hanley. Massive thanks to Toyota. Please now join me in congratulating today's field, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I'd like to invite former VFL field umpire from the 1982 and 84 grand finals, Glenn James, to present the AFL umpires' grand final medals, and invite retiring boundary umpire Chris Gordon to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team.
He's a great umpire, Glenn James.
And a great man.
Yep. can't remember what Lou Richards called him. It was something like shotgun, a rifleman, or pistol, something along those lines.
And loves to chat. He's one of those beautiful people who just warm your soul when you have a word or an audience with him.
He's going to hand over the box of medals that the umpires will then distribute themselves. Every fan
today didn't deserve a losing side. The Brisbane Lions have had an extraordinary season and are brave in defeat today on the game's biggest stage. Would you please welcome one of their captains, Harris Andrews, to come forward and say a few words.
Had a darn good game, Harris Andrews. He couldn't have done much more. Almost faultless.
Yeah.
Firstly, just to the AFL and Toyota, thanks for a great final series. To Collingwood, Craig and Darcy, congratulations on a great season. Well done. And lastly, to our boys, we'll go again next year. Great effort this year. It's going to steal us again. And thanks very much to all the fans coming out today.
Well done, Harris. Please join me in welcoming Chris Judd to announce and present the Norm Smith Medal to the player adjudged as best of field in the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
The winner of the 2023 Norm Smith Medal is Bobby Hill.
disposals, 4 goals, 2. He took 8 marks, he terrorised up front, and he worked all the way down the field and did his stuff in defence as well.
It was amazing, Jared. He took 6 marks inside forward 50 and produced his best ever game in the biggest game of all.
Just like to thank Brisbane for a great game. You were a hard opponent all year, and thank you. To everyone at the at the Collingwood Football Club, thank you for obviously making me and my family welcome here, and to the Collingwood faithful, love you guys, and up to play.
How good. They identified him. The Giants made them wait a year. I think he was tossing up between Essendon and one of the big clubs.
But on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September. So it's with much pleasure that we welcome the 23 winners of the NAB AFL Oz Kicker of the Year competition for the NAB AFL Oz Kick program, who will now present the medallions to each player of the winning team. Number 1, Patrick Lipinski.
So came on early after Murphy was knocked out. Murphy it seemed like he passed the concussion test and came back on, but was quickly ruled out at the start of the second term. And Lipinski wasn't his biggest game, but gave them some legs, ended up with 16 touches.
Number 2, Jordan Dugowie.
Not his biggest game, but 2 magnificent goals. One at the end of the second quarter to grab back some momentum. And the other one just about to seal the game. I suppose that goal was side
Number
bottoms,
3,
that was a cracker.
Isaac Quainer.
Breakout year. Everyone would love a player such as him. He's an elite defender one-on-one. Was in some tricky moments today. I thought he held up really well. Didn't give them the offensive flair that he did last week.
Number 4,
huge year.
Braden Maynard.
13 possessions. His kicking off the back line was great. Had a good battle with whoever he was on. And he's had another fantastic season.
Jamie Elliott.
Once again, wasn't his biggest day, wasn't able to hit the scoreboard, had some almost moments, but he had a lot of score involvements, Jamie Elliott. He had 8 score involvements, so was in dangerous spots. Could have been a big afternoon,
6,
but he deserves that premiership medal. 13 tackles, Jared, for Tom Mitchell today. 13 tackles.
Yeah, he's been underrated, I think, for Collingwood. People have had him in the gun, but he deserves his medal. He's got a Brownlow. He's been at 2 clubs. He's played in a grand final before. He was a ripper today.
Great today.
Dacos.
Have a listen to that, would you? What a family they are. It's unbelievable. The father-son rule, Moore and both Dacos boys today, they've been blessed. And they've got these two in their side for a long, long time yet.
Number 10, Scott Pendlebury.
Will nearly be a legend in the Hall of Fame, I reckon, by the time he's finished. I think he goes on and nearly breaks Boomer Harvey's record. Salutes the crowd. It was enormous. Today, he's everything you would want in a football. Outstanding leader and a big-time player. Grundy goes. They hand the keys over to this man.
Yep.
With great success.
Let's go!
Number 17, Billy Frampton.
Well, sometimes fortune favours the brave, but he took the brave decision to come over to Melbourne, played a really important role throughout the game, and was given the charge to play forward. And well done, Billy. You've got yourself a premiership.
Number 22, Steele Sidebottom.
Yeah, it's hard to put into words this guy's career. Well, he's played every position. He's been a midfielder, he's been a dangerous forward, now he's a wingman, and he covered the ground as well as anyone. He was up
Number
and back
23,
as he always was, and kicked
Bobby Hill.
A huge goal. He's your North Smith medalist. It's hard what to say about him, but their recruiting in the off-season has led them to this premiership.
It does.
It absolutely has. Didn't give up a lot to get him. Identified speed.
Number 25, Jack Crisp.
And hats off to this bloke. I've been a great fan of this guy who's just built his career. He's been understated. He's been in the All-Australian squad too many times for him not to have been
Number
selected.
28,
got multiple
Nathan
best and fairest.
Murphy.
Great player.
I hope he's feeling all right. He's had a few concussions throughout his career. Nathan Murphy and was involved in one early and unsurprisingly was ruled out. I hope he's feeling okay. He looks like he's recovered pretty well now, but had a really strong year, been an important player in their back six.
Number 31, Bo McCreary.
Oh, they love him.
I love him too, his pace. This is what they've identified more than most clubs, and that is you need pace. And they've got pace everywhere. It allows you to have some slowish sort of plays through the middle of the ground, but their pace in the forward line, getting up and back down the ground, it just exposes teams
Number
on
32,
the overturn.
Will Hoskin-Elliott.
Well, they love this guy as well. I mean, he's been under pressure externally for his spot in the side, but they said, no, we really like the team first nature. Plays wherever he needs us to play him. He gives us flexibility. And had a Will Hoskin-Elliott light game with 12 touches, but didn't do anything wrong.
Jack Ginnivan.
12 weeks ago, this guy wasn't in the side.
No, he was playing down at Frankston.
Yep. Moment off the field, was able to go away and work his way back in the side as sub. They went with him in the 22. Just the 7 touches.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Number 35, Nick Dacos.
Amy's doing a bit of ad-libbing, is he?
Well, he's sensing the moment, as good MCs do, and I mean, it's a destiny for this guy. The biggest name in the game now. He's overtaken Dustin Martin as the biggest name in football.
It's always been a big name, but boys, a big now.
Number 37, Oleg Markov.
What a story this bloke is.
Isn't it?
It's an incredible story, but once again, pace and not a bad kick.
And don't give up. Don't give up. Because you never know when your opportunity might arise.
What an incredible story. Good on you, Oleg.
Number 38, Jeremy Howe.
And this is a great story too. And this bloke, he's just become one of the great players across that half-back line. You know, couldn't quite get there at Melbourne in the forward line. He was guaranteed a forward spot at Collingwood. That's why he went there and became one of the great backs.
Number 41, Brody Myercheck.
Workhorse. Workman-like performance today. Not a big outing. Kicked a big goal, 10 touches, but just competes. They don't have a marquee key forward, Collingwood. He's been the one for them, and they've won a premiership with that one.
Number 46, Mason Cox.
Pretty good story.
Yeah.
lost his place in the side, came back in that game against Brisbane, and Saab played with, as you referenced pre-game, an intensity that we hadn't seen from him.
Yep.
And he overtook Cameron as their number one ruck. We started the ruck all final series.
That's a great story. Great personal triumph for him.
Number 30, the captain, Darcy Moore.
Well, Darcy hasn't stopped smiling from the minute he ran through the banner to now. Wasn't his best game, but
big
year. Going to care about that. He's had a massive year.
And welcome to the stage, the coach, Craig McRae. Please welcome Mark Thompson to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2023 Toyota AFL Premiership team. I'd now like to ask the winning captain, Darcy Moore, to say a few words.
Firstly, to the Brisbane Lions Football Club, congratulations on an incredible season. You've played some unbelievable football and you've held yourselves in great character, and we've really admired you all season long, and today felt like a fitting end to what was an amazing season of football. So congratulations and well done on an incredible season, and we look forward to many more battles like that in the seasons to come. To the AFL's premier partner, Toyota, thank you for your support. Without your support, today is just not possible. To our club partners, the Emirates Airline, Latrobe Financial, KFC, Nike, AIA Health and CUB and Asahi Beverages. Again, running our club as smoothly as we do is not possible without your support, so thank you. Today's success is a culmination of so much work over so many years of so many people behind the scenes that make up the Collingwood Football Club. So to you, all of you, you know who you are. Thank you so much. You guys make it possible for us to live our dream out here today as players. I want to give a special shout out to all of the past players of the Collingwood Football Club. So every person who's pulled on the black and white stripes over our history. It is not lost on us, the 23 that run out here today and every week, that we represent you and we represent your years of dedication and hard work, and we do everything we can to make you proud. So today is a culmination of a lot of that hard work, and we hope that by bringing this thing home, we've made you proud to be a Collingwood past player. A special thanks to Jeff Brown and the Collingwood board. Jeff, your leadership has been extraordinary and again allowed us to live out our dreams, and you've left an incredible mark on the whole playing group this season. So thank you so much to you, and again, we hope we made you proud today. And last but most certainly not least, our 19th man out there in the stands and watching at home, the Magpie Army. Your passion, your dedication and your loyalty has made being a Collingwood player this season something really special. So thank you so much for all those times you've dragged us across the line, all those times you've yelled at your TV. We feel it all and we're so grateful. Thank you so much, and go Pies.
I just want to start by thanking our major partners in Emirates, Nike, Latrobe and KFC. We can't be here today without your support, so thank you very much. Also, I'd just like to pay my respect to Fags and the Brisbane Lions. I'm not standing here at my time with the Brisbane Lions. I've always got a soft spot for you guys, and it was one of the best games I've ever been involved with. So, congratulations on the year. I always thought this group was a real special one. I could see little things happening throughout our training, and we just kept getting better every day. And they're a premiership team, so congratulations. We love you very much. 2 years ago, we started our journey, this campaign. One of the major focuses was to bring the fans along for the journey. It's been a hell of a ride. Thank you to the Magpie Army. We love you very much. You're incredible. You drive us every week to win those close games. You inspire us. This one's for you. Today was already the best day of my life because my wife gave birth to a little girl this morning at 7:45.
Wow.
So, darling, I'm coming home tonight with a cup. I love you.
There's footy folklore right there.
Congratulations, Fly. Brilliant news. I now have much pleasure inviting Collingwood club legend Peter Moore to present the Premiership Cup to the Collingwood captain, his son, Darcy, and the Pies coach, Craig McRae.
It's the moment Dad never had for all the years of trying as a Magpie. And he enshrines the father-son into footy folklore yet further. And Collingwood lift their 16th Premiership Cup, record equalling, as sentimental as any that we have experienced. And batten down the town because the Magpie Army is on the loose. Fireworks from the top of the grandstands at the end of an absolutely unforgettable afternoon's footy.
And this is the moment that you just soak it up and you enjoy it. They do it so well now. They'll spend the next hour on this ground. Some of these players will not want to leave. There's fireworks going off. No Collingwood fan has left. All the families are out there as Brisbane pick themselves up and slowly trudge off the MCG heartbroken. But that's the brutal nature of the one-out grand final. We discussed this week, Jared, that there was some suggestions from Andrew Island about the best of three. Now, these are why the one-off grand finals and every moment is magnified because the stakes are so high. There's no coming back. There's no tomorrow.
And as much as I like the idea of the fairness of the best out of three, you can't trade this in for anything.
Just every moment is amplified. And we saw so many of those. You go back over the tape, be a hard watch for Brisbane. They'll just think we had so many opportunities, and Collingwood are the same. They were inaccurate, particularly in the second half. But in the end, they've got to be really proud of the season they've had, Brisbane. I mean, there's no guarantees you come back, like Harris Andrews said, and I thought he spoke incredibly well, as did Darcy Moore. He always does. It might be the next Prime Minister, Darcy Moore, by the time he's finished.
Doesn't he speak well?
He's unbelievable. All the speeches were magnificent. Little nugget there a big nugget from Craig McRae.
Yeah.
That wasn't broadcast, was it, before the game? No.
I think that was news to most.
How did that not break? 7:45 this morning.
Yeah, there's been a certain sort of politeness around that the whole way through, sort of for months, I think, just it was always likely to coincide, and it's landed on the very day. I wonder if the players were told before that moment, for instance.
All the staff, Collingwood staff now, I mean, they've played such a big role, and I was listening to Craig Kelly with you on Crunch Time, Jared. He just said, and Greg Swan was the same, and we just, for our staff, all that goes into it, they're having their picture on the dice now, all of that Collingwood staff. And
fantastic moment for
it
them.
Is. It's the best moment in your life from a sporting sense. What they are about to experience the next 24 hours.
And unfortunately, as Brisbane roll off, it's the complete reverse. They've got to go through the motions tonight at their function. That'll go till 12 o'clock. If you've been to a losing grand final function, which I have a couple of times, they're not really great functions.
I spoke to Darryl Braithwaite earlier today, having a chat before he played the North Melbourne Grand Final breakfast. I said, "You got a gig tonight?" He said, "Yeah, I've got Collingwood's post-game function."
Wow.
He said, "I got one set list ready to go if they win, and I've got a shorter one ready to go if they lose."
Well, I spoke to the event staff at the Collingwood breakfast this morning. They had two separate run sheets clearly for a loss and a win. They almost had to plan two events for a win and a loss. And
well, one goes till 12, the other goes till 5 in the morning.
There's so much that goes into it logistically now. Brisbane's record at the MCG will be spoken about, but I don't know, they've done everything. They've travelled here. Hardened group, ready to go, recruited for the moment.
Keep meeting a better team.
Correct.
Just still think that the running power of Collingwood, I mean, we're talking inches here, but only because the scoreboard's close. I mean, the reality is I'm not sure what the expected score was.
30 scoring shots.
30 scoring
they
shots.
They kicked less goals and won the game. I'm not sure how often that happens.
So there are 6 rush behinds. I reckon you just have to factor that in.
Yeah. But it is rare that a team kicks less. I mean, the old saying is we'll kick more goals and we'll win the game. Well, they kicked 12 and the Lions kicked 13.
And the Lions, despite their accuracy early, they blew their lines, to pinch your words, Dwayne, late in the game, where in that last quarter they had a couple of shots they could have nailed.
They were a bit spent, though. You mentioned Kitty and Coleman in the run. He was just about... He couldn't even run for one ball. He couldn't jump for other balls. And it was a drop mark that he probably would have held if it was first quarter as well. And he wouldn't have had the dare to bite off that inside kick either, probably under that fatigue. Collingwood climbing into the grandstand now, the players, to enjoy it with their fans.
Going 2 at a time. The first 2 up were Pendlebury and Sidebottom, who have lived so much together. They were the only 2 premiership players in the setup. There are 9 of them who made it back from the heartbreak of 2018 to be part of it today.
You're right about the Mason. There's so many stories. I mean, Oleg Markov couldn't get a game for the Gold Coast last year. Mason Cox, I know he's a naturalised Australian now, but, I mean, his story is the big American, comes here, and all of a sudden now he's a premiership star. I mean, it's just it's phenomenal. Who would have thought that the 2 Dacos boys would be as good as they have become? They've become, well, you mentioned it, Kane, he's arguably the biggest name in the game right now. He is probably it, Nick Dacos.
They're standing up right now on the fence in front of the Collingwood stand, having a photo. That's going to be a famous photo. I'd be surprised if it's not front page of the papers tomorrow, that one right there. But take your pick of that. His injection into this team and what he's been able to do on a rookie salary has allowed them to spend their money elsewhere. He's playing like $1 million player on a $250,000 salary. I know that's going to bump up shortly, and he's just signed a really long-term deal. But, his impact today was enormous. It's a credit to him how hard he works at his game to be able to impact the way that he's done in 2 of the most high-pressure finals you've ever seen, off a preparation where he had a broken leg and only started running a couple of weeks before that first final, the prelim final. It's remarkable. Like, look at him.
I remember talking to him as a draftee, and he wasn't taken number 1, and he was a bit annoyed about it. But he wasn't obnoxiously annoyed about it. He was just basically saying that was what he wanted to do, and pretty matter of fact about it. Well, I can see why, because he knew his own talent, and it's extraordinarily higher than the next best.
And he did have that moment where Berry just brushed him aside, where he had him pinned in, and it cost them a goal. But the very next moment, so his ability to then forget what's happened previously,
move on.
There's always, admired players that could do that. Didn't matter what had gone on, their next focus was the next contest, and he's got that in him. He's not perfect, he's not flawless, he makes mistakes, we all do, and even the best do. Made a big physical mistake, but went straight back to the centre bounce. His next opportunity, had a big moment and set up to go for that goal. And then late in the game, all you want when you've got a lead late, you want an uncontested mark. And he was going to hack the ball down the line and kick it back to Brisbane's numbers. He just lowered his eyes at the last minute, found the uncontested mark, gave Collingwood control with a minute to go. And from there, it was a couple of nervous moments, but they were able to milk the clock, get it down the line, win the contest, and run out the siren. Just huge.
It is quite a thing of beauty to behold as the Collingwood faithful all surge forwards. They haven't even started the lap of honour yet, so we've got an hour together. We'll need every minute of it, I suspect, to to share it all with you and to analyse it as we go. The Collingwood players are at the City End with their fans, 2 by 2, up onto the fence to pose in front of the faithful with the cup between them. So we'll share all of the winning celebrations with you for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. The final score in this year's grand final, Collingwood 12-18-90 defeat the Brisbane Lions 13-8-86 in front of 100,024 fans, the exact same crowd as last year. So that is the full house. That is every last ticket was used for all the dramas that went in to organising that. AFL Nation is for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, and the grand final presenting partners, Cobram Estates, The Good Oil, and OMF 100% comfy mattresses.
The goal of the game for Host Plus. Host Plus has been named Super Rating Super Fund of the Year for 2023. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
He chips it wide, a mark to side bottom, and he shows some poise. He got 50.
Wow.
He got 50, Sidey. And this will bring him to 55. Side bottom in game 309 from outside the arc. Oh my goodness! He has got it! And the place erupts! One of their all-time greats. Steel side bottom. Shows nerves of steel.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Signet. Signet Mag Family. Power every moment.
The Sanyong Rexton. It's a one with enough room to swing a cat. With big 7 seats, giving you plenty of room for all the gang. It's the one with 4x4 and 3.5 tonne towing. That's more tow than a Roman sandal. It's the one with more bells and whistles than you can poke a stick at. And it's the one with the 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty for under 49 grand. Better go have a squiz. Sanyong Rexton, it's the one for all. Drive long, knackers, drive long.
Hey, Dad, I thought we couldn't afford a home this big.
It's part of Henley's new collection. They've dropped their prices with completely new home designs, all the luxuries, and now 7-star energy efficiency. Our bank is going to love it.
Henley Homes, backed by our $7 billion parent.
Registered for Fanstands yet? Members can win a VIP experience to Aussie Rules' biggest day for 3 people valued at over 15 grand. Your prize includes flights, accommodation, lunch, reserved seating and more. Register at fanstands.com.au.
If somebody hits you from behind, daydreaming, they just couldn't stop in time. If it's not your fault and you need a ride, call Right to Drive.
If you've been in an accident and it's not your fault, get a loan car at no cost to you. Google Right to Drive and we'll bring the car to you.
If it's not your fault and you need a ride, call Right to Drive. If it's not your fault and you need a ride, call Right to Drive.
Oh, Thirsty Camel here, and I've got some unseriously good footy finals deals for you, like Heineken 24-pack $49.99, minus 196 double lemon 10-pack $42.99, or Janssen V 750ml $27.99. Let's do the Jance dance. They are some real winners. Camel on down and grab a bargain. Thirsty Camel. Why so serious? Pricing may vary in country areas. Offers end 1st October. Drink responsibly. Even camels get thirsty. OMF.
OMF is celebrating with a big spring sale. Get up to 60% off selected modern, family and signature mattresses, like our comfy Supportex mattress, 5-zone pocket springs with latex for under $800. OMF. Or our Cool Urban mattress, 7-zone pocket springs with charcoal Coolux for under $1.5 grand. Or the Bathurst Queen bed, now under $700 for a limited time only at the award-winning OMF.
Experience the freedom of battery power without sacrificing performance. Milwaukee Outdoor Power Equipment is the battery-powered alternative to petrol you've been looking for. Take your outdoor work to the next level. Enjoy the power, convenience, reliability, and safety benefits of Milwaukee Innovation. Join the growing number of professionals who have switched to Milwaukee for their landscaping and outdoor maintenance needs. Discover the range at milwaukeetool.com.au. Milwaukee, nothing but heavy duty.
When Macca's decided to drop them a crispy burger with 100% Aussie chicken, a soft glazed bun, crunchy lettuce, and a new signature sauce, they thought, straight to the permanent menu you go. The McCrispy, Macca's next big thing. Available after 10:30am.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers.
So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty. Loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
New Toyota stock has arrived at Kilmore Toyota, located north of the city. With new vehicle stock being a challenge for some time, Kilmore Toyota has new model variants of Hilux and Land Cruiser now available, with ex-demo model Hilux available soon too. Drop in and ask the friendly new vehicle sales staff about the wide Toyota range available and experience the straight up and to the point team. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LMCT 808. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
You're listening to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final on AFL Nation. For Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. The Monopoly game at Macca's is back.
Mesmerised and Berry on the lazy Susan to Charlie. Can he get it and go? He had it. He lost it. Charlie's got it. A goal! And they're in front.
Oh, Charlie.
Cheeky Charlie has put the Lions in front.
Gardner knocked it away. Nick Dacos, lightning hands. Here's the Degoe moment. He unloads. Bang! You need your stars. And Collingwood stars just went and wrenched the cup back.
Side bottom. In game 309 from outside the arc. Oh my goodness! He has got it! And the place erupts!
Cox and McInerney. Cox brought it to ground. Hoskin Elliott's kick is smothered. Coleman head over the ball. And so ends one of history's great grand finals. Collingwood take the final step on the stairway to premiership heaven. Flies, pies, win the close one. Collingwood are premiers in 2023. 100,024 fans saw it. Collingwood by 4 points. 12-18-90 defeat the Brisbane Lions. 13-8-86. Welcome back to AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your big finals favourites for tyre safety. In the history and the trivia of it, it's only the second time in grand final history that the team who has kicked the less goals emerged with the prize. Carlton 7-14 beat Essendon 8-5 in 1968. And it is Collingwood 12-18 defeating the Lions 13-8 in 2023. The voting for the Norm Smith is in. Bobby Hill was a unanimous choice. He polled all 15, and from there it's a spread. Coleman 5, Nick Dacos 4, Mitchell 3, Crisp 2, Pendlebury 1. So 5 other players shared the minor end of the prize, split amongst the 5 judges. But Bobby Hill with 5 threes.
Well, I think Kitty Coleman was one of the best on the ground at half-time. Struggled after that. So I think he's probably a little bit lucky to be so highly nominated. But it was such an even game. There was so many great players who came in and out of the game. It would have been tough outside of Bobby Hill and Nick Dacos. 70 did Dacos get?
4. He got 2 twos.
Okay. So not everybody thought he was that good, but
making their way around the oval as you do, nice and slowly, but just look, Sidebottom's got the interview with Channel 7 at the moment. He's just raising up the crowd, pass the cup around. Dacos has got his partner with him, I think, but just everyone sort of does their own thing now and enjoys the moment as they see fit. But there were some awesome performances. But Bobby Hill to produce that, there wouldn't have been too many people tipping that for a small forward. Cyril 1-1 for his damage that he did in the grand final that he won it. Tough position to win a Norm Smith medal.
Yeah. Mason Cox doing the on-ground interview, draped in an American flag.
We've seen the Irish flag pretty well represented from time to time, but now the American flag. All right, let's start to work through our categories. We'll time our run to try to be in the rooms as we get there. Who have you got as the tackler or the tackle of the game for Toro? Count on Toro to get the job done.
I thought it was a great display of tackling. I really did, and particularly Collingwood in the second half. So they out-tackled Brisbane by 20, 73 tackles to 53. Tom Mitchell had 13, and in the back half of the third quarter, in the last quarter, I think they really rose their pressure. No doubt, defensively, they rose after the amount of scores that they conceded, the 8 goals in the first half. So let's get through weight of numbers, Tom Mitchell. But I mean,
did Mitchell get a vote in the Norm Smith?
Yep.
He did.
Bailey laid a big tackle to turn the footy over, and some big examples of that. Bobby Hill, a few of his rundown ones that...
Brisbane's smothering exhibition in the first half in particular was significant. I know that's not a category, but I thought it was worth mentioning.
Hill's tackle on Starcevich to turn the footy over on the outer wing was a big one as well.
Mitchell got a 2 and a 1, Jared. Okay. Pick your unmissable moments.
Yeah.
Just pick whichever ones you like. For drink-wise, choose to drink wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Well, why don't we all have a stab at our unmissable moment? Firstly, to you, Kane.
Well, it's as good a goal as I've seen in a grand final, Bailey. Like, for everything that went into it, in the build-up to it, to be as alert as what he was to force the smother off Mason Cox. Then Joe sort of got the aerial sort of ball that bounced up and didn't really know what he was going to do. He got tackled. Bailey gathered and was hemmed into the boundary line, brushed off Murphy. Cox was there and snapped it through when they were under all sorts of pressure after he just kicked a ripper stoppage goal from the exact same spot. Yeah, goal of the year for me. It happened in the grand final. It's ineligible, but it was certainly unmissable.
It was unmissable. I think Sidebottom's kick to nail the game was unmissable. He went down with cramp, as you said, to come back up and know that they just rebounded one with the Degoe goal, and that was incredible as well, given the momentum that was going Brisbane's way, and they extracted back straight away. But then to get the goal, or a shot at goal, to seal the premiership. I mean, it's in your hands. You can seal the premiership. To go back and nail that is the finest kick he's ever produced in footy.
Dwayne?
I like Bobby Hill's mark. I thought that was good. I like a big mark in a grand final, but I think Bailey's goal as well, it probably won't get mentioned that much in the wash-up because there were so many Collingwood moments and they won. But I think in terms of pure highlights, I think we will see forever grand final-wise. I think I'll never get sick of seeing that Bailey goal.
Yeah.
But I'll never get sick of watching Sidebottom as well. I'll stick with Bailey, but there's just so many... The Dacos ability to be able to hit a target, Pendlebury's ability to be able to be where they need him to be. There's little things that aren't highlights, but they're so big.
Yeah, that last kick of Dacos is under the unbelievable pressure to say, no, I will kick it 25 metres to hold it up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I was talking about, Joe Danaher, in the first quarter. Just ignore your basic instinct and just go for the one that's in front of you. Well, that's what Dacos did, and he does it all the time.
That can be the Bendix breaks, big moment. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks.
Well, what about the Berry 50? Well, that's a big moment in the game. You got a mark on the outer wing, and it turns into a shot at goal and an eventual goal. There was an advantage call paid against Neil with just over a minute to go late, where it was called advantage. Not sure whether he'd heard the free kick or not. That was a big moment. Just that
the non-tackle down in the forward pocket. Sorry, the non-free kick for the tackle paid was a big umpiring moment.
Yeah, no.
A couple of head eyes were big moments. They'll get a mention.
There was big moments everywhere. Absolutely everywhere, right throughout the game.
The forever young player of the day for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. Scott Pendlebury's influence late.
Has to be. His last quarter and his ability just to cool and calm the nerves, and also his goal in the third. They'd kick 6 straight behinds. Now, it wasn't a difficult shot for goal, but it is difficult when everyone else is missing. And it sort of infects the group. They couldn't get one, and he just took a mark from the chip in, went back, nerves of steel, and didn't look like missing. So just completes one of the great legacies in football.
Captain and coach below us, either side of the Premiership Cup, posing with a stronghold of Collingwood fans in the background. And who ran the most kilometres? They'll sleep well tonight for the Original Mattress Factory. Upgrade your sleep online or in-store today. Jack Crisp, 15.3 kilometres. Let's clear a break here to try to time this for when Collingwood hit the rooms. The Magpies are premiers in 2023. 4-point winners over the Brisbane Lions.
You're listening to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final on AFL Nation. For Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer.
What happens when you turn up every dial on tomorrow's SUV? When the power of imagination merges technology and performance. When you take an SUV and give it a sleek, sporty design. A trim that takes it up a notch. And now with BlueLink connectivity with your compatible device. Hyundai Tucson N-Line, tomorrow's SUV, taken to the next level. Blue Link T's and C's apply. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom today. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. For locally made gift ideas that shine like green and gold, check out Australian Made's top Aussie products. The go-to resource to find the very best Aussie-made goodies. From handcrafted homewares and accessories to innovative Aussie inventions, you'll find a top Aussie product for every occasion. Each one carries the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo, so you can be sure it's genuinely Aussie. Hop to australianmade.com.au/top Aussie and support local while you shop.
This final season, it's okay to switch home loan teams and refinance to NAB, the experts in fast home loan approvals. Search NAB Home Loans. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. There's nothing like the acceleration and handling that a performance car delivers. But you need to make sure you have the tyres to match. Choosing the right performance tyre for your pride and joy and your driving style is so important. So talk to the performance tyre experts at Tyre Power and get the power of advice you can trust. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Here's a cybersecurity update from A2B Titanium. ASIC is warning companies to strengthen cybersecurity after an increase in cyber attacks. A2B Titanium protects businesses from huge loss and serious reputational damage. They're 43% more effective at stopping ransomware than anyone else. And if ransomware does get through, they can recover your business in seconds, not days. Plus, no more vulnerable usernames and passwords for cyber threats to target. For your free vulnerability assessment, visit a2btitanium.com.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Thirsty Camel here. Footy finals. What cute animals are playing this time? The terrifying Swans, the big bad Bunnies, or is it the Bulldogs? Hey, why have the Camels been left out of this? They're the cutest of the lot. But you knew that. It's just the footy. Why make it so serious? Swing by your local Thirsty Camel bottle shop and pick up an unseriously good footy finals deal. Camel on down and grab a bargain. Thirsty Camel. Drink responsibly. Even camels get thirsty.
Don't miss the $1 Million Cricket Warehouse sale Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 10 till 5 p.m. at 75 Cochrane's Road, Moorabbin. Buy direct and save on Kookaburra, Grey Nichols, DSC, SG, New Balance, Asics and more. Save over $500 on top grade senior bats with junior bats from $19, plus up to 70% on helmets, gloves, pads, bags and everything you need for cricket. The $1 Million Cricket Warehouse sale Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. 75 Cochrane's Road, Moorabbin and online at thecricketsale.com.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket Heavy Duty Modular Shelving. Whether you need tough storage with extra shelf depth, lockable drawers, cabinetry or a wall mounted system for more floor space, trust Racket. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final on AFL Nation. For Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer.
Collingwood players have made it around to the race. They're in no hurry to leave the scene of victory. Collingwood by 4 points over the Brisbane Lions in the grand final of 2023. Welcome back to AFL Nation. For Elders, buy your canola from Elders for a chance to win a Toyota Land Cruiser. And for Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Jared Healy and Kane Corns, we're working through our categories and then we'll be in the rooms for the song, and Sam Edmund will bring us our interviews. Have you got a coaching move of the day for Henley Homes? New 7-star house designs.
Well, let me ask Kane this. In the balance of a victory, do you think Billy Frampton to full forward worked?
No, I don't. Harris Andrews had 9 3-intercept marks in the last quarter alone, and you couldn't hide Frampton out there. So I thought they escaped with it. I'm not critical of the decision to select him. Personally, would have gone a bit smaller. I thought they left it too long, but perhaps they just didn't have another option. In an ideal world, they had the safety net of the sub, but they wouldn't have expected Murphy to get knocked out. So you could have, after it didn't work for 2.5 quarters, you could have subbed Frampton off and then went with Lipinski. So it looked worse because they'd lost that lever. But in the end, they just got away with it. But there was a moment there in the last quarter where Frampton kept giving away free kicks.
Yep.
That I didn't think you could
when they were
hide.
on the charge,
and then it's AFL football. You can't just be out there not touching the ball, and you have 3 opportunities to take uncontested marks, essentially inside forward 50 that he wasn't able to swallow, and he looked. I thought they exposed him out there.
Probably Bobby Hill isolating him inside the forward 50 as often as they did was a structure. I think going in, they just thought they'd win it on the deck. That their smalls would get the job done. Mychek, he battled, but he was a target. And really, I think all the targets were just getting on the deck. And at the other end of the ground, they were a bit similar, though. Joe kicked 3, but only 1 from a mark.
Yeah. I thought the insight that Sam gave us at 3/4 time about just the surge football that Collingwood wanted to play, and that's probably not something that they've done all year. I haven't sort of seen them. It was almost like the Brisbane early 2000s side where they had a ruckman, they just punch it forward.
Well, Cox even knocked it forward. They don't normally do that. They keep it in
so
tight.
That was a definite strategy
that before the game too.
To clear the area so that Neil and McCluggage and Dunkley couldn't get it done inside the contest. So I thought that, from a coaching standpoint, was a different tactic that worked today. And then you had your small forwards, Elliott and Hill. They were ready for that in front of their opponents when the ball did go forward. De Goey a couple of times could have taken the ball, but he just punched it on. Cox just kicked it out of the air a couple of times when he could have taken the ball. So that was something that we hadn't seen a lot of from the Pies.
Can I ask you from an historical perspective, and someone out there who looks at these things more than I do would be able to tell us, has anybody gone close to being premiers, having won one game by 7 points, one game by 1 point, and one game by 4 points?
And they've done it for 12 months.
Had to come from behind again today too. Yeah. They trailed with 6 minutes to go, or 5 maybe.
It was 5:30.
5:30 and they were behind. They've done it again.
Yeah, they have.
They just know how to close them out.
They do. I just when you get them out of the centre, it's you've lost control. You haven't lost control of the match, but you've lost control on the scoreboard. When you go out of the centre, that is so deflating for the side that's battled away to get in front, like Brisbane did, and they got in front against the momentum in some respects. But then to lose it straight away, that was almost a kick in the guts.
Yeah, it was so important to answer out of the centre square. The mark of the day for Flight Centre, your real deal centre?
Bobby Hill.
Say that to me again.
Bobby Hill, do you think?
Oh, so Graham Wright's with Sam. Sam?
We are, Jared. We're with the head of football, head of Collingwood Football Club, Graham Wright. Graham, all the hard yards. You got to the club at a difficult time. The work you've done, what's going through your mind at the moment?
Oh, just wrapped for everyone. It's such a tough game, and the Lions were obviously outstanding, and everyone tells me it was a fantastic game to watch. But when you're living it, kick by kick or contest by contest, it's really hard. But we've come out on top. And, as I said, credit to the Lions, they were unbelievable. But we're just wrapped for everybody.
Graham, I'll hand you up to Jared Waitley, Jared Healy and Kane Corns. Take it away, Jared.
Jared Healy up here. Graham, congratulations. And yes, when you're sitting down having a couple of lagers watching this game, you will appreciate it was one of the great grand finals, and to come out in front, absolutely magnificent. But I think that the Pies fans are you and your recruiting department an absolute vote of
thank you. Coming in. Yeah, appreciate that. And listen, we had a lot of people contribute to that, but those guys have performed really well and deserve their spots in the team.
Yeah, no, it was magnificent inside to get some speed in there. Bobby Hill, it was an incredible performance. You must have noticed that from the grandstand.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I mean, he was fantastic in that first half, kicking 4 goals, and I think he had sort of 18 or 19 possessions. So I think they're going to throw over to you guys, and they're going to sing the song, guys. So a bit of run.
We'll leave you to it.
Well, let Righty go, Jared. Back to you.
Yeah. Do you want to just take us through a little bit of this, Sam? Still Mason Cox is up here, so there'll be a little bit, but just give us a feel for what's going on.
Oh, it's absolute pandemonium, as you would expect. Players bouncing around down here. They're about to gather, but they're not in any great rush, Jared.
There's Mason Cox.
Mason Cox is coming, Sammy. He's got the American flag draped across his shoulders. He's got the hat backwards. He's the last player to leave.
I think he's just delaying, so it's at a better time over in the States.
I think he's enjoying the me time at the moment. They'll wait for him to come in, but The cup's in the middle there, Sammy.
It is indeed, sitting on a Gatorade tub here. The Premiership Cup on top. Scotty Pendlebury just planting big kiss on it as a look of complete and utter satisfaction on every single player down here, guys.
Well, you're going to hear the song sung better than it has been for a long, long time down there, Sammy, and we will hear it obviously through the airwaves.
The other one as well, Sammy, is just reflecting on how close to go he may have been to leaving this time last year. He'd certainly thought about it, and the club stood by him, and that was an important sliding doors moment.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll try to catch Geordie straight after the game. I'm not sure still Sidebottom's kicked 60 metres in 5 years either, so we'll try and grab Sidey after the game as well. Those old leagues had one last final iconic moment perhaps, but gee whiz, Jack Ginnivan can barely believe what's taken place. The Quaynor family here have got smiles as wide as Luna Park. Braden Maynard's up and about, quite amazing down here, guys. Amazing atmosphere and a look of, as I say, satisfaction, and I dare say a fair bit of relief as well in the room at the moment among the family and the friends and the players themselves. And Bobby Hill just looking at him there holding his little one with 2 medals around his neck as well, must be pinching himself.
It's a brilliantly won Norm Smith and goes to the overall story of what they chose to bring in against popular opinion as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bobby Hill, Oleg Markov could have easily found himself at Carlton. He was delisted by a club that finished 12th last year in the Gold Coast Suns. And here he is 12 months later, a premiership player as well. It's quite amazing. Tom Mitchell, the performance he had today, receiving Norm Smith medal votes as well. He gets added. So, speaking of Graham Wright earlier, those 5 big inclusions that we spoke about pre-game. And Billy Frampton, while it wasn't his day today, certainly had his moments throughout the year as well. So, boys, they're about to gather. Mason Cox, the last big piece of the puzzle, that American flag draped around him. This is going to be a mighty rendition of the Collingwood song just a few moments away. There we go.
Nothing sounds better than the Premiership song. The Cup on an esky in the middle of them as they were belting that out. So we'll stay close to Sam here to get what we can. Mason Cox staring at the Premiership Cup that he is now a part of. He's been a part of folklore for a while. He's now part of AFL history there. MRO incidents for Arnold, Thomas and Becker. Talked to a lawyer today. The only one that springs to mind is Charlie Cameron's hit on Jeremy Howe in the last quarter, I reckon. Was very late and very hard into the ribs, so it'd be interesting to see if that was to be assessed or not. And the MEGT Rookie of the Day, let MEGT help you find the best workforce talent, is Jasper Fletcher as the game went on, so he couldn't get near it early, but once he got going, he was hugely influential.
He had a couple big moment just in front of us, didn't he, with his hands and his follow-up as well. He's going to be a great player.
They're going to sing it again, Sam.
I think they're going around again, the song with everybody, all the staff and players who didn't get a game. They're in a big circle.
Look at the ruse.
Full club song. It was amazing they were able to get a circle going. There's so many people in that room.
So give us the nearest the pin. How many times will they sing it tonight?
Well, they'll sing it again when the lights go out here, and that usually happens around that's a tradition now with the cup in the middle. That'll be just the players. There's another one, and that's a really special one that teams do now. But We're going to hear it a bit in the next week, Dwayne.
Oh, yeah. Oh, celebrations tonight.
Next
That'll be
3
big.
weeks. Next 3 months.
Braithwaite would know that he's a Collingwood fan, so he'd know the tune. They'll be pumping it out tonight at their celebration. Yeah, I reckon they'll get a dozen out tonight.
Yeah.
When we take talk back, it's for Star 21, Telstra's Enterprise Partner of the Year. Star 21, discover the difference. Steel Side Bottom is with Sam Edmund.
He is, Jared. I tell you what, Steele, we were joking just before you joined us. Amazed those old legs of yours. When was the last time you kicked the ball that far? 60 metres. What an iconic moment.
She'll be 90 by tomorrow, don't you worry about that. No, I don't know. Like I spoke earlier, I had a few moments and probably went against me early in the game, but I think in big games you've got to stay ready, and whenever your moment turns up, you want to deliver, and luckily enough I was able to do that.
Well, your premiership player again. I'll hand you up to Jared Waitley, Jared Healy and Kane Corns. Jared.
Well, you've delivered for the best part of 310 games still. What a moment. What was the conditions like, and how were you feeling with 10 minutes to go in that game physically?
To be honest, the last 2 finals I've actually cramped. Probably because I was running on Ed Langdon the first one, and I ran about 15 Ks, and then last week probably got caught on the ground too long. I think we had really good preparation in place, and I don't know how many Ks I ran today, but I actually didn't cramp. There's no doubt that the heat played a factor. Who cares about the weather now, eh?
Yeah. What about was it a different strategy to surge the ball on from stoppage? We saw that a lot today.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's how we start our play. We like to get momentum coming forward and, almost force the opposition to go backwards. And when they were able to control the ball, they probably got on top. And, we play our best footy in live play. And, I think there was momentum swings for both sides. And I think when we had ours, we were able to keep the ball moving.
What was the wind doing down there, Sidey? And congratulations, by the way, Jared Healy up here. I just thought it looked a little bit blustery, but it's hard to know whether the kicks were because of the wind or because of nerves.
Wind, nah. Yeah, it was actually going a little bit both ways.
Yeah.
I thought early on in the game it was